Hello and welcome. I'm Catalina Marchand-Abreu and you're watching W News. Broadcasting live from the Arabiya studios, these are our top stories. Trump launches his Board of Peace in Davos with 19 countries, but UK and Europe voice concerns over Russia's involvement and Greenland tensions. Zelensky tells Davos nothing has changed in Ukraine as he criticizes Europe's inaction and questions NATO's effectiveness. The horror film Sinners and actor Timothée Chalamet break Oscar nomination records as this year's contenders for the 98th Academy Awards are announced. Donald Trump has launched his new Board of Peace in Davos during the World Economic Forum, with 19 countries signing on to address global conflicts, starting with Gaza. Some nations, including the UK, are holding off joining over concerns about Russia's potential role in the board. The initiative comes amid tensions over Trump's comments on Greenland and trade, adding strain to relations with European allies. Take a listen to what he had to say.
It's going to be a great plan, and that's where the Board of Peace really started. And I think we can spread out to other things as we succeed with Gaza. We're going to be very successful in Gaza. It's going to be a great thing to watch, and we can do other things. We can do numerous other things. Once this board is completely formed, we can do pretty much whatever we want to do, and we'll do it in conjunction with the United Nations. You know, I've always said the United Nations has got tremendous potential, has not used it.
For more on this, I'm joined from New York by Rachel Ziemba, founder of Ziemba Insights. Thank you for joining us today, Rachel.
Thanks, Catalina. It's a pleasure to be with you.
Thank you. Now, Trump's Board of Peace was one of the flashiest announcements made at Davos. From your own perspective and from what you've been seeing, what role could this group that he's put together realistically play in stabilization and investment? And how is the private sector going to respond to it?
Catalina, I think that those are all really good questions that, in my mind, haven't been answered yet by this sort of big announcement. Now, Trump often makes large announcements and then takes opportunistic policies. His son-in-law, Jared Kushner, gave a speech at Davos talking about how private sector investment was going to be the key of rebuilding Gaza. But private sector actors are going to be waiting for security. They're going to be waiting for returns. And there's real uncertainty about what will happen to the people of Gaza and what will happen in the context of reducing Hamas's role. In a way, in my mind, this expansion to potentially work on other conflicts by broadening it may actually distract from the goal here. And as you say, the absence of some key leaders, many NATO members is a bit of a red flag and a question mark about whether it will just be headlines or whether there will be action that stabilizes the region.
And Rachel, I think we were all a bit scared that perhaps Trump was going to escalate things at Davos. This was something to look out for. But now it does seem that the mood at Davos ended on a better note than it started, partly because thanks to Trump pulling back on Greenland, stepping back from tariff threats and military action, for example. So how significant is this for de-escalating tensions, and what does it mean for global investors in the near term?
Yeah. So I think in a way, this is a reminder and vindication maybe for Klaus Schwab and the proponents of Davos about why having a place for global leaders to meet, and corporate ones as well, can lead to deals being done. We know Trump likes to escalate to de-escalate. Maybe there was some timing there. But I think even if this is added to the laundry list of the tariffs that Trump has not implemented, he's threatened but not implemented, as well as those he has, I think there is a lot of trust lost within NATO and with key allies from this episode. From an investor standpoint, I think a number of large institutional investors in Europe and around the world continue to look and say, maybe we don't want to have our U.S. treasuries unhedged. Maybe we need to invest more at home, particularly as one of the lessons from this episode in Europe, in places like Canada, will be that they need to invest more on the defense industrial base. So we may see more home bias of investment, and we may see more competition for capital. So U.S. equities, especially the tech-oriented ones, may still do well, but U.S. interest rates are likely to stay high, and that may have implications even for borrowing rates in the GCC as well as around the world.
And Trump's Greenland comments and this tariff withdrawal have already moved and destabilized markets and sparked questions about this U.S.-European economic relations. Macron even mentioned a potential trade bazooka in response. We saw that this week. So what impact could this Greenland episode actually have on transatlantic cooperation and global investment confidence? Because I don't think the parties involved will actually let this go that quickly.
No, and I think this is a time of more backup plans and scenario analysis, tabletop exercises. The bazooka, in a way, that Macron was referencing, this anti-coercion instrument that the EU created, they started work on it during the first Trump administration, and it was triggered by concerns about how both China and the U.S. were putting too much pressure on the European Union. Now, the Europeans prepared tariffs last fall, but they didn't end up implementing them. So they are ready to go. In practice, it's always difficult for all of the EU or even the majority of the EU to agree on retaliation. But what I think this tells us is that the Europeans and other countries may be ready to do retaliation if their core interests are at stake. For now, I think we've stepped back from the brink of another trade war or a re-escalation of a trade war that was starting last year. But this will mean companies will have to be on edge about whether these tariff threats, whether investment threats could come back to the table. And I think we will see continued development of parallel markets and some fragmentation within sectors. And all of this is not going to be great for global growth. But there are countries more able to hedge that may be able to take advantage of it, of this dynamic. So nimbler, corporate interests as well spent a lot of time this week lobbying and asking for policy predictability. I'm not sure they're going to get it anytime soon, but that's definitely what the companies I speak to are looking for.
Rachel Ziemba, thank you so much for all this microeconomic insight on all of this geopolitical tornado we're living through.
Thank you.
Let's continue this conversation with former Norwegian MP Christian Tybring-Gjedde. Mr. Tybring-Gjedde, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. It does seem that the sides involved here may eventually have to find some kind of solution here, right? Because the United States doesn't seem to appear to be backing down from its interest in Greenland. If and as that pressure continues from the United States, you've actually put forward a proposal that might have been controversial in the past. You suggest a joint NATO protectorate for Greenland. So can you explain what you're proposing here and how it would work?
Well, I think that this should be done in diplomatic ways. And I think it's unfortunate that the U.S. president is bringing this up on his own behalf. And you need to have the diplomatic relations, talking to Denmark and talking to the NATO nations. And I think it would be an idea to have a protectorate on Greenland by all 32 members of NATO, securing self-governance for the Greenlanders, and having also investments for defense equipment and all kinds of equipment you need to defend the Arctic and also defend Greenland. It means it's a win-win situation. And with regards to the minerals that may be there, I think it's important that these are being exploited as a NATO, and because all nations need those critical minerals for their own defense industries. And I think that would be a good idea. That will also mean that Greenland would benefit economically from this. And so I believe this could be a win-win situation. It's good for NATO, good for cooperation between the NATO nations, and it's good for the region, good for Denmark, and also good for Greenland.
So you've just mentioned it. How about we get more into this specifically, because you describe this as a win-win situation or as a compromise solution. In practical, specific terms, what are the main benefits under this framework that you've just described? What would this look like for Greenlanders themselves, for Denmark, and for the United States?
Well, I believe that the United States is a part of NATO, and when you have 32 nations having to do this together, you get closer together. Right now, the NATO seems to be splitting apart, and it's you have Eastern Europe NATO nations, and you have the US, and then you have another part of Europe. I think we need to get together, and if you can do this together in order to protect Greenland and protect the Arctic together as a alliance, I think it's important in itself. And I think Greenlanders should be self-governed with local issues. They should take care of it themselves. And I think they should all benefit economically. With Denmark is one of 32 nations. Of course, they will have to change the relationship with Greenland doing this. But right now they are subsidizing Greenland, and they don't have to do this in the future because the investments and the jobs that are being created by joint investment by 32 nations mean that the economic situation for Greenland would be better. They get jobs, and they can all protect their culture, their history, and also their language. This should be no problem, but you have to do it in diplomatic ways, not to enforce this.
And you've also sent us a document where you've also pointed out to comments by former U.S. Vice President Mike Pence, where he is warning that Russian and Chinese activity in the Arctic pose a real security threat, and he justifies a stronger American role in Greenland. So based on the facts you've seen, do you believe there is a concrete threat from Russia or China in Greenland, or is that danger actually being perhaps overstated here to actually justify this greater U.S. control that we're discussing right now?
Well, I take it that President Trump take this as a security issue. He may be consider Greenland as something different, but I look at it security-wise, and I think China and Russia, if they're not there now with submarines and ships in the near, but in the future, this is a good thing for all of Europe and all of the democratic of Europe to have this protection in Greenland. If they know they're there, know you're there, it will be very difficult for them to get closer. So I think it's a smart thing to do. And I know that missiles are going fast from the Kola Peninsula over Norway and also to the U.S. from the Kola Peninsula, meaning that Greenland could be in the way, and it can have this dome that President Trump is talking about, meaning that defense of the U.S. is strengthened by the dome in Greenland. But we should do this together because we are an alliance, not by one nation's doing it on its own.
Christian Tybring-Gjedde, thank you for joining us, and thank you for your perspective on the matter.
Thank you.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has addressed the World Economic Forum in Davos, saying nothing has changed on the ground in Ukraine. He criticized Europe's inaction as Russian oil continues to fund the war, while calling a U.S. backstop essential and questioning NATO's ability to act without American support. He spoke shortly after a private meeting with Donald Trump, which he described as productive and substantial. Meanwhile, Trump says peace talks are getting close, with U.S. envoys preparing to meet Russian leaders in Moscow. We can now speak to Defense and Secretary Analyst Tobias Elwood. Tobias, thank you for joining us today.
Good afternoon.
Now, U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff has expressed optimism that a peace deal to end the war in Ukraine is close, saying there's just one major issue left to resolve. The Kremlin, however, we've seen, has declined to comment on that optimism ahead of this meeting with President Putin. So why do you think Moscow is holding back from endorsing this progress mentioned by Witkoff? And what is this major issue left to resolve?
Well, we've had perhaps a bit of a pause in focusing on Ukraine, but it's thanks to Zelensky reminding us at Davos that this remains the central concern, security concern in Europe. And the war now goes on into its fourth year. And the reason why President Putin is confident that he can continue fighting is because he sees, as you've just been discussing, a real rift between America and Europe over NATO. And if NATO is split, then that gives him freedoms to pursue his strategies across Eastern Europe. We've not been able to put the fire out in Ukraine, partly because America has not been there fully committed to help Europe. So Putin is quite right to look at this deal and say, well, we can keep talking. I can go to summits in Alaska. I can join table discussions. I'll send my envoys everywhere. But the reality is the war will continue.
That's right. And at the same time, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner are in Moscow and are set to meet with President Vladimir Putin while President Zelensky is talking with world leaders, including President Donald Trump, in Davos, which is so important, as you just mentioned. Do you think that these parallel diplomatic efforts will actually help accelerate the peace process between Russia and Ukraine? Realistically, should we actually expect a breakthrough anytime soon?
No, I think we really are being led down the garden path here by America and by Russia. Look at the bigger picture here. What is America after? It's not after solving the war to help Ukraine, to help a democratic country, part of Europe that's been invaded. He simply wants to have a better relationship with Moscow, to bring Putin in from the cold so he can strike a minerals deal with Putin. He's even invited Putin to join his curious board of peace. This is Europe's arch enemy. So this is the bigger picture geopolitical challenges that we face, which actually make solving the Ukraine war all the more complicated.
Exactly. And you just led us to our next question, Tobias. That is that President Trump says the war in Ukraine is turning out to be probably the most difficult conflict to resolve, even though he initially thought that it would be an easy one. So why do you think Ukraine has proven so much harder than expected?
Well, firstly, you've got to give it to the Ukrainians. They are resilient. They do not want to give up a fifth of their country to Russia, knowing that all Russia will do with us, if a peace deal is signed, is to arm and regroup, and in a couple of years' time, do it all over again. And that's the big thing that Donald Trump doesn't understand. And had America, and indeed Europe, not been so timid, risk-averse in sliding across the assets, the munitions, the F-16s, the tanks, and so on, in good time, then we certainly could have pushed Putin back. But we've been hesitant, we've been spooked by this language, but it's not been helped by a less than committed America in actually helping this problem in Europe, which will only get bigger because our world is becoming more unstable, and it's countries like Russia, and we can add China to this as well, that are taking advantage of a more destabilized globe.
And what do you think will be the outcome of this meeting between Steve Witkoff, Kushner, and Vladimir Putin? There's also reports about a trilateral meeting, perhaps, between the U.S., Ukraine, and Russia.
Well, how many times have you reported on another meeting in Moscow, or another meeting in Geneva, or another meeting in Washington about to cross the line and secure a deal? It isn't going to happen because this is all about terrain. I just mentioned the fifth of Ukraine that Russia wants to keep. Which president, Ukrainian president, would ever agree to that? And even if it's put to a referendum, has been suggested to the Ukrainian people, they won't accept it either. The answer to the challenge that we have here is to finally stand behind Ukraine, give them the long-range missiles that they need, give them the munitions they need on scale so they can actually hit targets at range in Russia, then allow Ukraine to win. Then we stand up to Russia, and then Russia won't be such a threat in places like Greenland, which Trump uses as an excuse to say that's why he wants to purchase that part of the world.
So perhaps the message here is to hold off on any type of optimism there. Thank you, Tobias Elwood, for joining us and for all your insight today.
Thank you.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories making headlines today. The former girlfriend of pedophile financier Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, is set to testify before a U.S. congressional committee next month. Maxwell, who is serving a 20-year prison sentence for recruiting and trafficking teens, received a summons from the committee in August. Another commuter train has crashed against a construction crane in the southeast of Spain, injuring one person. The accident, which follows two other collisions that killed at least 43 people, has sparked calls by a train drivers' union for a 3-day nationwide strike over safety standards. 2 people have died and several people are missing after landslides ravaged parts of New Zealand's east coast today. Rescue efforts are currently underway to find people trapped under rubble, but authorities say there have been no signs of life for hours. Australia's police are on search for a suspect that allegedly shot dead 3 people and left 1 person hospitalized. Local media are reporting that the incident, which occurred in a small town in New South Wales, is a domestic violence attack. Japan has restarted its first nuclear reactor since the Fukushima disaster of 2011. The government shut down all of the country's nuclear plants following the tsunami and meltdown 15 years ago. Now the energy-scarce country is restarting its nuclear assets as it eyes its carbon-neutral goals. Chris Gilbert reports.
15 years on from Fukushima, and the Tokyo Electric Power Company is rebooting its nuclear plants once more. The company, known as TIPCO, put the Kashiwazaki Kariwa reactor in Niigata Prefecture back online on Wednesday. It's a landmark moment for the country's return to nuclear power. TIPCO was also responsible for the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear plant, which melted down after the 2011 earthquake and tsunami. The restart of the nuclear plant in Niigata is a milestone in what the government says is part of the country's recovery.
The Kashiwazaki Kariwa plant is the first of TIPCO's nuclear reactors to go back online since the Fukushima disaster in 2011. TIPCO's been working hard to convince people in Niigata Prefecture in recent years that it's made upgrades to secure the plant from natural disasters.
Most of Japan's 33 reactors are on coastlines, and safety concerns about earthquakes and tsunamis remain. Local fire responders in Niigata have been drilling for an emergency.
We ensure that protective gear is worn securely and fits tightly. Next, speed is crucial. Our goal is to complete preparation and gear up as quickly as possible.
The memory of Fukushima is still raw for many. At least 20,000 people remain permanent evacuees from that disaster, and not all Niigata locals are won over by TIPCO's reassurances. Kazuyuki Takemoto remembers when the local plant was built.
I think the idea that TIPCO possesses immense power is an illusion. Especially after the Fukushima incident, the company is effectively bankrupt. The reason they seem to retain power is their collusion with politics. Their power is an illusion.
The restart still has a long way to go. One of the reactors at Kashiwazaki Kariwa isn't expected to come back online until 2030. 5 others may be decommissioned. Opponents say they will remain active to try and stop more reactors from opening in the future. Chris Gilbert, Arabiya English.
And Prince Harry has been in court again today, this time to support actress Elizabeth Hurley, who's also suing the publishers of the Daily Mail newspaper over alleged claims of unlawful information gathering. Elizabeth tearfully gave evidence, saying her dining room was bugged. It comes after the prince had an emotional day, giving evidence yesterday, saying the press made his wife's life a misery. Let's go live to Los Angeles to speak to royal commentator Kinsey Schofield. Kinsey, thank you for joining us today. So, as we just mentioned, Prince Harry became visibly emotional in court. He said that the Daily Mail made my wife's life an absolute misery. We've been reading a bit about that over the years. So from what we've seen so far, how big of a moment is this in his long-running battle with the British tabloids?
Well, it's completely irrelevant to the case. He doesn't meet Meghan Markle until well after these accusations he alleges take place. So the challenge for the court is that Meghan arrived, well after that period, central to these claims. It's really irrelevant. What stood out in the courtroom to me was how often the judge had to intervene, reminding Prince Harry that his role was to answer questions, not to debate the lawyer. Several observers described his demeanor as defensive, sometimes hostile. And remember, this is not a jury case. This is a judge-driven case. So the judge will ultimately decide who wins. Harry should probably toe the line and make sure that he doesn't get on his bad side.
And Prince Harry also has long blamed the press for the 1997 car crash that killed his mother, Princess Diana. This trial is being described as the final chapter, perhaps, in his battle with the tabloids, especially after winning an apology from Rupert Murdoch's British newspapers last year. So how much do you think this case represents as personal closure for Prince Harry?
Whether he wins this case or not, my hope is that it brings him a sense of closure, allowing him to focus on the future and the family he's built for himself in California. He is sacrificing irreplaceable time with his children right now to pursue this, and that reality should not be overlooked.
Yes, and Prince Harry isn't the only claimant here. There's figures like Elton John's husband, David Furnish, Elizabeth Hurley, as we reported earlier, who are also involved, amongst others. With all of these high-profile people taking action, what can these lawsuits really achieve? Is it mostly about personal justice for them, or could it actually change how the press operates in the UK?
The press operates dramatically different in the UK today than, first of all, there has been no tangible evidence presented at this time that these claims are true. In past cases involving Prince Harry, we've seen proof of bugs. We've seen proof of somebody hacking a phone call. We haven't seen that so far. This is all their word. Until we see that, I think that it's hard for us to make a judgment in this particular case. But the British media, and according to the Daily Mail, their reporters had intense sources. There are pictures of Rebecca English hobnobbing with Prince Harry on polo fields, and that's one of the people he's accusing. So I think that the British press has straightened out quite a bit since 2013, to be quite honest with you. And if we're taking Prince Harry's word for it, it is about holding those previous individuals accountable.
Yes, and how much of a turning point, Kinsey, could this court testimony be in what's the broader fight for accountability in the press, especially UK tabloids, which have a history of being so brutal? So what actually makes this case stand out?
The high-profile celebrities that are attached to it, the amount of high-profile celebrities that are attached to it. We'll have to wait and see what the verdict is. With Harry and Meghan specifically, Harry being the one involved, these are not very sympathetic characters. Harry wrote an entire book invading his family's privacy. So, you have to sit back and wonder if a judge is really feeling sympathy for Prince Harry when he's watched Harry sell secrets from his own family. The judge is going to, I imagine, judge everyone at the same time based on specific tidbits. But it's really a wait and see situation at this point in time.
And Elizabeth Hurley, we reported, also testified today. So what has she said in court, and how does it compare to Prince Harry's testimony? Perhaps she has a bit more sympathy from the audience and from the court?
Yeah, I think that Elizabeth Hurley does generate a lot more sympathy than Prince Harry does. And she has specific instances. She's giving specific examples. We'll have to see if her team actually has that tangible proof, and it's not just her saying, I felt like this was going on. Prince Harry said, well, they had to be listening to my phone calls. My friends simply wouldn't link. Elizabeth Hurley has a little bit more credibility, I believe, but we have not seen any tangible evidence as of yet.
Kinsey Schofield, thank you so much for your reporting on this.
Thank you.
Now, the nominations for this year's Oscars have been announced in Los Angeles. The 98th Academy Awards will take place in March, and the horror film Sinners is up for a record number of 16 nominations, whilst actor Timothée Chalamet has also made Oscars history after receiving a Best Actor nomination for his role in Marty Supreme. It makes him the youngest man to be nominated in the category 3 times. Now let's get the latest with showbiz reporter at the Daily Mail, Stephanie Tecci. Stephanie, glad to have you back on the program again. Last time we were talking about the Golden Globes. Now talk us through the Oscars.
Well, it is very exciting, and we've had some amazing headlines that have come out. Like Sinners has been the real star of the show today. 16 nomination. It smashed all records, including for Titanic, which had 14, and La La Land. But you know what's been so surprising and quite shocking is Sinners belongs into the horror genre, and that's usually a genre that doesn't really do well for the Academy. But I feel like this film defines, even expands more than the horror genre. Like, it's technically daring, it's socially charged, and also the performances from people like Michael B. Jordan, it's of a prestige level. And if we're talking about money for the genre now, we're looking, it banked $368 million worldwide. So I think all of the nominations are definitely credible for this film. But I'm not getting excited too soon, because what happens, we hear films like this in the past, they rack up the nominations, and then on the night they might pick up at best 5 or 6, but it has done well so far to be recognized for 16 of these nominations.
And there's also lots of talk of Timothée Chalamet, who's also made history as the youngest man ever to earn the Best Actor's Oscar nomination, this time for his role in Marty Supreme. So with so much buzz around this performance, do you think this could finally be the year that he wins an Oscar?
There's so much buzz around Timothy at the moment, and I do feel like the industry are ready to crown him as actor at the Best Actor at the Oscars. I think, you know, I watched Marty Supreme over the weekend, and I feel like there's just been this real progression for Timothée Chalamet. He's really come into his own as an actor. This is quite an authoritative role. He's quite mature, and I think compared to the other 2 times when he tried, this is a film where you can really see that he's come into his own as an actor. But he does have stiff competition. He's facing stiff competition from Leonardo DiCaprio, Ethan Hawke. So these are the big Hollywood heavyweights. But I think the Academy is ready to crown a new fresh face.
And there's also been some snubs, Stephanie. Talk us through the ones that have actually caught your eye this time around.
Oh, the Oscars have been snubbing too much this year. Let's talk about Wicked. Now, Wicked in the box office, it's made $524 million, but the film did not even get a single nomination. So as you can imagine, Wicked fans, in particular Ariana Grande's fans, they have been going crazy on social media, saying that she should have received a nomination. Likewise, her co-star Cynthia Erivo has not received a nomination. It's such a big film. It's done well for cinemas, but we always find when it comes to Academy, these kind of films just fall flat. But it is a fall from grace for the film, because last year it had a staggering 10 nominations, and not to receive one this year is pretty shocking. Also, Gwyneth Paltrow, I thought she done well in Marty Supreme. She stars alongside Timothée Chalamet. It's been 10 years since we've seen her on screen, and again, she didn't get a nomination. And And Avatar, again, another film that's done amazing in the box office, is raised $1.3 billion, but it's only got technical nominations and none for Best Picture, which was quite shocking as well. So, you know, when we see these big blockbusters, we always think that they will do well on the night or even get nominations, but that just hasn't happened this year.
And Stephanie, we can't talk about the Oscars without talking about Leonardo DiCaprio, of course, and his film One Battle After Another that is set up for multiple nominations, including acting, directing, technical. After finally winning his first Oscar for The Revenant, this was in 2020, what is it about this role that has the Academy recognizing him across so many categories?
I think it's three big things. I think, you know, Leo, he's moved away from his baby boy charm that we see him on screen for. In this film, it's full of political intensity, emotional intensity, physical intensity. And I think what the Academy likes to see, especially for Leonardo DiCaprio, is when he takes those roles and he really transports the viewer to another world where you don't even think that is Leonardo DiCaprio on screen. And I think that he's done that very well. And I think for those three main areas of that emotional intensity that we see him deliver with this character is amazing. I think it could be his year, but as I said, he has a stiff battle from Timothée Chalamet. But I think it's so nice that he's been recognized for this role because he's only had one Oscar, and I think he needs a bit more. I think this is one of the films that he definitely deserves it for.
And this I found interesting, Stephanie, you mentioned to us before, the Academy appears to be embracing international films more than ever this year. For example, Brazilian cinema has also been a standout, with Wagner Moura winning Best Actor at the Golden Globes already with his film The Secret Agent that earned multiple Oscar nominations. Do you think this points to a real shift towards recognizing global cinema at the Oscars?
It's been a long time coming. I think before, when we used to look at the international categories at the Oscars, they just used to be that kind of flimsy category that no one would take seriously now. But global cinema, I would say, has saved the film industry with the amount of money that's being pumped in from the Middle East, Africa, South America. All of these are big industry, which is not only producing talent, but it's also producing finance for the industry, which is dwindling. And I think a lot of these subtitle films now, even you're getting so many English viewers who just want to watch them because the storylines are so gripping. So I think for once now, Hollywood has woken up and said, actually, it's about time we give the international talent the credit where it's due. And also the people who are voting now, about 20 to 25% of the members now are international. So now that we've increased the membership for international Academy voters, it means we're going to be seeing these kind of films highlighted more.
Stephanie Tecci, thank you for joining us as always, and please do come back with all the updates.
I will be back.
Now let's take a look at the top business news. Gold steady today after a more than a 1% fall after President Trump scaled back his EU tariff threats. The precious metals performance follows the Goldman Sachs optimistic view that prices for 2026 will be up by $5,400. American billionaire Jeff Bezos plans to launch more than 5,000 satellites to create a new internet network which will compete with Elon Musk's Starlink. The network, which will be rolled out next year, is expected to have a speed of as much as 6 terabytes per second, which is faster than rival services. And now a reminder of our top stories. Trump launches his Board of Peace in Davos with 19 countries, but UK and Europe voice concerns over Russia's involvement and Greenland tensions. Zelensky tells Davos nothing has changed in Ukraine as he criticizes Europe's inaction and questions NATO's effectiveness. The horror film Sinners and actor Timothée Chalamet break Oscar nomination records as this year's contenders for the 98th Academy Awards are announced. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to the Dailies. International headlines were dominated by one story: Donald Trump's Davos showdown over Greenland and the sudden backtracking that followed. Today we'll track how the story played out on both sides of the Atlantic. In the US, Davos was framed as Trump creating a crisis, then stepping back with a vague NATO framework deal. In Europe, the focus was on coercion, sovereignty, and a growing fear that this isn't a one-off spat, but a turning point in the transatlantic relationship. In America, President Trump's speech at Davos was the major headline for political and foreign policy desks. American outlets framed Davos as Trump creating a Greenland crisis, then backtracking, ruling out force, and shelving Europe tariffs, while pitching a vague NATO framework. Coverage also stressed market backlash and allied resistance as the real trigger and highlighted how unclear the deal actually is. Newsweek captures the whiplash of Trump's Greenland strategy. After days of threatening tariffs and hinting at force, he abruptly declared a framework deal with NATO that pauses the punishment and shifts the story towards Arctic security. Also, the piece lays out what's known so far, which is a vague promises about Golden Dome Missile Defense Corporation and potential mineral access, while highlighting the uncertainty underneath it all. It also notes the key tension. Trump talks in sweeping ownership-flavored terms, but NATO's Mark Rutte insists sovereignty wasn't even on the table. The Economist argues that Trump's Davos retreat on Greenland only masks a deeper danger. He still wants ownership and shows contempt for NATO. The analysis contends the episode proves he can be pressured, but also that trust in U.S. alliances is eroding fast. Greenland, it notes, offers America little it doesn't already have under existing treaties, yet Trump used it to test leverage. It concludes Europe must toughen up, prepare retaliation, and plan for a future where NATO might not survive. The Wall Street Journal frames the U-turn as the product of intense back-channel diplomacy with NATO and key European leaders who combined incentives on Arctic security with warnings about the costs of breaking NATO. The piece addresses a possible framework deal, including expanded U.S. basing rights, tighter Arctic security cooperation, and also a veto-first refusal on Greenland mineral investment. All that, of course, to block China and Russia. The piece portrays Davos as the pressure cooker where Trump's theatrical threats met market backlash, allied unity, and geopolitical reality. Politico, on the other hand, portrays Europe reaching a bleak conclusion. Even with Trump backing off Greenland tariffs at Davos, EU leaders now see the US as an unreliable and potentially hostile partner. The piece cites diplomats who describe Trump's Greenland push as the last straw after months of mounting distrust, from his rhetoric about allies to US support for Europe's populist right. Also, the analysis explains that that's why the Thursday emergency Brussels summit still goes ahead. It's no longer about tariffs, but about preparing for a permanent rupture in the post-war order. The New York Times goes a step further, saying the Greenland dispute has exposed a much deeper rupture. Trump isn't just pressuring Europe, he's openly showing contempt for its values and priorities. The analysis argues that even after Trump hinted at a possible deal with NATO chief Mark Rutte that could pause the tariff threat, Europe cannot trust it will hold. The piece also concludes that EU leaders now meet in Brussels to decide how to respond, whether to keep pushing diplomacy and at the same time probably prepare retaliation and a more independent strategy in case Washington swings again. Foreign policy contrasts two defining Davos moments: Trump's bullying theatrics over Greenland and Mark Carney's warning about a collapsing rules-based order. The piece recounts how Trump initially avoided the issue, then demanded immediate negotiations for Greenland, threatening that Denmark could comply or face consequences. It goes on to say that hours later, the president softened, announcing a vague future deal and pausing tariffs without explaining the point of the crisis. The piece argues that Trump's speech leaned on distortions about NATO and sovereignty, while Carney delivered the moral counterpoint. Middle powers must stop appeasing, act together, and defend legitimacy, law, and alliances in a world sliding towards jungle rules. In Europe, things weren't that different. European media largely framed Trump's Davos speech as coercion dressed up as diplomacy, with Greenland treated as a sovereignty red line, not a bargaining chip. The president's sudden backtracking was covered as a tactical climb down forced by pressure, markets, NATO, and European unity, rather than a real change of intent. Handelsblatt asked whether President Trump has a script writer after all. The piece delivered a scathing take on Trump's Davos address, portraying it as chaotic, repetitive, and also suggesting he either lacks or ignores serious speech writing. It highlights Europe's reaction as a mix of fear and fury as Trump shows contempt for legal norms and for former allies. The piece frames Greenland as the clearest symbol of his neo-imperial mindset, heavy on threats and bravado, light on credibility. The piece concludes the speech was unworthy of a president. David Charter argues in the Times that Trump's Greenland U-turn wasn't weakness, but classic leverage. He let threats hang to test NATO unity, rattle markets, then claimed the framework as victory. The author argues leaders shouldn't obsess over his aide's firebrand talk, but read Trump's negotiation playbook: extreme opening demands, unpredictability, and truthful hyperbole drawn from the art of the deal. As for the lesson, Charter says we should listen to what Trump actually says, expect compromise, but never assume bluster is harmless. The Telegraph frames Trump's Greenland deal as a face-saving workaround rather than true annexation. A draft Davos framework modeled on the UK's Cyprus base areas would let the US designate parts of Greenland as sovereign military zones treated as US territory. The piece explains that that would expand operational freedom, bypass some Danish permissions, and also potentially open access to mineral-rich areas and Golden Dome assets. The analysis suggests NATO officials sold it as a pragmatic way to defuse the crisis while containing Trump's maximalist rhetoric. And we'll end with Le Monde, which argues that France's small troop deployment to Greenland is not symbolic theatre, but a serious strategic move. The article highlights Arctic endurance mission, answers Trump's escalating threats and pressure campaign, and also helps European allies gather real operational knowledge in a harsh polar environment. It also explains that a tiny reconnaissance team can map logistical challenges, secure key infrastructure, and also prepare for larger deployments later. It adds that the exercise also signals unity, blocks any US fait accompli, and also reframes Greenland as a vital security linchpin, not an empty prize. That's it from us today. Thanks for watching the dailies, only on Al Arabiya English.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Bali, home to some of the warmest, most welcoming people in the world, Bali. Travel the city and you're sure to be greeted with friendly smiles and accommodating locals. The people of Bali are known for being patriotic, and they would go out of their way to make tourists feel comfortable and make sure that they get to see the best of the city. For one, Bali is known for its rich culture and heritage. For the Balinese, religion is integral. There are in fact over 20,000 temples on the island, dedicated especially for spirituality and community. The city is also alive with festivals and ceremonies characterized by traditional Balinese dance, music, drama, and local cuisine that every tourist would definitely want to be a part of. Bali is also known for its breathtaking natural resources. You should see its picturesque rice terraces, soaring volcanoes, pristine crater lakes, sacred caves, and lush tropical forests. Many visit Bali for its tropical beaches, while its dramatic coastline never fails to impress. Waterfalls are also popular in Bali, as the city has a lot to explore. Visitors also like to try whitewater rafting in Bali, try the high ropes courses, or visit the Kintamani volcano. Kuta is a mecca for surfers and backpackers looking for lively nightlife and great waves. The botanical garden is also said to be one of the best in the world. Bali is also great for shopping. Popular marketplaces are found in Kuta, Ubud, and Sukawati. You're sure to find endless rows of stores selling a variety of knickknacks. For more unique finds, you should visit Seminyak. Seminyak is Bali's answer to the hipster movement, where eclectic bars, cool cafes, and chic international boutiques fill the streets. Food in Bali is just as amazing. Almost every warung or local eat shops offer the best local dishes, from satay ayam to soto ayam to nasi goreng. It's where you get to eat delicious meals for very affordable prices. But there are also fine dining restaurants in Bali that will serve all kinds of food. The city, after all, takes on many influences from all over the world. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
I am Catalina Marchand-Abreu, and you're watching Arabiya English. From politics and religion to climate, war, and technology, 2025 was a year that reshaped the world and left headlines that won't be forgotten. In U.S. politics, starting with U.S. President Donald Trump, who takes office for a second term, setting the stage for high-stakes politics. Trump then appoints Elon Musk to lead the Department of Government Efficiency, which by May had cut staff across multiple federal agencies, including USAID. And in February, a fiery Oval Office meeting between President Trump, Vice President J.D. Vance, and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky made headlines that resulted in Zelensky's abrupt departure from the White House.
You should be thanking the president for trying to bring an end to this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine that you say what problems we have?
In global conflicts, in June, Israel attacked Iran's nuclear sites, sparking 10 days of escalating conflict. The USA further escalated the conflict by bombing 3 of Iran's nuclear facilities. And October brought a U.S. brokered Gaza ceasefire deal, temporarily halting the Israel-Gaza war. In religion, the Catholic Church mourned Pope Francis, who died at the age of 88 on Easter weekend. He was succeeded by Pope Leo XIV, the first American pope in history. In space, NASA astronauts Suni Williams and Butch Wilmore returned safely to Earth after being stranded in space for over 9 months due to spacecraft issues. In economy, Trump's Liberation Day tariffs imposed a 10% tax on imports, sending worldwide markets into a spiral, sparking international negotiations. And finally, to close the year, Netflix shook the entertainment world in December by announcing a major deal to acquire Warner Bros. For $72 billion, integrating HBO and major franchises. 2025 was a year that shaped our world and set the stage for what's next. In 2026, world news will be dominated by ongoing geopolitical conflicts, the accelerating impact of AI, major elections in key countries, and high-profile global events like the FIFA World Cup. While major news for Saudi Arabia in 2026, centering on Vision 2030, featuring significant economic shifts, updated real estate laws, and high-profile international events. Stay tuned for all of these major developments in the new year.
are here in Davos, in the World Economic Forum, where geopolitics is really taking center stage. What do you think are the geopolitical themes that will affect how we do business in 2026, globally and especially in the MENA region?
So I have to say, Nadine, first of all, thank you for having this conversation. It continues from the previous conversations that we have. I have to say that geopolitics, AI, happens in every conversation here. You talk about them. But I think the other piece that is coming through is that there is growth. The world is still growing. So there are many black swan events that are happening around us, but the world continues to grow. Now, a couple of things to just unpack that. One big theme that is emerging today is this concept of physical AI. So this is not just AI from what we use in our consumer format, which is maybe a ChatGPT or something like that. It is really how AI shows up in our manufacturing systems, in our production lines, in our supply chains, and how the people who do that work there can touch and feel AI and see AI something that's real for them and not something that's talked about in headlines. And I think what's happened from 25 to 26 is that we have real examples of how this has already taken shape. The energy industry is leading that work in physical AI, and therefore the MENA region can be really a path-breaking innovation hub as we see physical AI taking shape.
Can you give us an example?
So I think last year, same time, I was talking about the potential for autonomous in the energy value chain. Just in the last 2 months, the first few of our autonomous control rooms in the energy supply chain, actually in refineries, went live. They did their pilots, and we are likely to have them running at production scale in the next 2 or 3 months. Basically, what it means is you can predict events in a refinery and in energy value chain and take corrective action even before that event happens.
So this gives us a flavor of the changing role of Honeywell. Honeywell traditionally had been linked with the energy sector in the Gulf region. But now with Gulf countries diversifying their economies, there's an evolving role that Honeywell is playing. Can you tell us more about that?
So Honeywell is evolving itself. Just a quick update there as we continue our process that we've announced of the strategic transformation. Our aerospace business is on path to be a separate company. The Honeywell company that remains will become a pure play automation focused company. And what that does is we have 3 areas that we make an impact in. It is buildings, it is process, and it's industrial. So we were known primarily for process technology, but I think the building automation, process automation, and industrial automation are the 3 areas where in the Gulf region also we have significant presence and doing a lot of work. Buildings is a great example. All the giga projects that you hear about in Vision 2030 and beyond in Saudi are great examples of what we're doing in terms of giga projects. So there's a long list, of course, and we work through them.
So I'm going to ask you about the opportunities that you see in the diversification plans of countries like Saudi Arabia, for example, especially you mentioned now the giga projects, but there's also the industrial and logistical sectors, advanced manufacturing and others. What are the opportunities that you see there?
So
Honeywell?
Let me take that opportunity of physical AI. Physical AI is different in the sense that each part of the world will evolve differently on physical AI. Why do I say that? Because physical AI depends on what kind of industry verticals you are good at in a particular country. It depends on what kind of investments you're creating, in which part of the value chain you're creating investments, and most importantly, what people and skills are you starting with? What are your work practices? And that is what physical AI codifies and then enhances the capability for those workers going forward. I think in the MENA region, the unique opportunity, and especially in Saudi, is a lot of new greenfield investment is being set up in advanced manufacturing and in supply chain and logistics. So you don't have to go modify something in the brownfield. You can actually go create new infrastructure that is world-class ready infrastructure with physical AI at the get-go. So I believe that Saudi has a way to shape the world on physical AI.
How are you supporting national strategies, especially of Saudi Arabia, when it comes to specifically FDI, knowledge transfer, and digitalization?
So maybe I'll take 3 examples on each of those. On FDI, we are about to open our new facility in Spark, which will have a lot of local production, not just for Saudi consumption, but it's an export-based facility, and therefore it's FDI coming in, also enabling export of products, which is Make in Saudi. On innovation, we are in deep partnerships with Aramco and with Kouth. So we are actually working on the single stage crude to chemical process, and that announcement we made in February of last year. We are continuing to do that work both at the university level, at the company level. So that will be new innovation of technology. And finally, when it comes to skill enhancement, we are a very big part of the Saudiization and also bringing a lot of new talent from Saudi into not just Honeywell, but we also have a program where we take this talent globally, get them trained and bring them back into Saudi.
Let us finish with the question on your strategic priorities for the next couple of years in the MENA region. What are they?
I think very simply support the growth because there is so much focus on growth in Saudi and in the MENA region. We are deeply present. We are not new to the region. In every part of the Gulf countries, we have a local presence, but we are prioritizing. Saudi is very, very critical for us. We made it a separate region, and that gives us the strategic priority. We are connected for the new investments that will come in. The World Cup is a great example. We are continuing to support that process. The Giga projects will continue. The process technology work will continue. And we'll think about new innovation now coming in partnership with partners in Saudi.
Now it's time, and it will be done. That's the latest in a string of threats from President Trump claiming Greenland for the US. As far as the White House is concerned, it's only a matter of time. NATO and EU allies, though, think differently. But can they really stop a determined Donald Trump? That debate is coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
Filippo, thank you for joining us in this special interview. And let's start in with your reading for this year. We're at the beginning of the year, and you sit at the center of global capital flows. What is the single biggest shift you are seeing in global banking today, geographically and also structurally?
Thank you very much, Fatima. It's a pleasure to be here in Riyadh with you. So 2026, in our mind, will largely play out most likely as the last 4 or 5 months of 2025. 2025 started with big expectation, then for a variety of different reasons, some of those expectations of deal making did not materialize for the first, let's say, 8 to 9 months of the year, but then the last quarter of the year, things picked up very strongly. Large deals came back on the M&A front. We just need to think about EA or Warner Bros. And Netflix, or some other transactions that happen on the IPO side. So we expect, to a certain extent, 2026 to be a continuation of that theme, whereby deals will be at the forefront, large transaction will be possible, some cross-border transactions should be doable for a variety of different reasons. One, financing costs are still very low. The credit spreads are at the tightest ever in the history. There is a large backlog of transactions that we have been working on now for months, if not years, that most likely will come to market. And then I think there is a sense also, especially in the US, that the deregulation will facilitate transactions that otherwise might not have been possible. So all in all, we expect the year to be exceptionally active. In terms of themes and geography and industries, I would say for sure tech, healthcare, infrastructure, probably energy too, will be most likely at the forefront. And of course the United States, but also Europe and the Middle East will most likely be very active.
Geopolitics have been the breaking news since we kicked off 2026, and it is increasingly intersecting with finance. Venezuela is a clear example. From a global banking perspective, how do you assess today sovereign and country risks in markets where politics can quickly override economics?
before moving now to New York, I spent 12 years in Asia. And you quickly realize that every time we operate outside of the United States, as a firm, we are host, we are guests, in the countries in which we operate. And therefore, we have learned to, that the geopolitical winds at times blow in one direction, at times blow in a different direction. So what is important for us is that we don't react too quickly in one sense or in the other, but we try to form a long-term strategy that makes sense for our clients, for the communities, for the stakeholders, in the countries in which we operate, and try to follow that strategy over the long term. We have never left any country since ever, because whenever we enter the country, it's not that you enter and then if you don't like it anymore, you can exit. You bring a commitment to the clients, to the employees, to the local governments that you cannot rescind.
Are we underestimating how geopolitical changes or sudden changes can actually affect capital outflow in emerging markets?
I think the markets are not properly pricing the geopolitical risks globally. That I agree with you. Whether those geopolitical risks will have a disproportionate impact on emerging markets, honestly, I would not be able to say. I think there is an overall statement that the markets right now, especially the equity markets, are pricing things to perfection. And every time you price things to perfection, every bump in the road can have an impact. In that sense, geopolitical risks are probably at times not fully priced. In emerging markets, in certain countries, things could go in a direction, in other countries could go in a different direction.
How do you assess the impact of what's happening in Venezuela today on oil prices?
It is too early to say. Initial assessment was that the impact was going to be limited, and that's the research that we published at the beginning of last week. But as things become clearer and things will play out in the next few weeks and months, they might have a slightly larger impact than we currently understand.
On the impact also on investments from U.S. oil companies, most of the U.S. companies have sat down with Donald Trump, and they've all agreed that going back to Venezuela necessitates a huge amount of investments. And the current reports are saying they need probably around $100 billion. If we're talking about increasing production from 800,000 to what it used to be, around 3.5 million barrels a day. Is that doable today, considering the carefulness of how these companies have shared their opinions for the past few days?
I would go back to the point I made. It's a little bit too early to assess the situation in Venezuela, which I think is still largely developing. And therefore, right now it is premature, I would say, to just make an assessment. Things are not stable enough to be able to say, will there be an opportunity? How much will that cost? How should we consider it? The impact to neighboring countries, and so on and so forth.
So you don't see an immediate impact on oil prices, considering the situation
for
today?
the moment, we believe it's too early to assess, and therefore we don't think the oil price will react.
Will that apply also to impact on U.S. economy, on U.S. markets, even investors being quite confident starting the year with such breaking news?
Yes, if you look at it, the markets barely reacted. So the U.S. economy is definitely doing still very well. It's still exceptionally resilient. And rates, most likely, we saw the labor report last Thursday, which was surprisingly very strong. So we think the rates probably will remain stable in the U.S. We think the rates will remain stable in Europe too. So there is a sense of stability that is kind of coming along for the rest of the year that should be positive in terms of ability for deal making. When it comes to the US, inflation has not yet gone back down to the 2% original Fed target. It's still lingering around the 3%. There are questions of whether some of the trends that we are witnessing are inflationary in nature. And therefore, is there a risk probably that doesn't play out this year, but we could see more in 2027?
What kind of risks?
Related to inflation, that inflation comes back. Is there that something that currently we are not seeing, but towards the end of this year, beginning of next year, could we see inflation coming back up a little bit? That's a question. On the other side, oil prices coming lower could be positive from an inflation standpoint in the US. And the other question is productivity-led improvements coming from AI are not yet fully priced in.
So do you think that we are still entering a more predictable interest rate environment?
For the rest of the year, yes. We think we started the year with a view that there could have been a couple of cuts. At the moment, we seem to think that probably the Fed has done its course.
Should CEOs prepare at some point to higher for longer at some point mindset?
The higher for longer mindset is something that we have on the back of our minds because of a variety of trends that we are witnessing, whether it's the deficit the US is currently running, whether it's other global consideration, natural bias of treasury versus others, and so on and so forth. It will not play out this year. It is something that will probably play out later in the course of this decade.
Powell mission is about to end May this year. 4 or 5 names are at the forefront of who's going to be leading the Fed in the next few years. Who do you think is most suitable?
I honestly don't have a view.
Who's the markets?
I would never dare to comment. It's for you to make suggestions. I don't have a view.
How do you think the current situation when it comes to rates, lending, and the whole finance capital flows reshaping corporate borrowing, especially when we talk about M&A appetites?
So what you have witnessed over the last few years is the growth of the private lending, private credit initiatives, which definitely play a role, important role in sense of providing capital to borrowers that might be otherwise might be impossible for them to borrow. So there has been definitely a development in the US of these opportunities for financing that are outside of the traditional banking sector. This is one of the things, like for JP Morgan, we have announced last year at the end of January our $50 billion direct lending initiatives, which comes on top of the 15 billion that we have already done. And therefore, our strategy, for instance, in facing clients is to offer them an holistic approach, agnostically, in terms of we can do anything that you need as a client, from a direct loan to a syndicated loan to any other form of capital raising that could be helpful for you. There is definitely, in my opinion, there is a trend which is private and public markets are coming closer together compared to the way we used to think about it in the past, which was a little bit black and white.
Filippo, you've mentioned earlier that you are expecting some deals to take place that started in let's say the second half of 2025 to actually materialize this year. What will truly unlock the next wave, the real next wave of global deal making?
So I would say part of it is already unlocked with the ability to do large deals, large transactions. I think electronic cars is the best example of a large deal which we singly underwrote the debit component, and that transaction has important Saudi investors too. So the ability to do large deals, the market has accepted that is doable, and therefore I think that trend will continue. The reopening of the IPO market, I think it's probably one of the other important elements that should take place. Some IPOs happened in 2025. Probably it was in a smaller scale than we had originally expected. We believe that 2026 will be a year where the IPO markets could could reopen for good and we could see some large transaction come through.
When you say large transaction, what are we expecting this year in terms of M&A activity? What is the number that you might see happening?
If you think about last year was the second largest wallet ever in investment banking in history. The largest was in 2021, obviously, with all the things that happened during COVID. Last year was at around $120 billion. Last year was the largest at just over $100 billion. As things are trending right now, and as we look at the pipeline, it's foreseeable to expect that this year could be as big as, or as close as to 2020.
So around 100 billion.
Probably bigger than 100 billion.
How do you see the US markets in this year? I mean, they've had a fantastic year. There was a bull going on, especially when it comes to tech stocks, AI-related companies. Do you see this continuing this year?
At the moment, yes. It is probably will keep leading the way in terms of deal making across the world.
Let's move to the Middle East, especially if we're talking about the region, Saudi Arabia and the Gulf. Saudi has become the magnet for global capital from JP Morgan's. And here I want to hear from your bank point of view, from JP Morgan point, what is driving this shift? Are we talking about a structural reason or a cyclical reason?
First of all, we have been operating in Saudi for 90 years. We celebrated our 90th anniversary just before the beginning of the FII in November of last year, and it was a fantastic moment to kind of acknowledge how much the Saudi environment, Saudi economy has changed over the last 90 years. And now we have 150 folks in the office here, is our which will probably go to 200 in the near future. I personally think it's a structural change. There is a variety of reasons for it. Number one, the important infrastructure investments that are going on in the Saudi space are definitely shaping an interest, a global interest in this part of the world that unseen. I also think that there is a global South narrative. And from a global South narrative, I think that the Middle East could be the winner for a variety of different reasons. Ability to attract foreign direct investments, being appealing to the rest of the world, being logistically placed in the right place, geographically placed in the right place, and also the richness in natural resources. So I think it's a structural more than a cyclical change, and we are preparing it, and we are investing in the Middle East because we believe it's structural.
Do you think that global banks are adapted to have this, let's say, adapt a model that can be sovereign-led for a long time financing?
I think banks are, it's one of the things at times we criticize banks a lot as not being flexible, but I think we are really actually quite flexible as an institution. We can move and we can adjust ourselves to the clients and the realities that we are facing. So the answer is yes. I think that the interest for the Middle East is prompting, I assume, everyone, not only JP Morgan, to rethink about how to invest in this part of the world.
Filippo, CEOs today face a rare mix of pressure. Geopolitics, AI disruption, energy transition, a lot of risks. What is the most common strategic mistake you see companies making it today?
We overestimate the complexities and the impact of certain trends in the short term, but we grossly underestimate their impact in the medium to long term. So we make, at times I see, we meaning the business folks tend to make decisions based on short-term inputs rather than thinking about the long-term consequences.
AI and banking has become a very, very attractive subject, stories, articles to read, and they're everywhere. Where do you see genuinely AI changing decision-making when it comes to global banking?
So first of all, as JP Morgan has been deploying AI since 2012. Now, it has changed the way in which we operate, the way in which we use AI. Definitely, generative AI has changed more and more the way we think about it. and there is a component of agentic AI that now is coming into place. At the moment, as a firm, we have around 400 use cases where AI is used every day in the way we run the organization. It is aimed at achieving efficiency, productivity gains, ability to deliver better services to our clients in a much faster fashion, ability to absorb large quantities of data and drive to the conclusion exceptionally fast. So this is one aspect which I think is well understood. The next layer is how much AI can bring an increase in revenues by mining sectors, opportunities that otherwise we would not have seen, we would not have expected.
How much do you think it will bring in terms of revenues?
We have earnings tomorrow, so I'm not at liberty to say in case the CFO says something.
Filippo, you've spent decades at the top of the global finance, and in a world defined by uncertainty, for sure, what's happening on a geopolitical front, what is the most or the one leadership skill or threat quality that matters more than ever today?
I would say the ability, in my mind, the ability to see the interconnections around the various inputs that we receive, staying calm, don't overreact, read all the various inputs, and having the ability to match EQ and IQ in equal components.
Filippo Gori, co-head of Global Banking, JP Morgan Chase, thank you very much for this interview.
Thank you for having me, Fatima. It's been a pleasure.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Now, Saudi Arabia's aviation sector has seen rapid expansion in recent years and has a central part to play in Vision 2030. Well, the kingdom's growing number of airlines have a key part to play in meeting the goal of 100 million visitors by the year 2030. Well, as well as the new entrants to the market, like Riyadh Air, which we've talked about quite a bit on this show, the flag carrier, Saudia, has also a growing global presence, currently transporting close to 3 million passengers every single month. That is in addition to air freight. Well, last year, Saudia transported some 578,000 tons of cargo, and Saudia aims to rank among the world's top 10 air cargo carriers by the year 2030. Well, I'm joined here in the studio by Hashim Al-Sharif, who is the Vice President of Strategy and Business Development at Saudia Cargo. Thank you very much indeed for coming to see us.
It's an absolute pleasure. Good to be here with you.
Thanks. Now, they say that cargo numbers offer you some insights as to what the situation is looking like later on down the line on the passenger side. So how is the situation for cargo right now? What are your numbers looking like?
We're seeing an increase in the demand in the last few years since the pandemic, and that there's a correlation between the increase in demand because of the large number of aircrafts and recovery after the pandemics. The movement of goods has been steadily increasing in the last few years, and we've seen a growing demand across the globe, not only in Saudi Arabia, but also beyond, and that's helped us to connect the world together.
Okay, so tell us which are the sectors that are really fueling the growth in demand.
Nowadays it's about e-commerce. E-commerce has changed the shape of air cargo. We used to wait for months to get the shipments. Now it's a matter of days or even hours in some cases until you get the shipment from country to a country until the doorsteps of the clients.
Okay, so e-commerce is really giving operators like Saudia a massive boost when it comes to cargo volumes.
I will give you an example. Between now and 2023 and now in 2025, we have seen almost 39% growth between in 2 years only. And that's mainly driven by the young population of Saudi Arabia. And we have seen the demand of e-commerce is growing into the kingdom and even beyond the kingdom.
Right, so that's a massive boost to Saudi cargo.
Certainly.
You've got a young population in Saudi Arabia, which you mentioned as well, hence the correlation and the interest I expect with e-commerce.
Yeah.
What are your other strategic advantages, would you say? What part does geography play?
Location, location, location. We play in a strong part when it comes to connecting the world. We're sitting almost 6 hours from everywhere. We're connecting the east to the west through Saudi Arabia, and this is one of the parts we play to enable the kingdom to be a logistic hub. We transport goods from the east, from the far east, the likes of Indian subcontinent, into Europe, US, and beyond.
Okay, so let's talk about your fleet and your capacity. What have you got at the moment, and where are you planning to take that in the years ahead?
If we want to link it back to the increasing demand, we are sitting at 8 freighters today, and we have actually 2 more coming up in the next few months. So we're going to have 10 by Q1, and we're increasing demands, and there is an announcement coming soon of our plans to expand our fleet. That's when it comes to the air freighters. But we have access to over 170 belly aircrafts from Saudi and through different partners such as Sky Teams, which plays almost 20% of the world capacity when it comes to air cargo, with over 850 destinations.
Okay, so you got the freighters, you got the passenger planes, and this alliance that you mentioned in the form of Sky Team. Tell us about some other partnerships you've got there at Saudi Cargo.
We have just announced a few months back our partnership with the China Cargo. They're flying to the kingdom, and we were partnering with them to ship beyond KSA. It's a huge movement to our strategic partnership going on from the east to the west and linking them together. And we are working on more signings and partnership in the future coming up. As soon as we sign them, we will announce them shortly.
Okay, and you're right in the middle, aren't you, of that traffic between east and west, 100%. Very strategically positioned. Now, I know that specialty cargo tends to carry pretty healthy yields, high yields, I think it's fair to say.
Yes.
Some pretty unique requirements, especially when it comes to transporting pharmaceutical products and so on. What sort of an evolution, what trends are you seeing in that area?
Pharma has been always a constant, but it's required high specialty, as you have mentioned. We are certified to move pharma, lithium, dangerous goods from IATA, and that gives us an advantage when it comes to specialized and customized solutions. Pharma is becoming, it's a bit of a trend, not only now, but it's always been trend because of the sensitive time it has to be transported in. And usually it was transported from certain markets. Now we've seen an expansion when it comes to pharmaceutical from different parts of the globe. Be it from raw material, be it from distribution perspective. And we are part of that, basically enabling those routes to be active throughout the world.
Okay. We talk a lot about Vision 2030 on this channel. Where do you see Saudi Cargo fitting into that and supporting that vision?
Well, we're one of the biggest enablers. We're responsible for half of the volume coming to the kingdom. And we played a major role in last year's numbers. We, as Saudi Arabia, as a kingdom, surpassed a million tonnage, 1.2, if I can be more precise, throughout the kingdom. We have helped transform almost nearly 0.6 million of that volume throughout the kingdom. And we're expanding with the expansion of the fleet in the near future. We will help to reach that target a bit and in line with the goals of the kingdom, and also to enable the GDP of the country by moving and basically the whole supply chain when it comes to goods from real estate, from all of these elements, because of the transshipment of goods is all over the place.
Okay, so you're playing a really big part in that vision. We talk a lot about AI on this show, and I was thinking to myself as you arrived, what role does artificial intelligence play when it comes to your kind of operation? Are you finding a niche for it, a purpose for it when it comes to cargo ops?
Definitely. It's part of our basically strategy is to integrate AI in everything that we do. but we're doing it with basically in phases out. We're trying to utilize AI into basically calculating the profitability of a route, understanding the markets, reading the trends. Where is basically the supply is going to take, how long is going to take the supply, and matching the demand from different countries. Which areas that we need to focus on when it comes to developing countries versus already established market. All of these elements with AI, it gives you an advantage because it gives you time, speed, and accuracy, and access to different multiple databases.
And pricing models as well?
100%. Pricing is dynamic in our industry. So you have to be always on the run when it comes to pricing.
What's your overall outlook for air cargo when it comes to the region and more broadly for the rest of the world?
Air cargo is, we had a discussion in one of the forums. Air cargo have increased the demand significantly in the past. And people expected this is the spike. It only happened because of the pandemic. But if you look at it now, it's the consumer behavior has changed. Not only the business. People tend to shop more online than it used to be in the past. There are more apps, there are more platforms, there are more companies emerging every single day to enable e-commerce across the world. So the demand will always going to be in the rise when it comes to air cargo. There are subshipments that are becoming very sensitive to time. And the speed is a very crucial part of what they do. And this is the advantage of air cargo plays in when connecting the world together.
Yeah, when we order something online, we want to get it tomorrow at the latest.
100%.
In terms of competitiveness and keeping that growth momentum, what are your plans? How are you positioning yourself to make sure that your growth and your competitiveness are sustainable?
We are in the region where everything is growing. It's not only Saudi Arabia, but if you look at the top airlines and the top air cargos around the world, it's basically within its neighboring countries. And it's all have the logistics advantage of the location as well, but also they have ambitious goal as us. For us, we are trying to ensure that we are developing and connecting the world together by improving the services that we do, and we're offering unique products. One of the things that we are focusing on is to enable Saudi export to be available at the world shelves. That's the advantage that we have, that we're basically betting on, that we can have in the market internally and domestically that can give us an advantage versus the other competitors.
Okay, and what sets you apart, would you say, from all of the other cargo offerings in the market? What makes Saudi Cargo stand out?
It's basically the way we do business. It's a cyclical business, and we are being able to be steadily and agile in our strategy. We have seen this year a lot of cyclicality due to geopolitical disruption all across the world, but we remain steady because we have strategic agility and resilience when it comes to our company. We did not let it affect us. There are many countries that were closed their aerospace. Thank God that our countries and the kingdom policies is basically helped us to navigate through these tough times. So this is basically what we're relying on, our vision, our strategic positioning, and basically our strategic goals and objectives in the company, and our resilience in the past that helps going into the future with agility.
And just lastly, Hashim, some of my colleagues and I were wondering, what are some of the more unusual or exciting items that perhaps you've transported on Saudi Cargo?
It's not only exciting, we did it with pride. Last year, we transferred a lot of shipment and transported perishables from the kingdom and exported tomatoes and vegetables to Europe. And we found it in the European markets. And if you go to the supermarket, you will find Saudi vegetables and fruits. And that's basically was, I wouldn't say unusual, but we did it with pride for us because we know the quality of the product that we produce in this country, and having the ability to enable them and help them to be available at the global shelves, that's amazing. We also did shrimp to China, and we are working with our partners in the kingdom, one of the biggest dairy products, to be available in the Chinese market as well. There's a huge demand when it comes from that market, and we are ready to help. And we have partners in China are ready for us to transport this shipment to China as well. And then will be amazing to go to different world and part of the world, and you will find the Saudi product available at every shelf.
Okay, and before we started, you said you transported some horses every now and then, but you said that was quite normal. That wasn't particularly unusual.
That's not unusual for us. We are part of enabling the country a bigger event. We have the Saudi Cup, and we were transporting the shipments and the horses from different parts, from Liège, from different parts of Europe into the kingdom for the race. And for us, this is not unusual. Also, the biggest races that's happening in Saudi Arabia, we were basically transporting those cars into the kingdom, and next, the race will be in a different country. They will be there on time.
Well, thank you very much, Leigh. We really appreciate you sharing all of that with us. Hashim Al-Sharif, the Vice President of Strategy and Business Development at Saudia Cargo. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you. Pleasure.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Now it's time, and it will be done. That's the latest in a string of threats from President Trump claiming Greenland for the US. As far as the White House is concerned, it's only a matter of time. NATO and EU allies think differently. But can they really stop a determined Donald Trump? It's up for debate on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. In a recent interview, the UN Secretary General said some countries, including the US, think the power of law should be replaced by the law of power. And when it comes to Greenland, that seems to be exactly what the US is arguing.
If there were an attack on Greenland from Russia, from some other area, we would get dragged in. So better now, peace through strength, make it part of the United States, and there will not be a conflict, because the United States right now, we are the hottest country in the world, we are the strongest country in the world.
So, in other words, hand it over peacefully and no one gets hurt. The first blunt instrument the US intends to deploy is a 10% tariff on every European ally to stand in its way. In a revival of last year's trade wars, the EU is now considering reciprocation, and France's president even wants to activate a so-called trade bazooka against his NATO ally.
Germany and France are in agreement. We will not allow ourselves to be blackmailed. Europe will give a united, clear response, and we're now preparing united countermeasures with our European partners.
Tough talk aside, though, can European leaders really stop him? Especially when it appears President Trump has a Nobel Peace Prize-shaped axe to grind. In a message to the Norwegian Prime Minister, he said after failing to win the prize, he no longer feels the need to think purely for peace. Coming up, we'll debate if the annexation of Greenland is inevitable. What can Europe really do to stop it? And has the transatlantic alliance been irreparably damaged? Joining us for this debate is Jonathan Shaw, a former head of the UK's Special Forces and a former Assistant Chief of Defence Staff for International Security Policy. Will Chamberlain is joining us, Senior Counsel at the Article 3 Project and the Internet Accountability Project. And rounding out our panel is Stephen Jensen, former Norwegian Army officer who served alongside American troops both in Afghanistan and in Africa, and currently works as a strategy consultant and writer focusing on war and geopolitics. Welcome to all of you here on Counterpoints. Well, over the weekend, US President Donald Trump didn't just double down on his threat to annex Greenland, he's also warned European countries not to try to stop him. He says he'll impose a 10% tariff on any country that attempts to prevent the US takeover. He wrote on social media, "Now it is time and it will be done." So, Will, let's start with you. Will President Trump get his way? Is the annexation of Greenland inevitable?
I wouldn't say it's inevitable, but I think it's the likely outcome. I think that the likely outcome is that, eventually I think the European nations will realize that there is a price at which it makes sense to sell Greenland to the United States and sell the rights to Greenland. America being the dominant figure in the security umbrella, I think means that, we're footing the bill for an enormous amount of European and transatlantic security. Greenland's very close to us. Greenland is right in between us and my understanding. I mean, you guys might have better understanding given your more significant military experience, but it's right in between where, Russia stages its naval forces and a lot of its missile capabilities. And so if you actually look over the globe, that's Greenland's right in between that. So our presence in Greenland is really important. And also, I think, Greenland's making a lot of noises about wanting independence for the 50,000 people who live there to control the entire island and then be in a position to potentially make deals with either China or Russia. And we actually there was a major fight over that, I think back 5 or 6 years ago, where a Chinese company was coming in, attempting to build major infrastructure projects in Greenland. They've done this in other places too, where they basically allow these countries to invest in these infrastructure projects on spec, and then when they can't meet the payments, the Chinese state-owned companies just take over ownership of the infrastructure projects, which would be a huge problem for the United States. Thankfully, Denmark at that time put a stop to it. But, the fact is, I don't know that Denmark's even going to be able to stop Greenland from becoming independent of itself. And then we're reliant on the whims of 50,000 people in Greenland to dictate the security situation for 300 million people in the United States. I don't think that's really tenable for us. I think there's a lot of, and that's before we get to any of the economic reasons why investment in Greenland makes a lot more sense if we're in actual ownership of it. So I think, what I would urge the Europeans to do is to actually come to the table with a price, right? And if you think that price needs to be really, really high, then say that price needs to be really, really high. But at the same time, understanding that, I'm not in President Trump's head. I don't have a full picture of what he understands about Greenland's importance to national security concerns, but I got to think it's really serious given the amount of money he's suggesting he's willing to pay for it. So I think that's the best outcome.
All right. Jonathan, what do you make of that? I mean, Will sort of was, deferring to both you and Stephen with your security background. Put your security, military sort of hat on for us. Is this an inevitable military exercise? Is there a price that Greenland should be willing to accept to become part of the United States?
Okay, so take a rather different view. In 1951, the United States and Denmark came to an agreement which basically gave the United States total freedom to put whatever defense resources they wanted into Greenland, recognizing the threat in the Cold War. And indeed, there were quite a lot. There were thousands of American troops in Greenland at that time. What we've seen since 1951 is a steady reduction of United States forces in Greenland, to the extent now that, as my understanding is, there is only one base left that has any Americans on it. So if you're looking for who is responsible for the security of of Greenland, it should be it has traditionally been the Americans. And if you're looking for why those resources have gone down, it's because the Americans have pulled them out. So if Greenland is vulnerable, it's because the Americans have pulled their forces out. So they can easily solve that under the terms of the 1951 agreement by putting their troops back in there accordingly to their threat assessment. Now, if you ignore that and if you accept the logic of what Donald Trump is saying, that they need to own the country, which I dispute because they can do everything they want from a security point of view. They're already allowed to do it. But if you accept the principle that they need to own it, then, as you said at the start there is this thing called the GIUK gap, which is the gap between Greenland, Iceland, and the United Kingdom through which the Russian nuclear fleet would sail. And if you're concerned about American security, you want to secure the GIUK gap. Now, if you do that through NATO, that's fine. It's as the situation is now. But if you don't believe that the current levels of access are good enough, which is what Trump is just saying and what you, Will, were just arguing, as far as I understand it, then in which case Trump's next move will be to take Iceland and it'll be to take Scotland. And let's face it, he owns so many golf courses in Scotland, he might as well buy Scotland lock, stock and barrel. And who knows?
Would the English be really that upset if that happened? I don't know that the English would be all that upset if that actually happened.
I'd be very upset, actually, but there we go. So you see, there is a lack of principle here. It seems to me that Donald Trump can already achieve everything he wants to achieve from a security point of view under existing agreements, and if that is not good enough for him, then unfortunately that imperial prejudice, that imperial logic that he is articulating extends far wider than just Greenland and puts even the United Kingdom under threat.
I'm going to absolutely come back to that future threat, perhaps, that you raised there, Jonathan, about Iceland, Scotland next. I'm going to come to that a bit later in the debate, so I'm going to put a pin in that and turn over to you, Stephen. What do you make of that? I mean, the argument also that Will was putting forward that a very small population of Greenland could have a say in the population of the US if it's to be dragged into a conflict to protect Greenland. So is there something to be said for maybe peace through strength, as the White House likes to say?
Well, I think we Europeans as Americans believe in self-determination and sovereignty. The Greenlanders have had long discussions with Denmark about what the status of Greenland should be. They've decided that they want to have a degree of autonomy, but still is part of the Kingdom of Denmark. One of the good reasons for that is that Denmark is part of NATO, which brings us back to Jonathan's previous point. It's not just the case that the US has full access to Greenland, but it's also the case that the NATO treaty means that the US, as every other member of NATO, is currently obligated to defend every inch of Greenland as if it was their own territory. This is the core principle of NATO. It's an attack on one country, it's an attack on every other country. So, Norway, UK, Finland, Denmark, doesn't matter. All of us have a commitment to defend Greenland. Now, so if the Americans now are saying, well, actually, if we really want to defend it, we have to annex it first, then what they're also saying is, well, why should we then believe that they would defend or come to our aid and honor the treaty if Finnmark is under threat, or Scotland, or Iceland, or
Stephen,
any other
we did hear
of,
the US
of
Treasury
NATO.
Secretary saying that if NATO is forced to intervene in Greenland, though, that the US is going to be dragged into an unnecessary conflict. So is it not better maybe that Greenland is part of the US and we can avoid that conflict altogether?
No, I think that's completely turning it upside down. The reason why NATO is a strong deterrent is that if you go to war with NATO, you go to war with every country in NATO. Now, the United States is by far and away the strongest individual country in NATO, but it only makes up about 2/3 of the total capabilities. depending on if you count it by dollars. And the European share is growing very, very rapidly. Europe is spending about twice as much as it did in 2014. By breaking the alliance, which would be the unambiguous result of annexing Greenland, you're making an attempt on either Greenland or on other parts of Europe much, much, much more likely. And as Jonathan pointed out, if you want to control the North Atlantic, you not only have to control Greenland, you also have to control Scotland, you also have to control Iceland. If you want to control what's east of Iceland, you also have to control northern Norway. So if you're breaking your alliance with the countries controlling those areas, either you lose control of the North Atlantic or you have to invade everyone. It's an incredibly bad idea for both the US and for Europe to end NATO. It's an incredibly bad idea, which makes war far, far, far more likely.
We're going to come to NATO and to European alliances in our next chapter. So I'll get a hold on that and we'll come back to it because, Will, I want to bring you back in. Jonathan was sort of intimating there this idea of an imperial logic to sort of Trump's thinking here. I mean, do you see some credence in the critique of the president behaving as a bit of an imperialist over, you know, military alliances?
I mean, it's part of the American tradition. I mean, it's part of American history. I mean, we bought Alaska from Russia. We bought the Virgin Islands in 1925
Yeah, but not every
Denmark.
country is eager to repeat their history. Have we not learnt anything from imperial histories of the past?
I mean, what's the analogy here to, you know, that we're going to enslave the Greenlanders or something? I mean, I don't think that strikes me as the most unlikely scenario of various scenarios here.
Maybe enslave their natural resources. Is this really about security?
But I mean, I think it's all of the above, right? I think America does need to secure rare earth minerals. That's very important for American military security, and again, not just America, but NATO as well. And I mean, we had the Greenlanders themselves basically thwarted a uranium mining project on the island. I think that was a big thing. And there's only, I think, 2 active mining projects in Greenland. That was my understanding, or maybe that information is out of date. But the mainland of Greenland is massively undermined, and it's the 50,000 people who live in Nuuk who are saying, no, we don't want it mining anywhere on the island. All of this stuff is sort of coming back to the question of, is because Denmark is kind of willing to give more and more autonomy to the 50,000 Greenlanders over this entire massive island that is very, very crucial to American security and also the economics of which are very important to America. Like, can we just allow a world in which those 50,000 Greenlanders suddenly do a deal with China? So I think that to me strikes me as like the big overarching problem here that President Trump is probably trying to solve, although it's hard to get inside his mind because we don't know what the information he's looking at is. But I do have to say that I don't think, even in a world where we bought Greenland in the same way that we bought Alaska, I don't think that means we're going to invade Iceland or, God forbid, invade Scotland. I don't want to, that would be a very bizarre Braveheart Part 2, William Wallace throwing the Americans off of the beaches at Orkney or something.
What about the idea that this is unpopular with America? Oh, sorry, Jonathan. Yeah, you go ahead, and I'll put something back to Will after you've said your piece.
So it's an interesting one, isn't it? I mean, the trouble is with Trump's nakedly imperial ambitions is that it is already forcing people who should be natural allies of the United States to do deals with the Chinese, which can only be bad for the United States. Take Canada, for instance, who, let's face it, are much more dominant to the United States security than Greenland, and as Trump has said, is on his shopping list. Well, the reality is that what Mark Carney is doing is reducing the amount of dependence of Canada on American trade down to aiming below 50%, and is now doing deals with China, which must be making the American administration really disappointed and angry. So, already we're seeing that that Trump's behavior is achieving exactly what he claims to be trying to resist. So it's counterproductive.
All right, Will, respond to that.
No, I think there's actually some truth to that, honestly. Like, I think that I'm worried about what's going on in England. I'd like to see, probably not, I don't know if you'd agree with me on this, but I'm a big fan of Nigel Farage personally. I'd like to see him win. I don't think antagonizing the Brits and sort of creating problems for Farage where he has to distance himself from a long-term ally is great for him. So I think there's actually genuine truth to that. And I don't know that the administration has fully weighed the downsides of kind of what that does to the domestic political situation in other countries. So, that said, again, it's one of those situations where, Trump might have considered that or Trump might have just ignored it. I don't know. But I think that's a legitimately good argument against what President Trump is doing. But
all right. Well, I said I wanted to circle back to something Stephen was talking about earlier with regards to NATO and Europe. So let's move on to the second segment of our debate and look at alliances, because not surprisingly, we've heard some stern words out of Europe, but as yet, not a great deal of action. The UK Prime Minister was somewhat restrained, saying that calm dialogue and diplomacy was needed, whereas France and Germany were somewhat tougher, accusing the US of blackmail and threatening retaliatory tariffs. Stephen, in reality, do you think Europe can stop the US president? Are retaliatory tariffs enough to deter Donald J. Trump?
I think I'm even less capable than Will of getting into Mr. Trump's head. But I think the key thing here is not whether the US can take Greenland if it wants to do that by military means ultimately. The question is, what would be the consequence of that? The unambiguous consequence of using military means to take Greenland would be the end of the NATO alliance, which would be, for the reasons we discussed, an incredibly bad idea, both for the United States, even if it would hurt Europe even more. Perhaps it would, perhaps it wouldn't. I think on the way to that, there's obviously lots of other steps in the escalation, whether that is retaliatory tariffs or other things. I think just because the European leaders have been a little bit more circumspect about how to speak about this and have approached it with a bit less bluster doesn't mean that this isn't taken extremely seriously. And I think the most important way in which it's taken seriously is, until now, the understanding of most of the European leaders is that Trump isn't a huge fan of NATO, but understands that this is important and, this is not something he wants to break. At this point, I think that assumption has come seriously under question. Because if the Americans are saying, we actually don't want to, or...
Well, we seem to have had a slight issue with Stephen's audio and video there, so we'll look into that and come back to him. We'll pick up on what Stephen has been saying, though. Do you think that there is anything Europe can do that can deter President Trump if he decides that he wants to go ahead with this?
I mean, they can deter him from using military force, but I don't think that's what he wants to do. The one thing I am confident about the Trump playbook is he likes to make big demands and big threats and be seen as kind of crazy. And then, I mean, he's written about this in his books a million times, where he just makes some obscene first request or first demand to kind of set the anchor pretty far out. I'm pretty confident that President Trump just wants to buy it, that's what he wants.
Do you think that Europe can do anything to prevent that from happening? Is what I'm asking, I guess, can you visualize a world where Europe is going to stand up against the US?
I don't think they have the stomach for it. I think, and I guess the evidence of that is in the recent tariff deal, where, I mean, there was a lot of talk about retaliation, and Canada was willing to retaliate, but the European countries and the EU, even with the combined powers of the bloc, still settled for a 15% tariff and 15% tariff on the goods they sell to the United States and zero incoming tariff on American goods, which is just a dramatic reversal of decades of economic policy between the United States and Europe. So, and I think that at the end of the day, I mean, what Mr. Jensen said, we're 2/3 of the combined military capability, and you're getting all the European countries to agree on anything is an enormous challenge. Like, a lot of those European countries aren't going to be down with extremely confrontational tactics vis-a-vis the United States. So they're just going to have much more trouble resisting the United States. And also, eventually, there's just a number that makes too much sense, both for the Danes, for the Greenlanders, for everybody. I think that's sort of, people aren't, how much money is the United States willing to pay for Greenland? A lot, I think, under President Trump. Mm-hmm. And I think there's a number that, especially you can either take this huge sum of money and lose your rights to Greenland, or you can pay huge amounts of tariffs and deal with the job losses that result from that. I think that there will be a number that makes sense.
Do you think that that's the reality, Jonathan? Does Europe not have the stomach, as Will says, to go up against President Trump?
Well, I think we all keep waiting for Europe to discover the fighting spirit that seems to be curiously absent at the moment. And that is because we've been dependent on the United States for so long, and we've taken them for granted. And the dreadful peace dividend that we've been seeing since the Cold War ended, and boy, we've seen that dramatically in Britain, where defence spending fell from, back in 1982, I remember when we fought the Falklands War, our defence expenditure was over 4% of gross domestic product, and now it's somewhere hovering around 2%. And it's pathetic. And if you take the Americans out of the equation, we need to ramp up our defense spending way more than we used to be, because we need to fill the void left by the United States, who now everyone regards as an unreliable part of the team. But one thing we haven't mentioned is the fact that there is a major vulnerability in the United States that the United States has vis-a-vis Europe, and that is that Europe owns so much of the U.S. Treasury debt. And, people are saying that we could simply bring the United States to a halt by slamming up interest rates, or just refusing to hold the Treasury bonds. So you talk about, Will talks about the United States being prepared to pay any price for Greenland. The question is that America is so much in debt already. Where's it going to get that money from? The money markets. Well, perhaps Europe isn't going to buy the debt anymore. Once you stop buying American debt, America gets bust very, very quickly. And so it's a vulnerability that people talk about. Now, it would take some courageous move by Europe to do that. And given we didn't have the courage to didn't even have the courage to take the Russian money that is locked in a Belgian vault to buy out the Ukrainians, it seems unlikely. But nonetheless, it is a vulnerability. And if Trump keeps banging on about being imperial vis-a-vis Europe, then sooner or later the worm will turn and Europe will bite back.
Will they bite back, Will? Can you see that sort of reality where they just freeze the markets?
Well, I feel like maybe we're now in a world where I have a little bit more confidence than my guest, which is normally not how the rest of this discussion has felt, given that we've been discussing special forces and military issues. But we're suddenly in the world of economics, and I'm like, aha,
hit us,
I
Will.
studied that in my undergraduate degree. But the point being, there's a famous American philanthropist, wealthy guy by the name of John Paul Getty, and he had a great anecdote. He said, if you owe the bank $1 million, that's your problem. If you owe the bank $100 million, that's the bank's problem. And I think that when it comes to sovereign debt, the consequences of trying to do some sort of run on sovereign debt by either Europe or China, as has been often threatened, is actually would be quite suicidal. And that's one point in response to that. The other point is, I think sovereign debt doesn't quite work the same way. And I think this confusion it comes to bear in all sorts of different policy contexts. Sovereign debt is not the same as individual household debt, and especially sovereign debt of the world's superpower is not the same as individual bank debt. The United States is still, the country protected by the strongest military in the world, and it's, able to collect taxes from 300 million of the wealthiest people in the world. We have run the table on big technology. There was that graph that showed that the European Union is collecting more money in fines from American tech companies than it is in taxes from its domestic tech companies. That's not a good position for Europe to be in if it tries to get in some sort of economic war with the United States. It's just not. I think what much of this entire debate is actually sort of, basically Donald Trump holding up the mirror to Europe and saying, look at yourself. You're not capable of defending Greenland. You're not capable of defending your own economies. You're not capable of defending yourselves militarily. like, wake up. And if you actually look at the national security strategy that we wrote, it's us screaming, like, get control of your countries, right? Get control of your borders and build up your countries to the greatness of their past. I come from English stock. Like, I'd love to see the United Kingdom be, return a little bit to sort of its former glory. And I just, I hate to be weirdly arrogant and be like, you guys are weak, but I feel like that's a little bit what Trump is doing. He's holding up the mirror and saying, come on, guys.
Jonathan?
He's got a point. Oh, no, he's right. I mean, I've been banging on about it. I mean, we recently published a strategic defense review, which was actually a very good document analyzing the threats we faced in the world. It came before Trump became officially classified as a threat to the United Kingdom. But there you go. It's a good paper, the SDR. And in it, Britain declared, or the Prime Minister signed up to the fact that we needed to accept that basically we were at war. And therefore, we needed to prioritize that in government spending. And since publishing that document, he's done absolutely nothing about it, which rather comes back to the point that we're good at signing papers and making words, but not that good at actually doing anything about it. So I'm afraid, Will, I agree with you.
We still are having trouble reconnecting with our third guest, Stephen Jensen, so we will continue into the third phase of our debate with the two of you gentlemen. If we can get Stephen back, we will. This isn't the first time we've seen significant tensions between the US and its European allies. I mean, they've weathered the Suez Crisis in the 1950s. Germany and France were vocally opposed to the US invasion of Iraq in 2003. Allies don't always need to agree, but is this something different? Jonathan, has the trust in the US-EU relationship been irreparably broken?
Well, I don't know about irreparably, but it has certainly been damaged. The problem is that the United States government has always felt that the European Union has been a bit of a challenge. It has the same population. It has roughly the same gross money, theoretically. And so it can't be bullied around in the way that individual nations can. So, there's a lot of support in the United States for seeing the European Union not exist anymore. It's the same argument as Russia. You can pick off individual countries, whereas together we're much stronger. Now, as a keen Remainer, I was actually appalled that we voted for Brexit, because I think that was a real own goal. One of the bases of the Brexit decision was to rely more on the United States, which is what a lot of the Brexiteers wanted. And that choice is now looking rather ironic, given that it's the United States that is seen very much as a disruptor and not a reliable partner. So in terms of trust, yes, I think the actions of Donald Trump are causing severe breaches of trust. So yes, it's very damaged. Can it come back again? I don't know. We'll see. I would never say never, but I think it's not looking good at the moment.
Will, do you think that this is damaged? Is the US not a reliable partner and would prefer to see a weak EU?
I'll answer those questions in turn. We're certainly not going to be taken for granted anymore, right? I think that Chris Landau, who's Deputy Secretary of State, had a very good ex-post where he described in his discussions with his European colleagues how when they put on their NATO hat, they're extremely solicitous of the Americans, they're grateful to the transatlantic alliance, et cetera, et cetera. And then when they take off their NATO hat and they put on their EU hat, all of a sudden it's extraordinarily adversarial in terms of their negotiating vis-a-vis the United States. I think that a good example of this would have been the European Commission's levying a $120 million fine on Elon Musk. I think, that was pretty offensive to the United States. Elon Musk is a very good friend of the administration. And so we found that quite frustrating. And then, the statistic I talked about earlier, where you're levying more in fines from American tech companies than you're collecting in taxes from your own. These seem the sort of interesting ways of taxing the alliance that we're already bearing the primary burden of, at least American taxpayers are vis-a-vis military spending. So I think that's the answer to your first question. I think that you can say reliable partner is another way of saying partner not really happy about being taken for granted anymore and wants a rebalancing of the restructuring of our relationship to be what, in our view, fair. What was I forget what your second point was.
Does the US not want a strong EU? Jonathan was sort of saying that, it's a strong collective can stand up to the US, weaker individual countries not so much.
So I think that we don't, to be fair, I think it's pretty clear we don't like the EU as an institution in the way, again, it's sort of this economic bloc trying to negotiate against our interests. And I think it's jarring when we're dealing with that tension between how the European Union countries interact with us when they're talking about NATO and military cooperation versus when they're talking about economics. So I think but at the same time, we do want the European countries to be stronger internally. I think, and I also think, one of the things I would say to the remainder UK types is that what's happening is that your population is screaming at you over immigration. And I think that there just somehow there needs to be a reorientation of things in a lot of these Western European countries that you're going to have these right-wing rebellions effectively against the EU and the global governance if the EU is this super incredible force for migration into your countries. And I think you'd have a lot more buy-in to the European Union generally and wouldn't have to worry about people like Farage if you were solving your immigration problems.
Jonathan, is there anything you want to say on that?
You're going down a completely different line here, which is interesting. Okay, so, if you're on the Brexit debate was actually the idea that Brexit would somehow solve our migration problem was one of the greatest cons ever sold to the British population. More people have come into Britain from outside the EU than inside. Always, throughout history.
I understand that.
And I just wanted to give Jonathan a right of reply on that. We're not going to now get into a full immigration debate, but I just wanted to make sure we balance the ledger on that. Jonathan, bring us back, though, to Greenland, because Will was saying that when the NATO hats are on, we're all friendly. When the EU hats are on, not so much. Is this the most serious crisis, though, of the NATO alliance since its inception? We've had the Danish Prime Minister saying this could be the end of NATO. Could it be the end of NATO?
Oh, absolutely, yeah, of course. It is existential. It's the only time we've ever had a threat of one country against another. And I agree with Will that I don't think that Trump wants to attack, and I don't think he will launch a military raid on Greenland. It is part of his negotiating tactic. The trouble is that words are words, and people remember the words. And the fact that you can say things that are so deeply imperialist and against the whole political concept on which Western Europe is built. You think, well, if he's prepared to say that, what is he prepared to do? And that's, as I say, this is part of the Trump scare tactics. The trouble is it has true resonance and people take it seriously. We are still learning to take Donald Trump very seriously in what he says. And indeed, he wants to be taken very seriously. Well, if you take his imperial statements very seriously, then you end up thinking, right, he's not part of our club anymore because we don't believe what he believes. And he's not a reliable partner. And, if we allow him to take Greenland, he could take Iceland and Britain next, as I've said. So the damage he is causing internally to NATO is huge. Having said that, he's doing us a favor in the sense that he is making all of us, the non-American parts of NATO, invest more in NATO. And that's a good thing. So I'm with him on that.
Mm-hmm. Will, what do you think about the destabilising internal elements?
I think I said before that that's a downside that I don't know that Trump has fully incorporated into his analysis, right? I think that that's one of the best arguments against what Trump is doing with this sort of bullying foreign policy is that you're actually empowering left-wing populist movements in the countries that you're targeting to kind of oppose Trump, and then that means that we probably have less good relationships going forward. And I think Canada is actually a really good example of that, right? Like Pierre Poilievre was going to win that election probably until Trump started saying mean things and talking about Canada as the 51st state, which is funny as I found it. The Canadians apparently do not share my sense of humor nor Trump's. So, that's, I think, a very good argument against what Trump is doing. And I think that I don't know that it counsels in the other direction. That said, I'm sort of reluctant, especially with foreign policy. You'll find that I generally am in the position where I generally defer to the president on most of these questions. And the reason being that historically I've trusted his judgment. From the American perspective, he's done a lot of things, and a lot of his interventions have worked extremely well, even when people have challenged him on them. I think the Iranian intervention was a good example of that. Who even knew that we had the capability to literally capture the Venezuelan president, kidnap him, and bring him back to New York City without taking a single American casualty or a single loss of any sort of military equipment. So, there's and that was kind of in opposition to the sort of natural reflexes of the Trump base, which is largely anti-interventionist, anti-regime change, that sort of thing. And yet, and Trump himself has historically not been favorable to those things, a notable critic of the Iraq War, for instance. And yet he's in the position where he's like, no, we can do these things and they're going to work. And when he's said that, he's been able to do them and they have worked. So with regard to Greenland, if his judgment is, go ahead.
Could I ask Will a question? How disruptive are these policies causing to Trump's base in America? Because I've just been reading, there's a guy called Dan Bacon, who's a GOP representative. He calls this policy a foolish policy, sounds like Putin. You've got a Senator Thomas Tillis, I think his name is, saying this is bad for America, it's good for Xi and Putin, and he doesn't blame Trump. He blames the stupid advisors, people like Stephen Miller and people. Is this causing a schism within the Republican Party, and is it politically sustainable domestically?
The answer to your question is not really. And the reason I'd say that is both Don Bacon and Tom Tillis are retiring. And so they're willing to say these things. You'll notice that among the legislators who are planning to try and keep their seats, they are not saying a thing. And this is
But there has been a Reuters Ipsos poll that came out, Will, that found only 17% of Americans across the board think that this is a good idea.
Right. But then if you look at, look at what is the current approval of President Trump among Republican voters, 90%. So the people who voted for Trump, 90% of them are still happy with him. If he's lost a modest amount, he's lost the people who only pulled the lever for him reluctantly. This is not a case where he's betraying. And I think part of it is he's not betraying the core promise he made. In a sense, the core promise he made is, to go back to the very beginning of the conversation, an imperialist one: make America great again. Right, make America the dominant world power on the global stage. So when he does things that are sort of audacious and arrogant and globe strutting, if you will, he's not going to alienate the Republican base in America. That's just not going to happen. He's going to, when you talk about Bacon and Tillis, those are sort of, we would call those guys moderates and squishes, maybe the the wet Tories, if you will, of the Republican Party. So I think that's not a great way those are not the best indicators of a real divide in the party.
All right. Well, Jonathan, what do you think of the argument that Europe needs an army then? Does Europe need its own army if it's going to stand up to the might of a strong America?
Well, if you're looking at how to reorganize NATO without the United States, it is going to take some formidable eating of humble pie by various countries, and it's going to cause great difficulties. It was always one of the reasons touted, I thought incorrectly, about Brexit. One of the reasons for getting out of the EU, touted by the Brexiteers, was precisely to avoid our army coming under European control. I've always thought that was a false fear. But I think now we need to look very seriously at how we'd organize it. And you're absolutely right to stress at the start that the command and control, who is in charge of these forces and who gives them the decisions to go to war, is a tough one. At the moment, we all accept NATO. We all accept basically American command and control. And we have been very good at creating, in places like Kosovo and in other places, particularly the Balkans, though, organizations that have worked without the Americans. So it is possible, but it'll take a large political, as I say, humble pie, because a country's military is the extreme expression, extreme embodiment of the national will. And so to put them under the EU when we're not even a member of the EU is tricky. So I think some other structure may need to be looked for. Because if you get the people like Norwegians in there as well, and Canada, these are not countries that are part of the EU, but they do need to be part of some sort of entity. And how we create that, well, let's see. But I think something like that's going to need to be done.
We're almost out of time, so let me just do one rapid-fire question to each of you very briefly to round us out. How will this end? How does this play out?
I think this ends with the Americans buying Greenland. I think that's what it does for a very high number, but I think that's that's the outcome that makes the most sense for all parties involved, is we end up buying Greenland, paying a very high price for it.
Jonathan, how does it play out?
I hate to say, I mean, that is the logical line. You can see the way that's going to run. But on the other hand, I wouldn't put money on it. But I can't tell you what I can think otherwise. Maybe I'm just wishful thinking. But I just hope it doesn't happen, because I think it sets a dreadful precedent. And I think it's very dangerous for European stability and global stability, actually.
It will be very interesting.
I think there's more to life than money.
Well, maybe that's a whole separate debate, Jonathan. We might have to get both of you back on to see how this does play out. It's going to be interesting times ahead indeed. We appreciate your contribution. Jonathan Shaw, former head of the UK Special Forces, Will Chamberlain, senior counsel at the Article 3 project, and joining us earlier before we lost his connection, Stephen Jensen, former Norwegian Army officer who served alongside American troops. We appreciate his contribution and, of course, both of yours. Thanks for being here on Counterpoints. And to you, our viewers, as always, thanks for tuning in to this episode. To keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews, be sure to subscribe to Al Arabiya English on YouTube and follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you for the next debate.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Istanbul, definitely a glory of the world. Istanbul bridges two continents, marries civilizations that highlights the best of the Roman, Byzantine, and Ottoman empires. Take a look and see. Perhaps the most popular among tourists is taking the Bosphorus cruise in Istanbul. They say a trip to the city won't be complete without taking this route. It provides a majestic overview of the city, taking both European and Asian shores. You'll see century-old places and mansions to marvel at. There are also several options of cruises to take for your convenience. The Hagia Sophia is definitely a sight to see too. It's a splendid church-turned-mosque-turned-museum that's considered one of the world's greatest architectural treasures. Also head over to the Archaeology Museum in Istanbul. It is considered one of the city's hidden gems displaying one of the world's richest collections of classical antiquities. Here, you'll find the marvelous sarcophagus of Alexander the Great, depicting important phases of his life, the blue-tiled Karaman Marab, the beautiful tiled pavilion, and the Treaty of Kadesh, which is known as the world's earliest surviving peace treaty. When it comes to shopping, Istanbul has its Grand Bazaar. You can go bargain hunting to your heart's delight. It is over 500 years old, but still one of the largest covered bazaars in the world. Locals visit the place every day to shop and bargain like pros. The Grand Bazaar is also known for its carpets, leather, ceramic, jewelry, plus souvenirs you can bring home. Not to be missed are the local markets that will allow you a taste of different cultures of continents. Turkey's kitchen is in fact known to be the richest of all. Their dishes are known to be made with only fresh produce. Plus, you can buy the ingredients firsthand at the local markets. Then, of course, you can't miss the Galata Tower. It is one other way to see the best of the city. You'll get a 360-degree panoramic view of Istanbul. Its very high tower also has a restaurant and cafe for you to dine in at the 9th floor. Feel free to enjoy the view and the food too. Definitely a great way to see, experience, and absorb the beauty that is Istanbul. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Welcome. The relationship between Moscow and the Arab world has never been a straight line. It has seen decades of rises and falls, from peaks of alliance during the Arab-Israeli wars to a sharp decline after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and then a notable return through the Syrian gateway, followed by Gulf caution amid the war in Ukraine. Today, with the Arab-Russian summit convening in Moscow, a central question is being asked. Is Russia seeking to restore its former glory in the region, or to build new partnerships that adapt to the transformations of the 21st century? Since the mid-20th century, the Soviet Union emerged in the Middle East as a pivotal player. As its early support for the independence of Egypt, Syria, Algeria, and South Yemen granted it special influence with Arab capitals, that influence soon turned into an active military and political presence, reaching its height during the wars of 1967 and 1973, when Moscow supplied Cairo and Damascus with weapons, experts, and pilots, becoming a principal partner in the Arabs' battles with Israel. In that period, the depth of the alliance with Cairo was embodied in a historic visit by Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev to Egypt in 1964, where he joined President Gamal Abdel Nasser to celebrate the diversion of the Nile as part of the Aswan High Dam project. Those were highly symbolic moments that cemented Egypt as Moscow's closest Arab ally, and showed how development and weaponry, together with political positioning, became interlocking tools of the Soviet project in the region. At that time, Khrushchev delivered his famous line, "The High Dam is not just an engineering project. It is a symbol of friendship between the Egyptian and Soviet people." From there, a new phase began in which the Soviet Union became the primary patron of Arab nationalist and socialist regimes. But that alliance gradually began to crack through the 1970s, when President Anwar Sadat rose to power following the death of Nasser. Sadat sought to free his political and military decision-making from Soviet dominance and to pave the way for a rapprochement with the West. In 1972, he took a stunning step by ordering the expulsion of around 20,000 Soviet military experts and advisors from Egypt, a moment that marked the great rupture between Cairo and Moscow. And although cooperation in arming the Egyptian military continued up to the October War, what followed, the signing of the Camp David Accords and Cairo's opening to Washington, effectively ended the Soviet presence in Egypt and pushed Moscow to seek alternatives in Syria, Algeria, and Libya to compensate for the loss of its largest Arab ally. With the Soviet Union's collapse in 1991, Russia's presence in the Middle East receded, and Moscow withdrew from bases and ports that had underpinned its influence for 5 decades. With the dawn of the 2000s, Vladimir Putin redrew the compass of Russian foreign policy, seeking to regain influence lost with the Soviet collapse. Military cooperation revived with Algeria, Egypt, and Syria, and economic channels opened with the Arab Gulf in energy and grain, restoring Moscow's bridges of interest with the region. But the major shift came with the Arab uprisings of 2011, when Moscow saw a chance to cement its presence. Its direct military intervention in Syria in 2015 restored to it key strategic levers, most notably the bases of Tartus and Memim. This intervention reinforced Russia's image as a protector of its allies. Yet at the same time, it raised caution among Arab capitals trying to balance relations between Washington and Moscow. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar viewed Russia's military presence in maintaining as deepening Iranian influence and keeping Assad in power. Despite political disagreements, Moscow's ties with the Gulf capitals remained pragmatic, maintaining close cooperation in the energy sector, along with Russian investments in gas and petrochemicals, and a limited degree of security and military coordination. With the eventual fall of the Assad regime, the scene shifted again. The new Syrian leadership rearranged its priorities, moving away from dependence on Moscow and opening up to Gulf capitals in search of reconstruction and investment. This shift cost Russia its Damascus card, the one that had given it prime influence in the Middle East equation, while the new Syrian leadership sought to redefine its relationship with the Kremlin on different terms, preserving security coordination and continued use of the Tartus and Memim bases in exchange for limited Russian support in infrastructure rehabilitation projects and the supply of wheat and fuel. Then came the outbreak of the Russia-Ukraine war in 2022, putting Russian and Arab relations to a severe test. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and most Gulf states adopted a policy of neutrality, maintaining oil cooperation with Moscow, while on the other hand, Egypt and Algeria continued their economic and military partnerships with Russia despite Western pressure. But Western sanctions affected grain and fertilizer trade and energy prices, driving several Arab countries to seek a careful balance between their interests with Moscow and their need for Western partners. Despite the geopolitical complications, the last decade saw strengthened oil cooperation between Moscow and Riyadh through OPEC Plus agreements that helped stabilize the global energy market. Mutual investments also expanded in petrochemicals, agriculture, and religious tourism, with high-level visits between Russian and Gulf leaders keeping communication lines open even at the height of crises. In parallel, Moscow maintained its traditional stance on the Palestinian issue, affirming support for a two-state solution along the 1967 borders and the establishment of an independent Palestinian state beside Israel, while calling, during the recent Gaza events, for an immediate ceasefire and civilian protection to preserve balance in its relations with both Palestinians and Israel. Russia's presence has not been limited to the Gulf, Syria, and Egypt. Algeria has been one of Moscow's oldest military partners and the largest importer of Russian weapons in Africa and the Arab world. Since 2019, Russia has played a prominent role in Libya through the Wagner Group supporting Haftar's eastern forces, giving it military and economic leverage in key regions. In Sudan, there was the 2020 signing of a preliminary agreement to establish a naval logistics base at Port Sudan, not yet implemented because of political circumstances. Meanwhile, Russia has remained a major arms supplier to Sudan. In Tunisia and Morocco, cooperation centers on agriculture, trade and tourism, while in Lebanon, Moscow's influence is confined to the energy and offshore gas sectors. Thus, over 7 decades, Russia has shifted from a strategic ally of Arab nationalist regimes to an oil and investment partner for the Gulf states, and finally to a party in confrontation with the West, one that directly impacts the Middle East stability. Today, with the Ukraine war still raging, Arab capitals face the challenge of mediating between East and West, while Moscow strives to entrench its footing in the region despite global isolation, and to deepen cooperation with Arab countries in economics and energy. In this context, attention turns to the Arab-Russian summit, on which Moscow hopes to represent itself as a principal actor in the Middle East, and to broaden its political and economic partnerships with the Arab world amid a phase of profound regional and global transformation.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. New Orleans. New Orleans, a city of jazz, Mardi Gras, and Cajun cuisine. It's alive and buzzing with activity for adults and youngsters too. The largest city in Louisiana is located along Mississippi River and has one of the largest inland ports in the United States. It is considered a melting pot of cultures, with French-speaking Cajuns, including Creoles, Italian, Irish, and German residents. As a result, the city's cultural diversity can be experienced through many things: its music, food, and its schedule of fun festivals you should definitely be part of. To some, it's called the Big Easy. For others, it's referred to as the Queen of the South. New Orleans is foremost known for its regular festivals, the most famous being the Mardi Gras. Come Carnival season, which begins in January, flocks of people visit the city, but that's not all. A host of other events take place throughout the year. The Jazz Fest, perhaps the next most popular, happens every April. It offers visitors an event with local musicians, together with other big names in the industry. And of course, there's the food. What makes up the unique New Orleans flavor? It can be described as diverse, unique, and easily recognizable. The Central Grocery is perhaps the most famous place to sample their authentic dishes. Jambalaya, red beans and rice, Creole bread pudding, po' boy sandwiches, and practically anything that includes crawfish. These are certain must-tries. Next comes music. As you know, the city is regarded as the birthplace of jazz music. The city's history of jazz music, in fact, dates back to 1835, a time when slaves used to congregate in Congo Square for some singing and dancing. Over time, the jazz and brass bands formed and expanded throughout, and have even influenced each other. Now there are Creole contributions, ragtime, Dixieland, and soon blues and rock. And then, of course, there's shopping. It's got everything from old world antiques to the latest in fashion. Food lovers should visit the popular Crescent City Farmers Market, while the art enthusiasts should head over to the Bywater Art Market for healthy inspiration. Popular streets for women's wear are the Magazine Street and Canal Street. You'll also find music stores, shops for tourists, and yes, even voodoo shops. Time to explore! It's time for us to go! Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm Catalina Marchand-Abreu, and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Trump launches his Board of Peace in Davos with 19 countries, but UK and Europe voiced concerns over Russia's involvement and Greenland tensions. Zelensky tells Davos nothing has changed in Ukraine as he criticizes Europe's inaction and questions NATO's effectiveness. And sinners and actor Timothée Chalamet break Oscar nomination records as this year's contenders for the 98th Academy Awards are announced. Donald Trump has launched his new Board of Peace in Davos during the World Economic Forum, with 19 countries signing on to address global conflicts, starting with Gaza. Some nations, including the UK, are holding off over concerns about Russia's potential role in the board. The initiative comes amid tensions over Trump's comments on Greenland and trade, adding strain to relations with European allies. Take a listen to what he had to say.
It's going to be a great plan, and that's where the Board of Peace really started. And I think we can spread out to other things as we succeed with Gaza. We're going to be very successful in Gaza. It's going to be a great thing to watch, and we can do other things. We can do numerous other things. Once this board is completely formed, we can do pretty much whatever we want to do, and we'll do it in conjunction with the United Nations. You know, I've always said the United Nations has got tremendous potential, has not used it.
To discuss this and all of our today's top stories, I'm joined in studio by Managing Director of This is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett. Thank you for joining us today again. And correspondent and columnist, our own Gemma White. Thank you for joining us as well. So, Gemma, we're going to start with you. More countries have actually joined this Board of Peace at Davos. What more do we know about those who have signed up? What does it say about those who haven't?
So we have to divide this list up into countries who've accepted,
those who are undecided, and those who've said an emphatic no. So let's go through the countries who have accepted. We've got the UAE, and Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan will also sit on the board. We have Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Egypt, Jordan, Qatar, Indonesia, Pakistan, Vietnam, Argentina, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Paraguay, Morocco, Hungary, Kosovo, Belarus and Azerbaijan. Now, countries that have declined, quite unsurprisingly, France, Norway, Sweden, Slovenia and Italy. And some have been quite vocal, you know, because of potential Russian involvement. They're not going to get involved. Others have kept playing their cards quite close to their chest, you know, sort of, no, we're not interested. Now, there's countries that are undecided. We've got China, India, Germany. Canada was on the fence, but the Prime Minister, Mark Carney, said today that he will join with conditions. Russia, Ukraine, the UK and Ireland. Now, the UK Foreign Secretary Yvette Cooper has said UK won't be one of the signatories today. So it's not a no, it's also not a yes. So they are the countries that are so far involved. Now, as well, you've only got 2 NATO countries that have joined, which is Hungary and Turkey. There has been some confusion over Russia because Trump gave the impression that the Russia has signed on and that Putin would even be joining the board. And then the Kremlin came out in their usual way and said, no, we need to review the documents. This isn't true. It's not happening. So what's also interesting is they've invited Pope Leo XIV to join, but no word yet on whether he will join this this board of peace. I think it's very interesting because you've got so many there'll be so many conditions which all the countries are going to bring. Now, you've got Belarus here, and they are a staunch Russian ally, and they're one of the reasons that Ukraine has said they're not going to join, as well as potential Russian involvement. You also have Benjamin Netanyahu, who's going to be on the board. I think there's a lot of irony going on. You know, he's wanted for, you know, war crimes, and he's been invited onto the board of peace. He is said to not have been happy about the inclusion of Turkey and Qatar on the previous Gaza Executive Board from which this has sprung from. There are so many moving parts. This whole list could change again tomorrow. Who knows?
Exactly. And Michael, we also have some emerging details about the room that was shown, this new Gaza slideshow that was presented by Trump and his advisor, Jared Kushner. So tell us some more about this slideshow that they were shown.
So they treated it just like you would expect the son-in-law of a real estate tycoon to treat it. It was very much transactional. It was not about the Palestinians. It was not about the West Bank. It had nothing to do with the institutions that have been around for hundreds, sometimes thousands of years. It was very much just artists' renderings of what it will look like in their mind. And to me, it seemed like it could have been parts of Dubai. Some of the buildings and some of the size of the buildings, the height, the towers right on the coast. It was impressive to look at. But it didn't capture the spirit of the Palestinians. And I think that is a little bit consistent with the way that they've set up the Board of Peace. There are no Palestinians who are involved. And when Jared Kushner was up there, he was full of praise for his father-in-law, the President of the United States. But there wasn't any of the concerns that the Palestinian people would have. I did like one comment when he said that there is no plan B. And that makes me think that this is what they want. Now, is it unfortunate that they're not taking into account the Palestinians? Yes. But if they could pull this off, it would be a spectacular move that surely the Palestinians would have to agree that they would benefit from.
Exactly. But so perhaps Trump may be treating this as another real estate project here.
With funding coming from the Board of Peace, right? Because to get a seat on the board, it will cost you $1 billion.
But I don't know that he would want to give up that money because he's in charge. He's also the treasurer. Of that.
Okay, yeah. So he's the chairman of the board and the treasurer. Okay, yeah, that's some quite powerful positions.
And there was another interesting point here because it's a concern that has been brought up by some countries that haven't joined. Notably also, I think France also voiced this concern because Trump is now saying that the Board of Peace will work alongside the UN. So how do you think this will work, Gemma? And do you think this can actually work, or are they competing with these mainstream organizations like the UN, or just Trump here just rattling every organization in the world here?
He has given contrasting information as well. There's been times I think he said, like, replace the UN, or, you know, words to that effect. And that got quite a big outcry. And so now it's working alongside. Now, so then we've got how is it going to work alongside the UN? You know, why aren't we putting the attention and the time into fixing these perceived issues with the UN? I think what's most interesting about this is Trump has made himself the chairman of this Board of Peace almost in perpetuity. You know, there's no fixed term here like there is for the presidency. You know, you do X amount of years and X amount of terms. So what he's done is he's given himself a very powerful job for when his second presidential term ends, until he says so.
Exactly. And we were also discussing off-scene that Putin, obviously we know, was invited to join, but Zelensky wasn't.
You wouldn't expect the two of them to sit on anything together. Even the meeting that the Ukraine and Russian delegations will have with the Americans in the next couple of days, which I know we'll talk about in a little bit, you're not going to expect, you know, President Zelensky and President Putin to come together, even in that situation. So for them to sit on, especially something that's called the Board of Peace, I can't imagine that. I mean, the irony would be, you know, too much for anybody to handle, and I just can't imagine that would be the case.
Exactly, and lots of competing nations as well. There's a question of Israel with Turkey. So how is this board going to work effectively, right? But stay right there as we do move on to another story here. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky has addressed the World Economic Forum in Davos, saying nothing has changed on the ground in Ukraine. He criticized Europe's inaction as Russian oil continues to fund the war, while calling a U.S. backstop essential and questioning NATO's ability to act without American support. He spoke shortly after a private meeting with Donald Trump, which he described as productive and substantial. So, Gemma, what do you make of what Zelensky had to say at Davos? Does he sound optimistic here, or is he acting with caution? What do you think?
He had a lot to say. He had a lot to say to Europe, and I actually hope Europe and European leaders are listening, because I agree with an awful lot of what he was saying. And obviously he's speaking from his experience. You know, the war is 4 years deep now. So he did talk about his meeting with Trump. Both him and Trump said the meeting was good, but they didn't release a joint statement afterwards. You know, it wasn't anything beyond, you know, kind of lip service. So it was a good meeting. And then he shifted his attention to European leaders. He called Europe a beautiful but fragmented kaleidoscope of small and middle powers, and he criticised them for looking lost, which I wholeheartedly agree with. He pushed the message time and time again that America is not coming to save you anymore. And I do think that ever since World War II, there has been this notion that if something happens, you know, we'll just put in a phone call to Dad, the US, and they'll sweep in and save us. And that was an image that America was very happy to perpetuate, you know, America, world peace. But Zelensky is saying that's finished, that era is over. And Trump has, you know, he's given so many indications as well that's over. So everything Zelensky was saying really rang true. He called on the Europeans to put together a joint military armed forces from all the nations. He said, he also posed them a question. He said, who do you think will respond if Putin invades Lithuania or he strike on Poland? Again, you know, who's going to come to the fore? He said it's a very valid question, but he also tackled Greenland. He used Greenland as an analogy for how European leaders are not acting on anything. But he also said, listen, China and Russia are circling Greenland. We know this. So there was perhaps, I took that as perhaps some support for what Trump's trying to do in Greenland. I'm not sure.
I think it was also, it helps him a little bit of scaremongering. And if everybody else is feeling a little bit scared and he leans into that, then maybe they'll recognize, oh, they actually do need to come to his support.
Yeah.
Do you think, Gemma, that perhaps, as you did mention, he was probably influenced by Trump after his meeting? Because he does seem to resonate with everything that he's saying about NATO, Europe, criticism on that, on Greenland.
What's interesting to me is he met Trump and then he came out and he kept saying, America's not going to help you. You've got to go it alone. Europe, you've got to get your act together. And I'm like, was that a criticism of Trump? You know, was it a criticism saying America is not helping anyone anymore apart from themselves? Or, was he kind of learning from the Trump playbook and he's coming out and it wasn't a criticism of Trump, it was more really an observation of what's going on in the world?
And you can't see Donald Trump disagreeing with anything that Zelensky said.
Absolutely not. Yeah, Trump would have said exactly the same things. Yeah, it's so true.
Exactly. And something, Michael, that he was another criticism of Zelensky. He actually asked why Maduro is on trial and Putin is not. So does he have a point here?
He absolutely does have a point. This is one of the criticisms that gets leveled against the Trump administration, is this sense of hypocrisy. How are you putting someone like him on trial where just a few weeks before he was captured, he released the former Honduras president who had been convicted and was in an American prison for trafficking cocaine. So the hypocrisy exists. But what surprises me is that President Zelensky has been in this situation. Next month, he'll be starting the 5th year of the war. He's been in this situation for a long time. He's flown around the world meeting with world leaders. Yeah. He knows how the game is played, and yet he consistently bangs his head against the wall, trying to get them to see that America's not going to come to the rescue, that NATO is fractured, and that the UN is not working the way that it should. I would think after a certain point, you would start to maybe come up with a different approach, because what you're doing is not working, so you need to think outside the box. I'm surprised, because he is a smart man, I'm surprised he hasn't come up with a different way to get everybody's attention. But maybe that first shot was today, where I'm going to take the gloves off and I'm going to start criticizing the people who, at least in front of the press, have been saying they support me. But now I'm actually going to go after them. And this is where he talked an awful lot about Groundhog Day, right? I've been here before. We've been here before. This is near the end of the 4th year, and this is going on, and nothing's happening.
Exactly, and there's also competing versions here, because he's saying that everything's the same in the ground, nothing's changed, while Trump and his administration are voicing optimism, saying that 90% of the stuff is getting done and that they're close to a deal. So I think we're going to have to see this soon. Michael, we're going to go on to another question with you, now onto Russia, because Steve Witkoff, U.S. Special Envoy, he was expected to meet Putin today. Now this meeting is going to happen on Friday. So what should we expect out of this meeting?
So we have to read a little bit between the lines, and we have to assume that if we've been following it for a few years now, we have to recognize that everything seems to be coming to a head. And I think you only get that sense if you've been watching this story move. I believe that there will be a proposal of some sort that's presented to the Russian delegation. So this is the first trilateral meeting between the U.S., Ukraine, and Russia. It's happening in the UAE. And I don't think you all come together if you're not very close to the finish line. Yeah. I'm optimistic that something will happen. Donald Trump has been speaking positively. Steve Witkoff has, and even President Zelensky has been saying things. Now, Vladimir Putin, of course, hasn't, but he hasn't spoken throughout any of this. So I do believe that there will be something that will be presented finally to the Russian delegation. But how long for them to accept it? Because I also am very much of the opinion that the Russians have been kept up to date with everything that's going on. So it's not as though they're going to be presented with something and they have no idea and they're going to need 3 weeks to go through it. I don't think that's the case. Everybody's also saying there's only one issue right now that seems to be land and an economic free zone of some sort. That is the only sticking point, according to those people who have spoken on the issue.
That's right. And Russia is also the one who actually asked for this meeting with Steve Witkoff, which is actually unusual from their part. So I think we're kind of in for a surprise this week. We don't know what's going to happen. What do you think is going to come out from this meeting, the trilateral and the one with the U.S. envoy, Steve Witkoff?
It would be great if something did come out of it, but we've been here before, right? Time and time again. And we sit there waiting for Russia to blink or even, you know, make a tiny little concession, and they simply don't. And they've never really given an indication that they're going to. So again, is this, you know, banging your head against the wall and keep going into a situation and expecting a different outcome when all signs point to exactly the same outcome? But I think you're right. You know, they're all coming to the UAE tomorrow. This can't be another wasted chance. No.
Okay. And thank you both for your thoughts there. So let's move on to another story. Prince Harry has been in court again today, this time to support actress Elizabeth Hurley, who's also suing the publishers of the Daily Mail newspaper over alleged claims of unlawful information gathering. Elizabeth tearfully gave evidence saying her dining room was bugged. It comes after the prince had an emotional day giving evidence yesterday, saying the press made his wife's life a misery. Gemma, we're going to start with you here. Prince Harry told the court Associated Newspapers Limited, the Daily Mail, made his wife's life miserable to the point where it felt like full-blown stalking. Given the history, of course, that we all know with his mother and the press, well, you can understand why he's taking some action here.
I do. This is his third action against the press in the past, just kind of 3 or 4 years, actually. And he has won the last two. He's won substantial damages and he's won public apologies as well. So I actually do understand his stance and I do have a lot of sympathy. It cannot be easy relentlessly seeing stories about yourself and your loved ones in the press over and over again. And what's interesting is the actual time frame of stories that he is in court over. He wasn't with Meghan Markle at the time. He was with his previous girlfriend, Chelsea Davy. They were together about 5 or 6 years. So this shows how, you know, far back it's gone. Now, it's a very tricky situation. You know, as a British person, I know, or we all know, that the British royal family has a long-standing relationship with the press, and that each court within the royal family, Charles and Camilla, Kate and William, Harry, would have had their own relationships with different editors of different newspapers. And it would always have been kind of, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours, we'll feed you information and you'll give us positive press in return. Now, it's also quite common knowledge that they do brief against each other as well, that William and Kate's courtiers might brief against Charles and Camilla. So it's complex and it's messy and it's deep and it's so intertwined. So I think what's interesting as well is because Harry, you know, he saw what his mother went through with the press. She was the most photographed woman in the entire world. She was followed absolutely everywhere she went. But he still can't seem to accept that Diana also colluded with the press, you know, when she wanted coverage for her causes, with if she wanted publicity on that day. It's a really fine line and there's a lot of nuance here. This is not black or white. And whilst I do support Harry in his court case, I think he's not grasping the grey areas here.
Exactly, Jem, and I think this word is coming up a lot today with this Harry case today in court, because there's a lot of talk about his behavior. Do you think the court can feel sympathy for him? What's the deal here with them sympathizing for Prince Harry?
He's been very emotional on the stand, and a couple of times as well, the judge has had to upbraid him for his attitude, where he's been quite abrupt, or he's almost editorializing. You know, and the judge has warned him, you're here to answer the questions, not to give other opinions, you know, answer the questions that are put to you. We're seeing these emotional outbursts. We saw one last year when he lost the case for his security detail in the UK. He did a BBC interview immediately after, and he got quite choked up. Obviously, he's getting choked up. He's talking about his wife, who he loves and is very protective of. But I do wonder as well, when the judge is kind of pulling you up on the stand, you know, he's 41, did we? Yeah, he's 41 now. You know, You've been in the public eye your whole life. You have to let your emotions kind of live a bit deeper in your skin.
Exactly. And Michael, I think you mentioned this before, because Harry is someone, Prince Harry, we've been seeing, he's someone who has press when he wants it, also press when he doesn't. He's been using the press in his favor, of course, with all his deals for his wife, Spotify, Netflix. So what do you make of this in contrast with what he's saying in court?
So I've never worked as a journalist in the UK, but I would think that it would be easy enough if he was sincere. He could, through lawyers, approach all the editors at all the papers and news outlets, and he could say, let's set some ground rules. I will cooperate and you will have free reign if I am doing Hollywood celebrity type stuff. But if I am trying to go about living my life, taking my kids to school, or I'm back in the UK visiting friends, then, and I'm not a public figure, then hands off. I mean, he is fifth in line. He's never going to be actually anyone of substance when it comes to ruling from a constitutional monarchy point of view. But for whatever reason, he doesn't do that. And I'll give an example. Very famous photograph of his mother in Angola walking through a minefield as she was trying to go, one of her causes, she was trying to make sure that there was demining that was going on. So when he was trying to sell his autobiography, he replicated that. Now, he might have come up with reasons why he was doing it, but journalists are usually cynical. We connected the dots. Oh, you're selling a book. This is one of your famous photographs of your mother. And almost frame for frame, the walk was similar. So there is that connection because his mother will still sell newspapers. Obviously, he's hoping that that would help sell autobiographies for himself. My point is that he has to come to some sort of understanding within himself and presumably with his wife. What is it that we want? Because the press will not allow you to take what you want and not give what they expect. If you're going to play, then you have to play by the rules. And with British press, there really aren't a lot of rules. But if you set down the parameters and then you stick to them, I think there could be a way forward. But he has to be sincere, and he's going to have to make the effort. Because if he doesn't, it's going to be he's going to be back in court for other cases, no doubt.
They do need to find a compromise here. And staying with you, Michael, as a journalist, you've always got to ask about whether a news story is of public interest. This is always a question for us. So Harry's lawyer has argued a lot of these stories were actually not. So what do you think about this?
So again, if I go back to the point where I say that he's fifth in line, you could very easily argue from a journalist point of view inside a newsroom, this does not have the same gravitas as something that would affect William. That's just a fact. But it might be something that you would call the entertainment editor and ask, are you interested in this? And they would say yes, because it's going to bring us lots of page views, and I know it's going to sell lots of papers, especially if we put it up in the skybox or we put it as a front page photograph. So these are the conversations that would take place in the newsroom, but you would have to, I mean, he's not newsworthy from a traditional news point of view, but he is worthy from the point of view that everybody loves to consume social media content.
All right, we'll stay right there. We're moving on to another story right now. The nominations for this year's Oscars have been announced in Los Angeles. The 98th Academy Awards will take place in March, and the horror film Sinners is up for a record number of 60 nominations. Whilst actor Timothée Chalamet has also made Oscar history after receiving a Best Actor nomination for his role in Marty Supreme. It makes him the youngest man to be nominated in the category 3 times. Now, Michael, the Oscar nominations are out. Who are you tipping for the top nominations? You also had an interesting take on this. You had an analysis of past winners and nominations. So what do you think?
So the reason I'm going to go down my past nominations route is because I'm dodging your question, because I can't remember the last time I was in a cinema, and I certainly no longer have the attention span to watch a 2.5-hour movie. So what I will do is say that the Oscars does an incredibly good job of virtue signaling at that moment in time. They are sentimental for what they're experiencing in the moment. And I'm going to read the titles of a few films, and I'm going to actually have to look down for this. So this one is going to show my age. Dial M for Murder, a great old Alfred Hitchcock movie. The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, 1966, the year I was born. The Shining, Scarface, Blade Runner, The Big Lebowski, Heat, Groundhog Day, Reservoir Dogs, The Truman Show, The Dark Knight Rises. Those films, not one of them ever received an Oscar nomination. And those are films that today still resonate with people around the world.
They're considered classics, aren't they?
They absolutely are. Not even an Oscar nomination. Now, some films that have won Oscars, Chariots of Fire, Shakespeare in Love, Chicago, Driving Miss Daisy, great Hollywood virtue signaling film, and The English Patient. So what we're going to see are films that will win, that will represent what it is that the Hollywood Academy, or I guess it's the Hollywood Academy, that the Hollywood Academy sees today or whenever it is that they're actually voting. It will not be an accurate representation of the best films.
Exactly. So that's the question. What drives the Academy for these nominations, right? So moving on from Michael, who hasn't watched the movies, to Gemma, who has.
I have thoughts.
What are your favorites?
I have my predictions, and what I want to do is I want to watch this back when the Oscars happens and see how many I got right. So Best Picture, I think Hamnet is quite a shoo-in. We've seen previously Shakespeare in Love winning. Hollywood loves a film about, you know, Shakespeare, and something with lots of British accents and costumes always goes down very well. Best Actor is going to be it's a two-horse race. It's between Leonardo DiCaprio and Timothée Chalamet. As you said, Timothée Chalamet's on his third nomination under the age of 30. But Leonardo DiCaprio, he's only won one. I think people feel he's been robbed previously. My money would be on Leonardo DiCaprio because One Battle After Another has just won so many accolades. Critics absolutely love it. Best Actress, I think Jessie Buckley in Hamnet. Best Supporting Actress, I think all the other actors can just go home because I think Tiana Taylor, One Battle After Another, is just going to just walk away with it. Best Supporting Actor is going to be another one, absolutely so close to call, between Benicio del Toro and Sean Penn, both for One Battle After Another. Now, they're both Oscar winners. Sean Penn, double Oscar winner already. So that will be a very close call. And then Best Director, for me, it's between three. Paul Thomas Anderson for One Battle After Another, Josh Safdie for Marty Supreme, and Chloe Zhao for Hamnet.
Oh, you're really going out on a limb there. Between three?
Do I have to pick one?
How many are there?
I'm going to pick Paul Thomas Anderson for One Battle After Another. It's kind of that and Marty Supreme has been the runaway favourite. Hamnet will pick up, I think, sort of Best Costume as well, and perhaps Best Adapted Screenplay, obviously from the novel. But yeah, they're my predictions. Yeah, fingers crossed.
And Gemma, I think you've read all about it, right? So you were telling us there was a bit of criticism on Timothée Chalamet also lately. What is this all about?
Yeah, so his character in Marty Supreme is very energetic. I mean, it's a Safdie movie, so obviously it's quite chaotic. He's a supremely confident person. And he did a recent interview where he came across as quite cocky. He was saying that over the past few years he's been doing the best work he's ever done. There was an insinuation there, come on, it's time to honour me, you know, in a way that we never really saw with Leonardo DiCaprio, who was nominated, oh my gosh, so many times and then only won really a few years ago. So Timothée Chalamet, yeah, this interview raised quite a few eyebrows because if you're nominated, you do have to be humble, even if you don't feel humble, even if you feel that you deserve it and you're amazing. You know, you have to kind of at least play the game and pretend.
Unless you're Will Smith and you slap somebody on the night you win.
Well, if Leonardo DiCaprio wins, Timothée Chalamet can walk up and just give him
Could you imagine
a slap.
that?
It'd be amazing.
What did we say? There's 4 years left for Will Smith to do a comeback.
To return to the Oscars, yes.
But
6 years, I think.
Is it 6?
I think he's done 4 in purgatory.
Yeah.
He's got 6.
We're counting the days.
Yes.
We're counting the years. Also, Big contrast on last year's ceremony that was followed by earthquakes and wildfires in LA, as well as it was the aftermath of the writers' strike. So does it feel like Hollywood is back on top, or is there something that we're not seeing here?
With the Oscars, irrespective of what's going on in the world, and we have had years where it was supposed to be the muted Oscars, you know, it was a bit more low-key, but Hollywood loves to celebrate itself. You will not find an industry that, you know, celebrates itself more than Hollywood does. So it's always going to be an up, and obviously we have awards season coming up to it. We have the Golden Globes, we have the BAFTAs, we have the SAG Awards, we have the WGA Awards. You know, they're in party season. Hollywood is in party season and working the room season. But it has been a rough few years, not only for LA, but also for the industry. And I think it's just a sign of more fractured and a more complex industry to come. Last year, the industry shrank. It lost 17,000 jobs. And interestingly, between 2019 and 2024, television writing positions in Hollywood was halved. So these are huge numbers. They're also facing, you don't go to the cinema anymore. So many people don't go to the cinema anymore.
Right?
Yeah, they're waiting for it to come on their streaming, and YouTube is the most dominant television platform as well. And as we discussed earlier, F1 and Frankenstein, they were put out by the streamers. They get a theatrical release so they can get an Oscar nomination or at least be considered for it. But people are not going to the cinema anymore, no matter how many tentpole movies they put out. I mean, the most recent Avatar did bring everyone to the cinema. Right? But that's a known franchise. But it is a big night, and it is very exciting and lovely to watch, but it's not really indicative of the issues that Hollywood is facing.
Michael and I are going to have to catch up to you on this one, Gemma. So it's that time of the show where Gemma and Michael have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. We'll start with you, Gemma. Britain is backing Victoria Beckham this week. You're going to have to educate me on this one. She's #1, but for another reason, right?
Right. So I think we don't need to go into it. We all know that Victoria Beckham got publicly savaged by her eldest son online. The whole world is talking about it. It's the latest Wagatha Christie, the new big social media thing we're all talking about. So in the UK, people do love the Beckhams. They hold a very special place in our hearts. And we always remember that Victoria was a Spice Girl. She was Posh Spice. So this grassroots campaign started to get Victoria to #1. Now, when the Spice Girls split up, they all had their solo careers, and she was the only Spice Girl not to have a #1, so everyone else did. And so this campaign began. Let's get Victoria one of her solo songs to #1. And I don't know if the time we've been on air, if anything's changed, but before we went on air, Not Such an Innocent Girl was #1 in Ireland on iTunes and #2 in the UK. So she's so close. Britain is rallying behind their Posh Spice.
Sympathy for Posh Spice. UK coming together, for one thing at least. So now to Michael. Very interesting story, Michael, because there's this special Christie's auction where people can get their hands on some memorabilia ahead of the U.S. 250th anniversary.
So we the people, America at 250. That's what this Christie's auction that's taking place tomorrow is dubbed. And it's an opportunity with a lot of American relics and wonderful pieces of American folklore that are going to be up for sale. For instance, there'll be a printing of a 1776 Declaration of Independence, which is expected to go for $3 to $5 million. There are only 200 copies, of which only 26 are believed to still exist. There's an edited draft of the U.S. Constitution, also expected, $3 to $5 million. And then there's Gilbert Stuart's portrait of George Washington, which was commissioned by James Madison. And that is believed to be the inspiration for the George Washington portrait that's on the $1 bill. And then I find this one quite interesting. The only known flag recovered by U.S. troops from the Battle of Little Bighorn in 1876, and that's expected to go for $2 to $4 million. Now, what's really cool about this is that it's one of the nice things about what collectors are doing, is they are the ones that preserve these incredibly important artifacts, and they also take care of them. So although they stay in private collections more often than not, they do a service from a historical point of view.
Exactly, because that was our question with Gemma. Where does all this memorabilia come from? Because private collectors are really doing a big favor here, right?
Absolutely. And I think usually what happens is somebody will have a great passion for it, and it stays with them. And then once they die, it usually is left to the estate. And then maybe the children don't have the same sort of desire to hold on to them, or they want to, you know, in many cases, some of these items might be some institutions might come along and they want to be the one to have it so that they can display it. So there is a role that the private collector plays, and it's incredibly important from a historical point of view.
It would be nice if these things were like displayed in public, wouldn't it? You know, if
I would love to see
yeah, even if a private collector buys it, and I think that would go for way more than $5 million, don't you?
Or
I'll be tuning in for that.
If Nicolas Cage was to steal it, I think it would make a great movie.
National Treasure 3.
And Gemma, this is lingering on me still, on Victoria Beckham.
What do you want to know?
Are you Team Posh or are you Team Brooklyn? And why?
I'm Team Posh. 100%. Do I think that there are parts of Brooklyn's Instagram story that ring true? Absolutely. There is no smoke without fire. But ultimately, I do think, come on, Brooklyn, your mum just had a bit of a dance at your wedding and didn't have time to make a dress. You're married to a billionaire. Let it go.
Michael, and so sorry, we've been torturing you with this story for 2 days. What do you think? You must have some thoughts by now.
So I look at it as a parent, and I'm sure you do as well. I know we're having a little bit of fun with it as well. But, you know, for a 26-year-old to be so disillusioned that he takes such extreme action feels to me like there are real issues within the family dynamic, and that maybe a couple of people need to work out some issues and maybe see some professional counseling.
Resonates a lot with the story, Harry and Brooklyn, right?
The parallels.
They probably got together this week, talked about it.
People are calling what Brooklyn did, they call it Prince Harrying. So it's become its own verb, yes.
I didn't see that. Yeah. That's great. Well, thanks to our two guests here on set discussing all of this, Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri Pickett, and correspondent and columnist Gemma White, as always. That's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. GNT is coming up next.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on the programme, after walking back threats to seize Greenland by force, President Trump says he has reached a framework for a deal on the Danish autonomous territory. We ask, what's the scope of this deal? And President Trump launches the Board of Peace, which was initially designed to build on the ceasefire in Gaza, but which he says could have a wider role in addressing challenges beyond Gaza. Hello and welcome to the programme. The US President Donald Trump has been taking centre stage this week at Davos This in the context of threats to take Greenland by force. Well, he's now ruled this out, as well as making it clear that military force to take Greenland is off the table. President Trump has also dropped the idea of imposing new tariffs on his EU allies. Instead, he says the US is now looking at a possible deal on Greenland. Well, President Trump's sharp rhetoric on Greenland has shifted significantly after talks with the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, who, for this very reason, is now being dubbed the Trump Whisperer. Well, speaking on the sidelines of Davos, Rutte praised the US president, saying he was very happy to have President Trump as leader. Let's take a listen.
You can always take Donald Trump at his word. That is why I really think we are very glad to have him. And I commend him for his leadership. He is the leader of the free world, and he is doing what I would love for a leader of the free world to do. And I knew that he would do it because I knew him from Trump 45 when I was Prime Minister. And I already was impressed by what he was doing. And he is doing it again, saving NATO at the summit in The Hague. And now basically making sure that collectively as NATO, we will make sure that the Arctic is safe. The most important thing is not the internal decision making. It is that we protect the Arctic region, implementing the President's vision that we need a safe Arctic region.
Well, we're joined now by Carla Sands, a former US ambassador to Denmark and Greenland and the Faroe Islands under President Trump. She joins us from Washington. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Ambassador Sands. It's been a very eventful few days. President Trump says there's now a new framework with NATO on Arctic security. We heard the president saying yesterday the US will not use force to take Greenland. Some are calling this a dramatic reversal on the part of the president. Is that how you see it?
Well, you know, none of us know the details of the deal except for President Trump and his team, and probably, the head of NATO, Mark Rutte, who's been really a hero in this negotiation. I think he's really calmed everyone down. But President Trump has been really clear about the threats to the region and the fact that Denmark just doesn't have the capacity and never will to defend or develop this region. I'm talking about Greenland and then those giant seas, the GI-UK gap, Greenland, Iceland, and the UK, because Denmark also has the Faroe Islands that are over near the Scottish Shetland Islands. So those giant seas where Denmark doesn't have the capacity or the ability to know what's above, on, and below the water. And the United States, we have the resources to be able to make sure that area we have knowledge, and then we have the ability to defend it, because all that trade, more than $1 trillion worth of trade, goes between the US and the EU every year. And, if you had an issue with an adversary controlling Greenland, they could do things like China's doing in the South China Sea, where they're obstructing the freedom of navigation. And when it comes to defense, naval vessels have to be able to go back and forth in the North Atlantic as well. So they would be affected. And then Greenland is part of the new Golden Dome, kind of like Israel's Iron Dome, but the 21st century version. And it uses Alaska and Greenlandic points to help organize or build out the hundreds of billions of dollars that President Trump plans to invest in the Golden Dome in order to secure our homeland.
OK, so it sounds like you're aligned with the president in terms of how you view Greenland as being strategically an extremely important place. There is the 1951 Greenland Defense Agreement that I'm sure you know all about. And the United States obviously had, a number of bases at one point on Greenland. Today it has just one, the Patuxent base, which has about 200 US troops in it. And I'm wondering why, if the threat is so serious, the US hasn't reopened some of the shuttered bases it already has, and perhaps deployed more and asked NATO to deploy more than 200 troops, which doesn't seem like a very large number.
Well, there's a couple of reasons. So those are American soldiers and a few Danes up in Patuxent Space Base, and a few Greenlanders, too, that work there. And I visited more than once. But there is an early warning radar system in the north of Greenland. But the fact is that it's not the United States taxpayers' responsibility to invest and defend another country's sovereign territory. In Article 3 of the NATO Charter, every NATO ally has to have the ability to defend their own territory. and then Article 5 come to the defense of the others. So Denmark has never had the ability to defend Greenland. So they've been in violation of Article 3 of the NATO Charter from the very beginning and have continued to, in spite of their protests. And the European NATO allies should be really excited and positive about this, because this affects their security too. Like I laid out, with naval vessels and military planes being able to pass back and forth between the U.S. and our European NATO allies. That couldn't happen if an adversary controlled that airspace and that sea space. So it is really important. President Trump is really working to get the Western Hemisphere into a better condition. And it's been neglected by presidents on both sides of the aisle for decades. If you see what happened with for example, in Venezuela, with Iran setting up shop and really having great power in Venezuela, having Hezbollah terror training camps, and then infecting like a cancer countries around it. You see what's happened in Colombia and Brazil, for example. So President Trump is working to root out enemy actions by countries that have been bad actors in Venezuela, like I mentioned Iran, but also China and Russia. They, to have bases in South America from an adversarial nation is a bad thing. It's bad for all of the Western Hemisphere. But the United States, we should never have allowed that to happen. President Trump is securing the Western Hemisphere. That's why when you hear about Canada, the Canadian Prime Minister turning to China rather than the U.S. just to give the middle finger to President Trump, like, why do that unless it's for an internal audience? But I don't think so. I think it is his pivot. But he has a $60 billion trade deficit with China and a $35 billion trade surplus with the United States. So letting those electric cars from China into Canada, 50,000 of them, it's going to be very bad for the Canadian auto industry. Just look at what it's done, those BYD cars into Europe and to Germany. I just spoke with German parliamentarians yesterday, and it's devastated some of their car manufacturers. So President Trump is looking at the whole Western Hemisphere, north, south, east, and west. And he is, unlike, we had an earlier doctrine called the Monroe Doctrine, and some people call it the Donroe Doctrine. I really think it's the new Trump doctrine. He is the peace president, and he's working on getting peace and order around the world, and especially in our U.S. hemisphere.
Okay, I mean, returning our focus to Greenland more specifically.
Sure.
Do you think that now that President Trump has said, right, the use of military force is off the table, there seems to have been a rethinking of the tariffs being imposed on the 8 European countries that oppose the whole idea of Greenland being taken over? Do you think that means the idea of sovereignty over Greenland has been put to one side as a whole, and that President Trump is showing all the signs of perhaps wanting to work within the existing framework that we were talking about earlier that does allow for additional bases and additional troops, whether they're American or NATO troops? Do you think that's the direction he's decided now to go in?
Well, I think we'll have to wait to see what they reveal to us. And it's only a framework right now. But you're right. He has said he is not going to impose those tariffs on February 1st. That's a win for those allies that sent like onesies, twosies troops to Greenland just to, I'll show him. Like, rather than pick up the phone and say, let's talk and let's make a plan, they were sort of like being very obstinate, but in a not productive way. So, I mean, that's not good diplomacy. Good diplomacy are President Trump's threat of tariffs and then the walk back as we proceed to a framework that's good for everybody. The European allies, if they could just, I would say, follow the example of President Trump, it probably goes for many world leaders, just to make sure that they put their own citizens first, that they secure their borders, they control their immigration, they have cheap and abundant energy for their people and the businesses in their country. And then they have a credible defense so that they're strong allies. I mean, there's nothing surprising or negative about that. That's in President Trump's administration's national security strategy that anybody can read. It's online and it's really in plain English. And it kind of talks about why he's doing what he's doing.
Do you think there was some surprise in Washington about the scale and the intensity of the outcry with regards to Greenland's sovereignty by the Europeans and others?
I don't think there was a surprise. I think that was a big shock to a lot of people. And when he said we have the framework, it's like the temperature in the room just went to normal immediately. People were like wiping sweat off their foreheads. The European parliamentarians were so relieved and happy, and certainly the European politicians. So President Trump will work in this framework, and I'm sure he's going to bring in all of the influential leaders. But I think his example of being strong leaders and of substance and putting that security first, because if those European leaders had just looked at the facts that Greenland wasn't secure, that it was really open season, that Greenlanders had, and Denmark, because they're responsible for the security there, they had no awareness of some of these ports into Greenland. I mean, they just didn't. They don't have the personnel, and there's just nobody there. So people and things could come in and out without awareness. And I think that's probably one of the reasons that when I was there, they acknowledged that they had a drug problem. I mean, it's an island, but it's only 57,000 people or so. And how would that be? Well, there must have been some smuggling coming in. So what else is coming in, and who else is there, and, what are they up to? So, and I will just acknowledge, it's not just about the island. It's also about the seas around the island. And the fact that China and Russia have this no holds barred, this pact of military cooperation, and they'll be doing more Arctic exercises together. And the fact that Russia has more militarization in the Arctic than any country by far. They have more than 40 icebreakers, and some of them have missiles on them. So they're working with China. China's gaining more skills. And China wrote a paper in 2018 called The Polar Silk Road, where they claimed the right to the wealth in the Arctic. 40% of it, they said, we have a big population. We're a near Arctic nation. We claim the ownership of 40% of what's under the earth and in the sea in the Arctic. And they're not a near Arctic nation. There's no such thing. So there are threats, and there are rising threats and challenges in the Arctic, especially with the proximity to this very militarized, gigantic Russian coast.
Ambassador Sands, I mean, you were based in Copenhagen for a couple of years. And I'm just wondering, knowing Denmark and the leadership and the structure of leadership as you do, what do you think the mood and the scene has been in the corridors of power in Copenhagen these last 10 days or so?
Well, I do know the situation, and I met with Greenlanders, and I met with the Greenlandic representative and the Danish ambassador recently, met with at the White House. So I do know the issues and the people, and they were absolutely, I mean, it was a catastrophe for them. For the Danes, because they want to be an Arctic nation, it makes them a player, even though they're a tiny country. For the Greenlanders, because the Danes sadly had been gaslighting the Greenlanders that the United States is bad and it's a threat. And we had, when the first Trump administration ended, we had a wonderful relationship with Greenland. I had reestablished diplomatic ties after 67 years of not having them with Greenland. With the help of the White House and the interagency, I'd put a consulate in Greenland, gotten a Coast Guard billet for Arctic security. So we had done a lot to secure the region as we could from a nation, not an owner, but from outside. And to see what the Danes have done to the Greenlanders is really sad. It'll take, I think, some time to heal those wounds of a psyop. I mean, people can be gaslighted, and that's what happened. So there was a lot of tension on the Danish side. So it'll be interesting to see at the end of the day what this all looks like.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have the benefit of hindsight just yet. It's barely been a couple of hours.
Hours.
It's quite interesting to hear, how this has played out politically in the United States. And, I know the opinion polls that I saw didn't make Greenland look like a particularly popular issue amongst the US electorate. Maybe you've seen some different polls. But I think Governor Gavin Newsom, the California governor, who is obviously an opponent politically of President Trump, says that President Trump has destroyed 80 years of alliances. And I wonder whether you think there's some truth to that, or whether you think this is just partisan rhetoric.
Well, certainly President Trump's approach to diplomacy is not anything like the European approach. He is a very brash man. There's no question. He would admit that. But the fact is he gets results, and the Europeans talk about things, but don't do a lot, especially to benefit their people. Gavin Newsom I think he really embarrassed himself even by going to Davos, because he didn't get a chance to speak. And there's a kind of a rule in the United States. It says that politics ends at the water's edge. And that means if there's there's always a U.S. president. The U.S. president sets the nation's foreign policy, and you're not supposed to badmouth whoever's in office. So, if I'm in another country and there's an opposition president, say Joe Biden, I'm not going to criticize him openly or belittle the policies, only in the way of educating people for information, but not to criticize and undermine a sitting U.S. president. Every American citizen, no matter what side of the aisle they're on, should want the U.S. president to succeed, because that helps our country succeed. And so that he would do that really violates the rule of politics stops at the water's edge.
Were there audible voices within the ranks of the GOP these last few days, perhaps urging a dialing down of the rhetoric and perhaps stepping back from the brink? Because it did sound at one stage, and we spoke to a Danish MP earlier in the week who said, it could very well now end up on the battlefield. We will have bloodshed. There will be soldiers killed on both sides. And he seemed extremely saddened by that whole idea. Were there voices in the GOP expressing discontent and opposition to this whole project?
So just let's talk about that for a minute. Can you imagine a sitting member of parliament talking about going to war, this small country, 6 million people, with the United States, rather than their Prime Minister, Mette Frederiksen, picking up the phone and talking to the U.S. president, who's actually talking about the issues? She never in a whole year picked up the phone to talk to Donald Trump. Instead, she went around Europe and talked to these, they don't seem strong, these kind of weak leaders. They still don't have credible defenses, most of them, to say, oh, America bad, won't you back me? Rather than sitting down with him and starting to talk. That would have been strong leadership. She's a good prime minister for Danes because they like her policy. She spends a lot on their social welfare plans, like free college, free healthcare, free childcare. They like that. And they want the money spent on themselves. They pay high taxes. So she does a really good job internally, not so much externally. She doesn't understand, I think, foreign diplomacy very well. But now she's going to learn. The Danes, they should have been talking to the United States. This is a tiny economy, a very small population, 6 million people. They're great people, and they've been great NATO allies, but they didn't know the moment. They didn't meet the moment. This was an issue that if the Europeans and Danes had looked at NATO and making NATO stronger, it makes perfect sense, as Mark Rutte said, for U.S. to control and defend Greenland. This is very important. NATO is, for now, it's not capable of winning a war without the U.S., so it has to be that the U.S. controls Greenland. The Greenlanders said to me very openly, look, if the U.S. doesn't invest in our country, we're going to look to China because money has no color. They didn't care where the investment comes from. They only cared about investment. They want to be developed. And Denmark, in spite of being asked to build a road between two small towns in Greenland, it would be the first road between two towns. Denmark declined to build that road and fund it for the Greenlanders. So they have no interest or capacity to develop Greenland. And Greenlanders really, they were looking for that.
Okay, and just lastly, Ambassador Stans, I mean, there's been some really striking rhetoric the last few days. I mean, world leaders calling each other stupid or irrelevant, things we're not necessarily used to hearing. We heard from Canada's Prime Minister, Mark Carney, saying the old order is not coming back. That's what he said at Davos. We heard the EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen saying that we're going to need greater European independence, she said. Do you think we're going to have a swift return to something resembling business as usual, or do you think there's going to be some lasting damage from this chapter?
Well, I think that it's a change in the order. And let me explain what I mean. The European countries, post-war, they were all very poor and devastated. The United States, our taxpayers rebuilt Europe. We invested in Europe. We didn't make them vassal states. We just did it because we're good. And then we invested in defense for them. We built NATO. We created it. We helped create the EU. And it was actually to make sure that they had energy that they needed. Flash forward, they're now in the EU trying to weaken the nation state, each nation state in Europe. But in the national security strategy that the Trump administration released in November of 2025, they explicitly state, please support the nation state and the sovereignty of each nation. Each nation's culture is precious. Protect the culture, protect your rule of law, protect your citizens and your borders, protect your security, make sure you have abundant energy. I mentioned these things earlier in our discussion, but they are key because the goal of the leadership in the EU, the European Commission, is to weaken the sovereignty of these countries. And so what you hear, the noise you hear, are these leaders that are trying to oppose President Trump and his goals. They have a net zero agenda. They like the uncontrolled immigration. They're allowing it and forcing it. And that's why they fine countries like Hungary $1 million a day for keeping out illegal immigrants from cultures that don't share their values. I saw that the UAE just recently banned their students from going to study in the UK because they don't want them to be radicalized by these radical Islamists who promote terrorism in the UK, on UK soil. They're immigrants that have been allowed to come in and preach teachings that are opposed to civilization, at least peaceful civilization and coexistence. So if you see what's happening in the EU and how they're putting people in prison for social media posts and things like that, when they have laws that say that there's freedom of speech, putting them in prison for criticizing elected leaders, like they have new laws in Germany, you can see that there's a loss of the European pact. The United States, we're birthed out of Europe and the UK. Our religion, our values, even our Constitution, many of the ideas come from European values and philosophy, and even back to ancient Greece and Rome. So it's a beautiful, multi-millennia unfolding of the values and freedoms that the United States has and that we have shared historically with Europe. The Trump administration in that national security strategy is really asking them to reinforce what we share so that they remain strong allies in the future. I think it's a love letter to Europe. So, I think that it will be healed, I hope. And I hope that they will follow in some ways, maybe not the rhetoric, but in some of the ways that he's rebuilding our country and reindustrializing, because Europe, their economy used to be almost on par with the United States, but over the decades, because of bad policy, overregulation, bad energy policy, they've really fallen way behind the United States. And we want them to catch up and be strong so that we're all stronger together.
All right, we're going to leave it there. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Always a pleasure having you on the program. Ambassador Carla Sands, thank you so much. Well, we're joined now by João Valle de Almeida, who is a former EU ambassador to the US, the United Nations and the United Kingdom. He joins us from Brussels. Ambassador, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. From a European perspective, what has the Greenland episode of the last few days revealed, do you think?
Well, we have had a rocky 12 months since Mr. Trump's second inauguration, but the last few weeks have been particularly difficult. I would say that I think a few lines have been crossed for two reasons. One is Greenland, and the other one is also attempts on and clear statements from the United States sort of meddling into European internal domestic political affairs. And these two lines are important lines, because the Greenland one has to do with territorial integrity, sovereignty of EU country, Denmark, and also Greenland. So these were tough moments. And they do not contribute to strengthen the transatlantic alliance, on the contrary.
How seriously do you think this whole episode has shaken European confidence in Washington?
I think trust is a key commodity in international relations, as you may understand, and particular among friends and allies and partners like we are, members of NATO, members of the meeting tonight here in Brussels, to assess the situation against the background of recent events. And importantly, this should not distract us from our main priority in terms of security, which is the situation in Ukraine and the aggression from Russia. So on all grounds, the issue of Greenland was not a very inspirational one, to put it this way, and in my view, detrimental to the quality of our relationship. Hopefully we will find an outcome which is balanced and acceptable by all.
Do you think Europe could have handled this perhaps a bit differently? Do you think some lessons have been learned? Perhaps Europe could have reacted earlier, louder, put on a more united front? Do you think any lessons have been learned, or is it too early to tell?
I think we are learning the right lessons from this first. And you would accept that Europe has accommodate, to understand, to not overreact to some of what has been said from Washington. And we made a trade deal in July. We have accommodated a number of points. We have shown capacity to try to understand where Mr. Trump is coming from. But as I said earlier, the recent weeks on the issue of interference in European political affairs and the issue of Greenland, they have deteriorated the climate. I understand and I support the way member states of the European Union and European leaders are reacting in the last few days. I think we were very clear saying there is a red line here. Partners don't challenge territorial integrity of other partners. Partners don't challenge the sovereignty. Partners don't threat to annex or invade or occupy parts of the territory of the other side. And this has been spelled out by our leaders in a very concrete way, in a very forceful way, I would say. And maybe this has something to do with the fact that the president has backtracked on his initial threats and initial assumptions. And my hope is that we can find now a good balanced outcome from this unfortunate episode.
How do you think Moscow and Beijing viewed this whole saga?
I mean, if you consider that a united West, a united front between Europeans and Americans is the last thing that maybe people want in Moscow or Beijing, you can conclude that they would be happy with allies, Western allies, having this kind of discussions and this kind of disputes or misunderstandings, to put it mildly. So I don't think what happened around Greenland or what happened around American comments on European internal affairs helps in any way the Western alliance. It may be welcomed by other capitals, and the ones you mentioned comes top of my mind.
I mean, it can't be a coincidence that China issued this message this week of stability and predictability being key aspects to the relationships that it sought to create with European powers. Do you think China is now going to become a more attractive country for this week. And I know the UK is not in the EU any longer, but do you think perhaps that's a sign of the times and perhaps of a sense of re-evaluating the relationship with Beijing?
I normally like to say that the last thing Europeans want is to be forced to choose between the United States and China. But we need the United States to help us avoid that kind of situation. And recently, the US has not helped us making a very clear choice in terms of privileging the relationship with the United States. This being said, I don't see any signs that Europe is going to throw itself into the arms of our Chinese friends. What we want is to have a balanced relationship with China. We have our issues, very serious issues on trade, on intellectual property, on the respect for rules. We have an issue with their support to Russia and the support on the war effort in Ukraine. And so there are serious issues between the two of us. But on the other side, we recognize that the economic relationship, the trade relationship is important. So I would expect European leaders to try to have a balanced relationship with China that does not eliminate the tension that we have in a number of areas, but on the other hand, that tries to look for cooperation in economic affairs. And of course, if we see on the US side, and I hope we will not see this, but if the trend is one towards some tension on the economic front, on the technological front, on the trade front, and even on the political front, as the case of Greenland highlights, I think there will be a risk that some of our member states will think, rather turn ourselves elsewhere. I hope that won't happen. I hope that we are able to keep a very strong transatlantic alliance. I think the world needs that. The world benefits from that. Is a factor of stability if it works well, and I hope it will work better.
One of the stars of the week, and I don't know if you'd agree with my assessment, some are saying is the NATO Secretary General, Mark Rutte, who's played a central role in diffusing this crisis. Some are calling him the Trump whisperer, and he's had to walk a very unenviable tightrope. I just wondered how you think he's performed, and do you think there is an argument that NATO, despite some bruises and some slight sense of humiliation in some capitals around Europe, NATO has emerged from all of this stronger?
I think NATO is key for European security, for transatlantic security. I think it's key for the security of the world, for the stability of the world. So it's a positive actor and a positive factor in creating stability, global stability. So in my view, what we need to do is to strengthen NATO, not weaken NATO. And the Secretary General, Mark Rutte, has a key role to play. He's in a very difficult position when you have inside the alliance the kind of discussions that we had around Greenland. I don't know the details of the plan that is supposed to be agreed to have been agreed by President Trump, but I can imagine that we all share the principle and the concern about the security in the Arctic region. Because of climate change, there are new access that has been created across the Arctic region, and that can have a security dimension. Greenland is on the way of that, so it's normal that we all care about Arctic security. We've been working on that. I hope that the agreement that has been reached goes in the direction of saying that NATO will invest more in the security of the Arctic, that member states on both sides of the Atlantic will invest, and that will create conditions for a better security context in the Arctic. If that is the case, and I hope that will be the case, NATO will come out reinforced, and the United States security will be strengthened by that. That is my sort of benign, positive outcome of this Greenland saga. I hope we are not going towards less good and less optimal solutions. In that case, replying to your question, if that is the outcome, then I would say that the Secretary General has done a good job.
Okay, and just lastly, I mean, it's very difficult to ask for sort of longer-term perspectives on this whole episode, given that we're still in the same week that all of this has happened. But how do you think people will look back on this episode in the future? Do you think at some point as being a turning point for the West?
I think it could be a turning point if our friends in America understand that they cannot push too hard and too far in terms of their positions. And that's why I say that a few lines have been crossed. I hope they will not be crossed again. And I hope our friends in America understand that Europe is a key ally of the United States, but it has to be respected and it has to be part of solutions and not be seen as a part of the problem. If that is the outcome, I'm optimistic. It may be a turning point from that point of view, and I hope we will not come back to situations in which key elements of our relationship are challenged, like, as I said, the internal affairs of the EU and the sovereignty and territorial integrity of our member states or associated. Territories.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us.
My pleasure.
Almeida, thank you very much indeed, sir.
Thank you.
Now, earlier this week, as European leaders were grappling with President Trump's sharp rhetoric on Greenland, guests at the inaugural anniversary of Republicans for National Renewal sliced up and served a cake that... Well, we're joined now by Miles Pomper, who is a senior fellow at the James Martin Center for Non-Proliferation Studies. He joins us now from Washington. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. What, in your opinion, was this?
Well, I think it's, there are real security issues in Greenland. There are economic interests. And then there's political stagecraft. And I think it was a combination of those three. It's not clear to me that you needed any of this drama to get what appears to be the outlines of the framework of a deal that President Trump and Secretary General Rutte agreed upon. So I think some of this was Trump making a case to his domestic audience that he's standing up for American interests, particularly for his base. You notice this all happened around the time of the one-year anniversary of his inauguration. And then I think there are real security issues. I mean, the Arctic is an increasingly important area. Russia and China are showing a lot of interest in the area. There are missile defense issues and so on. But a lot of this could have been negotiated quietly between the United States and Denmark and with NATO allies.
Right, and I think what confused a lot of commentators and NATO allies was the fact that NATO exists precisely so that things can be discussed in a closed forum. There was already the provision for US troops to be deployed to Greenland if needed. They already have a base there, and they've closed down other bases and drawn down troops. There are only 200 US troops in Greenland. So if security is such a big issue, it raises the question, why weren't more US bases reopened? Why weren't more US military resources deployed to Greenland to protect it? Wouldn't that have been the preferable course of action?
It would have made a lot more sense to me to do that first. I think part of this is, in addition to the bases there's a very important radar based in Greenland that's used in the missile defense system. So as the United States and the Trump administration moves towards the so-called Golden Dome system, there may be more presence there. There's certainly going to be a need to defend that radar site with air defenses, and maybe they don't want to negotiate over each additional base. I mean, the current agreement has particular territories that are marked out for the United States. And maybe they thought, well, let's just, claim the whole island. There's not that many people there. But it's a very crude way of doing things. The other issue, I think, is that there are a lot of minerals that appear to be buried under the ice in Greenland, particularly rare earths, which are very important in the national security sector. And the Denmark, as a pretty green environmental country, has not been inclined to exploit a lot of those resources. So the outlines of the particular deal that seem to be emerging, and there's nothing finalized, so this is all based on press reports and so on, is that the U.S. would have the right of first refusal for any assets there. So if the Danes or other could not sell the assets to China and Russia in particular. So China right now dominates the rare earths market. And this is a real problem for the U.S. military. So this is one consideration there, I think.
Right. And, with regards to finding a face-saving solution to this standoff, and, we've already mentioned the fact that there is the framework for a deal, although we don't know much about the details of that deal. But there is a model that could be found, and some commentators have been talking about the Cyprus model, which is where the British have bases on Cyprus, which are designated as British sovereign territory. Could that same model be applied to Greenland, where US bases are designated as US sovereign territory, and therefore there is something to show for this whole standoff?
Yes, that's certainly an option, and it apparently was discussed among military officers. I mean, in the end, it's whatever the two countries can negotiate, right? So if Denmark is willing to do that, then I'm sure the Trump administration would claim that as a victory and move on, hopefully. At least I would hope that. I would say the other model, a similar model that the U.S. actually has is the Guantanamo naval base in Cuba, which is U.S. sovereign territory, which, despite our very tense relationship with Cuba, the United States has been able to keep that base for 100 years. So there are precedents for this. And maybe they don't want to have, part of the current agreement says that, anytime you make a major infrastructure or troop deployments, you have to get Denmark to agree. So maybe that's also part of it, a little more flexibility and maybe a little more secrecy, frankly, not necessarily from the Danes so much as this information might leak to the Russians and others. So if you had sovereignty, you wouldn't have to inform other people about what's going on.
Okay. This has been a major crisis for NATO. And you mentioned Mark Rutte, the NATO Secretary General, at the beginning. And I just wondered how you thought he'd played his cards, how skillfully you think he's played his cards, given this extremely unenviable tightrope that he's had to walk.
I think he's done a marvelous job and really deserves a lot of commendation. It's not, the first time he's had to be sort of the Trump whisperer. If you recall, in the first Trump administration, there was actually a meeting at which Trump told the heads of state gathered for a summit, including the former Secretary General, that he wanted to pull the United States out of NATO. And Rutte was, at that point, was the Dutch prime minister, was actually very instrumental, according to Secretary General Stoltenberg, in proposing a solution. So he and Trump have managed to develop a relationship going back to Trump's first term, where Trump seems to trust him. And that's very important. And that's been very important for the alliance because obviously this is an issue that threatened to tear it apart. So he deserves a lot of kudos for what he's been able to pull off.
A lot has happened in the last week or so. We've had exchanges of threats and insults amongst allies, and some are talking about the reboot of post-1945 norms. I just wonder whether you think, Gavin Newsom says that 80 years of alliances have been destroyed in the blink of an eye, or words to that effect. But how much do you think trust and credibility in the United States has been lost in that circle of key allies?
I think there's certainly declining trust and confidence, not only among the leaders themselves, but among the publics in those countries. And trust is the coin of the realm in this situation. If you look at the most existential issue for the allies, the U.S. nuclear guarantee, as part of Article 5, that the U.S. will use its nuclear weapons to defend countries in Europe from a Russian attack, particularly. depends entirely on trust. I mean, it's a very risky venture if you think about it. We're going to, if there's not a direct attack on the United States, we're still going to defend our allies and threaten nuclear retaliation and a retaliation on U.S. citizens in return for any kind of Russian attack on NATO allies. So that's a very risky and situation that depends a lot on trust. And if I were Russia or others, I'd have less credibility, invest less credibility in the U.S. guarantee at this point. That's very worrisome.
Okay, well, we're going to have to leave there. We're out of time. But thank you very much indeed, Miles Pomper, Senior Fellow at the James Martin Centre for Non-Proliferation Studies. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thanks for having me.
Turning our attention now to Gaza. And the US President Donald Trump has launched what he's called the Board of Peace. This happened at a special signing ceremony in Davos. Well, the body will be used to resolve international conflicts, and permanent membership of the board comes with a $1 billion price tag. Well, amongst those invited to join, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Well, this has drawn some criticism, given that Netanyahu is wanted by the International Criminal Court, which issued an arrest warrant over the war in Gaza. Well, the Board of Peace was announced as part of Phase 2 of the ceasefire with Hamas, aimed at ending the war in Gaza. But President Trump has gone even further, suggesting that the body could be used to resolve other international conflicts. Well, to talk to us more about this Board of Peace, we're joined now by Dr. Jamal Abdel-Jawad, who is a Senior Fellow at the Al-Ahram Center for Strategic Studies in Cairo. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Dr. Abdel-Jawad. Do you think this new Board of Peace is going to deliver results?
We have, I think, somewhat two different things. We have peace in Gaza as a peace plan that was agreed upon in Sharm el-Sheikh and was further internationally legitimated by the UN Security Council in a resolution, Security Council resolution. In the resolution, there is a mention of the Board of Peace. Now we see the Board of Peace is taking shape, is forming. The question here is that the link between the peace plan on the one hand in Gaza, that is mainly an American plan. America is taking the leadership in implementing this plan, and there are slow, but there are progress happening there day by day. And on the other hand, we have the board, which is declared today. How the board is going to work, how it's going to influence the implementation of the peace plan in Gaza is not really clear. So people in the Middle East are hopeful that the United States will continue to take the leadership in implementing the Gaza peace plan without allowing the complication and the uncertainty about the makeup and the functions of the peace board to negatively affect the possibilities of success in Gaza.
It was interesting looking at what happened in Davos today, and one of the striking images for me was the President of America's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, showing what the new Gaza could look like. I don't know if you saw those pictures, but they seem to be framing this as being a real estate issue as much as anything else. And I'm wondering whether you think this fresh thinking and these fresh ideas to decades-old problems is going to perhaps succeed where previous efforts have not succeeded.
Well, I see the gap between what has been presented today by Mr. Kushner and by the reality on Gaza. It's a completely big gap, and we don't really have a roadmap to take us from the current situation to this really wonderful picture that he presented today. If this is meant to inspire people, fine, but it needs to have credibility. It needs to convince people that this is not just a dream about Gaza, but it's something that is possible. And unfortunately, I don't see a reason to see this particular plan as credible. Maybe we have now a little more certainty about the future of Hamas, the future of Hamas weapons, how Hamas position in the future of Gaza will look like. Things are getting clear day by day. But turning Gaza into this wonderful real estate project, it's really looks like rather illusion rather than something that can really happen.
Okay, let's talk about the executive leadership of this Board of Peace. There are people on it like the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio. There's the envoy Steve Witkoff. There's Jared Kushner, who we've already mentioned. There's former British Prime Minister Sir Tony Blair. I mean, these are a range of different minds with different backgrounds. And, you know, they are fresh in some cases to this very old problem, a decades-old problem. What do you think they bring to the table, that collection of individuals?
Well, it's the function of each of those members of the executive board are somewhat vague, actually. They haven't been specified clearly. So I would argue that it all depends on the kind of leadership that President Trump is going to provide here. Reviewing his presidency along the last year, it is essentially Donald Trump. We can hardly talk about the United States or the administration. It is Donald Trump is shaping the United States policy, is taking the decision, and all other secretaries and officials are standing behind him to implement, to support his vision. Rarely has been a real contribution, as far as I understand, from other participants. I think this is a kind of the type of style of leadership that President Trump is preferring. So perhaps he will be making the calls, and the others will be helping in implementing what he is doing. So instead of wasting energy looking for what kind of input those individuals can bring to the peace process in Gaza, we rather think harder about what is the vision Mr. Trump is having, and because this is where exactly the real question is.
I mean, a lot has changed in the last few days. I mean, things seem to be moving so quickly around the world these days. But on Saturday, Israel sounded quite unenthusiastic about this board and the composition of some of the boards that were being announced to address the issue of Gaza. They seem to suggest that some of the names on some of the boards hadn't been run by Israel and they were not coordinated. Why do you think Israel was hesitant about this board to begin with?
Let me put it this way. It's not only Israel. I think all parties to the conflict in the Middle East have some reason to feel uncomfortable about this entire plan and the structure. But being uncertain, being at unease about it is not enough to make him not cooperative. So they are cooperating reluctantly in a way. This applies to Israel and applies to others. Each side has his own doubts about this, and each side tried to focus on what really matters to him. For Israel, the presence in this structure of the certain states, particularly Turkey and Qatar, is alarming. They perceived in Israel as hostile government, so Israel don't want to give him a say in the future of Gaza. But it is very costly for the government of Israel to explicitly contradict or refuse to cooperate with a plan that is suggested by President Trump. So they will go along. They will try to show that they are cooperating, willing to make things work. Perhaps waiting for the first turn when it gets difficult, maybe to get out or obstruct the entire plan. Other actors in the region have their own doubts about the plan, but the Palestinian, Egypt, and the other Arab states are very hopeful that looking at the nitty-gritty, looking at ceasefire, looking at bringing humanitarian assistance to the Palestinians, focusing on establishing peace and order in Gaza, creating a political situation that is sustainable without an armed Hamas, maybe with a political Hamas. So let us focus on those nitty-gritty issues without looking or let the other dimensions of this really unwell-structured plan to distract us from the opportunities that is already there in Gaza.
Yeah, I mean, given the composition of this peace board, I'm just wondering how you think Israel is going to be able to defend some of its positions. For example, Israel objected to the reopening of the Rafah border crossing in both directions. Do you think they'll be able to raise an objection like that in front of this board, given its composition? Do you think they're concerned that previous objections in front of previous forums would have worked, but now in this new structure, it's going to be much harder for them to express objections? Do you think that's one of their concerns?
I agree. It is Israel expressed its concerns, objections in dialogue with the United States, but this was behind closed doors. Now we have a kind of a forum where witnesses are there to any deliberations that Israel is being party to. So it might be difficult for Israel to continue objecting the opening of the Rafah crossing, particularly now the Israeli argument is getting quite weak, actually, because they essentially say that this is now conditioned by the restoring the corpse of the last Israeli soldier that is left in the territory of Gaza. It is something that we can continue trying to implement. Search for this soldier could take weeks. So we and it is all parties are quite serious trying to bring this corpse back to Israel. So there's no to delay the implementation of a peace plan here in Gaza. So I think, yes, it is Israel now in a much difficult position objecting some of the points that Israel used to object in the past.
Okay, and just lastly, do you think this board brings the Palestinians closer in any way to genuine self-determination and an independent state?
Well, it helps, but how close? I'm not sure. It's the distance between restoring peace and Gaza and reconstruction of Gaza and linking that to the West Bank, to the Palestinian Authority, and reforming and actually creating a new Palestinian political system, if I can call it. This is really quite a long way to go. But the positive side here is that, yes, there is a mention of Palestinian statehood. There is a Palestinian right to self-determination in the Security Council resolution that is legitimated this peace plan. So it is, in principle, there is a link. And the link in reality so far is quite weak. So the link is there, but it needs to be further materialized.
Okay, well, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time, but we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Dr. Jamal Abdel Jawad, Senior Fellow at the Al Ahram Center for Strategic Studies, thank you for joining us today. Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Incheon, a city with a lot to offer. Incheon in South Korea. There are many things to do, places to see, eat and drink in, and events to take part in. It's got a rich history, plus interesting cultural sites to visit. It's probably most known for being the home of the International Incheon Airport. Incheon City is located in the northwestern area of South Korea. Seoul and Bucheon are nearby, as well as Goyang and Asan. The city has a population of about 2.8 million people. It is considered the third biggest city in South Korea. The city is known for its majestic natural landscape, from white sand beaches to unique rock formations. One of the most popular is the Yeolwangni Beach, offering pristine waters and great sand too. Tourists often visit this beach to watch the sunset and take lots and lots of photos. The beach is also surrounded by a grove of pine trees, completing the picturesque view. Aside from Incheon's beaches, being a sight to see, it's also where you can try activities such as swimming, fishing, and some water sports. Incheon is also known for its great historical and cultural structures. There's a Museum of Korea Emigration History. You can go through a display of exhibits that tell the stories of the country's first emigrants. There's also the Incheon Landing Operation Memorial Hall. It is a memorial hall that features photos of military arms used by both the North and South Korean military. Then, there's the architectural masterpiece, Incheon Bridge. It is considered the longest bridge in Korea. It's linked to the world-famous international airport and is also one of the best places to witness the sunset. Incheon is also known for its special market. Want a taste of their famous fried chicken? Or buy the freshest fish from the port? The marketplace is where you should go. Aside from the fresh food, some markets also have amusement parks in it. Some are near the coastline where you can enjoy the view or try an activity. Bupyeong is where you can go shopping in Incheon City. It is linked to the subway stations, so it'll be easy to find and accessible as well. Not only is it a mecca for fashionable clothes, you'll find great products that are for your health and beauty. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello and welcome. I'm Riz Khan. The words spoken by the US president are among the most closely listened to in the world. One sentence or phrase can move international financial markets, force heads of state to rethink their policies, and certainly define what America is all about. So when President Donald Trump uses phrases such as the big beautiful bill, or says, in Japan they bow, I love it, the only thing I love about Japan, or quite famously describe nations in Africa as S-holes, the world is hearing a rather different rhetoric compared with speeches from past US presidents. My guest today was the speechwriter for Bill Clinton at the turn of the millennium, and can give me an inside track on what it takes to put the words into the president's mouth. But more importantly, as the editor-in-chief of the Washington Monthly, Paul Glastris has a very relevant perspective on how the Trump administration and its policies are having an impact domestically in the US and on the international stage. Paul, I'm really glad you could make some time for me. There's lots to talk about.
Delighted to be here. Thank you for having me.
Well, first, sir, I've got to ask you, the reputation, obviously, the name that you're given a lot of the time is the speechwriter for Bill Clinton, and we'll touch on that because that must have been a very interesting time. But so much is going on in the world right now, and as you're a Washington insider, I want to get your perspective on certain things. How do you regard the atmosphere right now in D.C. in terms of politics, the new administration, and so on?
We've never really seen anything like what's happening now. No president has wielded power over his party to the degree that Donald Trump does. You'd have to go back to maybe Lyndon Johnson, and even there. No president has broken the norms that President Trump has. No president has, I think it's pretty clear, broken the law in terms of the Constitution and been allowed to get away with it by his party in power and by the Supreme Court as Donald Trump. So it's really no precedent like it.
This is so funny because I really wanted to follow up on that particular thing. It seems to the outside world that Donald Trump has this kind of unbridled power. I mean, he's able to, he says it, he does it, or he says it and he doesn't do it. Either way, he seems to hold all the cards. I mean, is it really the case that he is that unchecked?
You know, he's not unchecked in the sense that the markets are bigger than the presidency, right? So when he tried to impose these tariffs a couple of months ago, the bond market disciplined him and he had to back off. He is not unchecked when it comes to international affairs. You know, the Prime Minister of Israel checked him by moving on Iran and more or less forcing his hand to do the bombing that he didn't want to do. Vladimir Putin certainly has checked his every move so far. So he's not without checks, just no check by his own party.
I'm going to get into some of those topics in a moment, but, you know, I want to get your perspective on what seems to be the Republican Party either being beaten into shape, perhaps beating themselves into shape. What is the reason? Is it simply because they're terrified of Donald Trump, or is it because they see him as the only person who can keep them on top?
I think it's a split, and it would depend on the Republican. There are in Washington, I'm not talking about the voters, there's a great base of fandom for Donald Trump out in the country. In Washington, much less so. They will mouth support, they will flatter him behind the scenes, they're terrified, they're fearful, they're ashamed, they're trying to figure out how to ride it out. There are those who are clinging to office in the vague hope that somehow they can keep the country off the worst future. Others actually agree with him on a number of items, even if they're horrified by others. So it's a mixed bag.
Do you think he has actually delivered for the Republican Party?
Well, if the party's number one goal was tax cuts for the wealthy, yes. And I think it's fair to say that was their number one goal, or at least extending the tax cuts that they had passed in his first term. I think he has delivered on long-held, hard-right agenda items like eliminating U.S. aid to foreign countries. I don't think that's a huge Republican agenda item, and I think, again, Republicans here in Washington who know how the world works are secretly horrified, but it has been an item for them.
How do you regard what is often seen as his contradictory paths? He'll take one, then suddenly switch last minute with no warning to another one. It leaves everyone confused around him. The global tariffs, I guess, being one example.
So being capricious and being able to change one's mind on a dime and have the world react is part of the fun of power, right? It's the privilege of having so much power that whatever side of bed you get up in the morning, the world reacts. I think there's a certain intoxication with that. But also Donald Trump, though he has ideas that are fixed ideas that he's had for decades, is extraordinarily transactional. And I think everyone tries to psychoanalyze the guy, and I certainly have no better ability to do that than anybody. But I think he is primarily motivated by short-term victory, by hits that look good. You know, he'll ask aides all the time, how's it playing? And by that he means, how's it playing in the media? He wants to be seen as powerful, as successful, and so he jumps on things that look like they'll give him short-term hits.
But if it's ego-driven, as seems to be the case, as you're indicating, then it's not necessarily the best thing for the country.
No. I think it's terrible for the country. Again, though, he does have fixed ideas. He does have a North Star of sorts. His hatred of immigration goes back decades. His belief in the all-powerful, universal utility of tariffs goes back decades. These are things that he's not governing based on ego or his own transactional nature or putting money in his pocket. In many other ways, those things are key. But in issues like tariffs and immigration, that is Donald Trump's vision.
There's an irony, though. He's a property developer, which is so dependent on immigrants.
Yes. Look, I mean, none of it makes sense, right? None of it makes sense. He's attacking immigration, and red state farmers are totally dependent on immigrants, as are, many other parts of our economy. Tariffs will, if he continues, undermine the economy, and is absolutely anathema to the big part of the base of his party, certainly the old Republican Party. Gutting academic research spending might feel good in that it goes hardest against elite colleges and universities in blue states, but it's also hitting purple states. It's also hitting red states. It's terrible for the Republican Party. It's not good for his legacy. In many ways, he reacts and jumps on things that he's not really thought through.
It's interesting you said it wasn't about the money so much, because one of the comments that comes out a lot from analysts is, well, look, he's doubled his wealth, all these deals he's doing. He did a visit to the Gulf region, to Saudi Arabia, to Qatar, and to the UAE, and suddenly there are all developments going on there. His family's in tow. So it seems strange that you don't see what a lot of analysts seem to see as his motive.
Oh, I 100% think that on an array of issues, he is acting to pocket, to line his own pockets. I mean, there's no question about it. You mentioned the flows of Saudi money and so forth. And you see it everywhere. You see it, the transactional nature of his antitrust policy, right? He threatens antitrust enforcement until someone provides him $25 million for his library, or the whole crypto thing. He's made billions on crypto after saying that he thought the whole industry was corrupt and crazy. So he's certainly in it for the money. All I'm saying is there are issues that he cares about and has cared about that aren't lining his pockets. They may be, bad for the country, but they come from a place of his conviction.
One thing that the Gulf has changed a lot. Saudi Arabia has progressed remarkably in the last few years under the Crown Prince, and it seems that they are easier partners for him now. Isn't that the case?
Yes, and the administration, Donald Trump, has traditionally found sources of money outside the establishment, largely because the establishment would not do business with him. So he was unable for many years to fund any of his development deals from normal commercial banks in the United States. So he was able to get money from Russian sources. I think the Saudi sources in past years have been shunned by the establishment. That makes it more interesting to Donald Trump. And I think there has been a very profitable marriage there.
But also politically, because it looks like, the Gulf countries, Saudi Arabia, the UAE and so on, are doing peace with Israel, are making peace with Israel. And that, of course, is better stability for the region. And that also makes him look better.
No question, no question. And in his first term, his son-in-law orchestrated the Abraham Accords, which, you can debate how well they worked. And he is attempting some kind of peace settlement in Israel. Of course, he and Benjamin Netanyahu are discussing ethnically cleansing Gaza, which probably is not something the rest of the Arab world can get behind. But yes.
I'm curious, with Donald Trump saying he would end wars in a day, the main wars, of course, Russia, Ukraine, still at a complete impasse. Israel has pretty much flattened Gaza and has gone after Iran in a very aggressive way, and also now Syria, currently going on as well. What tolerance will the American people have for America, under this promise of looking after America, making America great again, still being embroiled in these conflicts outside? How much tolerance will people have, do you think?
His base has minimal tolerance for any of this. One of the reasons he's stuck with Ukraine in his policy is he sold himself as the person who's going to extricate the United States from that. But he can't, because despite his offers of a peace highly in Russia's favor, Vladimir Putin is continuing his aggression. The rest of the American public is not so restive about American power in the world. I don't think most Americans see us helping the Ukrainians defend themselves as deep embroilment. The question of Israel is a more complicated one, but Americans are, by and large, pro-Israel. So I think amongst his isolationist base, yes, the rest of the public, no.
Paul, how do you think the dynamic has changed between the USA and Israel, considering that there has been no ceasefire achieved? Israel continues its actions in Gaza and elsewhere, as I just mentioned, and is now being regarded more and more as a pariah by much of the international community. The word genocide keeps coming up. How do you think that has affected the dynamic between the USA and Israel?
Well, it's generational. If you're under 40 and not evangelical, your attitude in general, I'm speaking in general terms, toward Israel is much less warm than those of us of an older generation who knew an earlier Israel. I don't see any signs yet of a real breach between the United States and Israel. The current Israeli government is really testing that.
Is the US, as a result of its inactions in these instances, becoming more isolated morally, if not economically, from the rest of the world?
Yes, 100%. And the rest of the world, which has never been as pro-Israel as the United States, made allowances for the United States policy on Israel at a time when the U.S. was supportive of its alliances. Now we are defying and degrading our alliances, so that accelerates the isolation.
Well, meanwhile, the domestic front is still quite interesting and confusing. If you were to describe in one word the big, beautiful bill, what would you say?
Well, it's a continuation of siphoning of money toward the very, very wealthy, not just the affluent, the very, very wealthy, at the expense of the working poor, with some bonus benefits thrown out there, like no taxes on tips, to make it palatable politically.
What would be the one word then?
Nonsense.
Okay, I'm just curious to see what you would say. Now, in terms of such descriptions, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act and Donald Trump's sweeping rhetoric when it comes to, the comments and speeches he makes, often analyzed, by the way, as outright lies by many international organizations. What do these say about the U.S. presidency's intellectual kind of status and position?
That's an interesting question. So if you look at presidential speeches over the decades, presidents have learned to speak in a more popular way. Complex syntax, large, fancy words have been wrung out of presidential rhetoric. Presidents have learned to speak in the vernacular. Donald Trump has taken that to an extreme of simplification and added to it a shameless level of open deception and lying. That's the big change. That was not typical of presidential rhetoric until Donald Trump.
I'm going to get more onto your career and influence as a speechwriter of U.S. presidents in a moment. But it does make me wonder, if you had to put yourself in the shoes of the person who's responsible for making Donald Trump speeches, what would you imagine writing for him? I mean, assuming he even listens, because there's a feeling that it's all off the cuff and ad-libbed.
So if you watch his speeches, you can see pretty obviously the parts that are written for him and the parts he ad-libs. He'll often read a sentence and then stop and say, that is so true, right? Which is a tip-off that he hasn't read the speech until that moment. So he's commenting on the speech that his speechwriters have given him. And this is not untypical of presidents, then he goes off on his own. And he could leave the speech for minutes, 10 minutes, an hour sometimes. One of the distinctive things that's with Trump is his speeches have become less and less like other presidents who had different speaking styles, if you will, for different occasions and different audiences. Right. With Donald Trump, it's become more and more every speech is a rally speech. So he speaks to European leaders or at the State of the Union with the same aggressive and freewheeling and dishonest rhetoric that he would do just at a open air speech to his base.
And it seems that a lot of his comments are about himself. And
oh yes,
is that quite common with presidents?
No, presidents are, of course, they have great egos, but most successful presidents learn to make speeches about the audience, not about themselves.
I was going to go back to the Trump administration's policies and the funding cuts in many areas, such as overseas aid, and now education is being targeted. It's lost thousands of jobs, American jobs, in those very important areas. How sustainable is that going to be? Not just the impact of the unemployment, but how the country will operate. When it comes down to that, on a global scale, for example, now with the well, planned funding cuts in overseas aid, HIV/AIDS would rise up, and of course would have an impact on the USA as well. Looks like that might be scaled back to continue the aid. But what sort of impact is it going to have on the way the world works when you have cuts that are having such a broad impact?
I think it's completely unpredictable. What I can say with some confidence is it is not going to end well, and that it will be at some point reversed. Here's the reason I say that. When you look at the history of presidencies, the recent history of presidencies, poor policy choices, poor budgeting choices, poor management, eventually in ways that nobody could have predicted, lead to disasters. Think George W. Bush and Katrina, right?
Hurricane Katrina.
Yeah. Think Barack Obama and the website for Obamacare, which was a tiny blip of a problem, but, haunted the presidency, his presidency. We are going to see these kinds of, we're already seeing it. You're already seeing examples of FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, unable to answer the phone when bad weather shows up. And the reporters are all over it, saying this is the result of budget cuts. Whether it is or not, in this case it was, we're going to see disaster after disaster, and the public will turn. The public doesn't like these budget cuts as it is. The question is, will it change elections in the future? And it all depends on the scale of the disaster.
Was DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, a good idea in the first place?
Terrible idea, horrible idea.
Why, though? Because people say the government is inefficient.
Well, the government is inefficient. Corporations are inefficient. The government is inefficient for a variety of reasons that have nothing to do with firing your best senior employees. The government is inefficient in part because it over-relies on expensive contractors who have monopoly contracts and charge a lot more. There's a lot that that can be improved by government. What Trump smartly did that the Democrats did not do is promise reform. Gallup polling has been consistent for decades. The average American thinks Washington wastes 50 cents on its dollar, on its tax dollar. And that's an exaggeration, but it's not totally wrong. Trump played on that, and I'm sure won votes on it and got support on it. He utterly mismanaged the reforms themselves. He did more harm than good.
What impact do you think Elon Musk had in shaping this second Trump presidency, particularly in the eyes of young people? Then, of course, he fell out with him, so of course that has an impact too. How did you regard what was going on there?
Well, he handed a tech oligarch the keys to the federal government, all its data, and let him run rampant through it. And it was more or less a disaster from beginning to end, to the point that Trump had to distance himself and get rid of him. So in no way was it a positive. I'm sure like someday we'll look back and something that the Doge did under Elon Musk, somebody will build something good from, but it's pretty hard to see right now.
I did hear you say in interviews that one of your concerns was that basically Elon Musk was using young kids with no real experience,
right,
to judge everything.
So it's the reason generals send 18-year-olds to the front is because they're looking for adventure and they don't know their own self-interest, right? Anybody, with wisdom and a few years under their belt would know that the things that they were being asked to do were illegal and will haunt them the rest of their lives. So they sent interns. It was really quite horrible.
So what was the biggest problem with Doge? What's gone wrong the most? Is it simply that it's targeting the wrong areas?
Yes. The problem with the federal government is not that we have too many federal employees sitting around doing nothing. The problem with the federal government is we don't have enough federal employees with enough authority, and there are many of them, the best of them in the key sectors, overwhelmed. And they're reliant on outside contractors, outside forces. They don't have the tools they need. They're often burdened by procedures that they didn't create that get in their way, that are the accretion of reforms and legislation from years ago. There's very good ways to unknot the bureaucracy, strengthen the bureaucracy, bring in better and more talent, and have a more efficient government. That is not what they did.
Well, the fallout with Elon Musk was quite severe and very public, of course. When you saw Elon Musk tweeting and Xing, or whatever it's called now, about the need for a third party, and in his case, naming it the America Party, what went through your head?
Well, you know, the Washington Monthly's chief political writer, Bill Scher, wrote a quite smart post about this. Musk could succeed. As unlikely as it is to build a sustainable third party, Musk is a little bit like Ross Perot. He's got the money, he could have the issues, and he could make life very difficult for both parties.
Isn't there a need for a third party?
I don't think so. I think there's a need for the Democratic Party to figure out how to win back the voters that it's lost and keep the voters that it has, and really govern in a sustainable way for a while.
I'll get back to that in a second, but isn't one of the biggest problems in most countries that if they're a two-party political system, that it becomes a kind of us against them, and it's usually just countering each other's policies, irrespective of whether they're good or not, or bad or not, and it's simply the public get left out as they fight amongst themselves.
And look, we don't have a parliamentary system in the United States. If you have a parliamentary system, multiple parties can work. It can be just as dysfunctional as a presidential two-party system too. There's good and bad in both, but I just don't think there's any example in U.S. history of viable third parties that don't lead to one party going out of business. We've just been a two-party nation since our founding.
After standing, apparently solidly behind President Trump, are you seeing signs of the Republican Party starting to push back? Is there a sense of unraveling going on there?
No, I don't think so. I think there is always going to be deep grumbling. As I said, the Washington, D.C. part of the party feels very, very constrained and humiliated by President Trump. But they fear breaking from him far more than anything else.
So, Paul, what do you think it would take for a major backlash by the Republicans against?
I think support for Donald Trump has to plummet among Republican voters, and I don't think that's going to happen. And support also among independent voters, and I don't think that's going to happen unless and until they feel it in their lives. And that is economically, that is from these federal mismanagement disasters, the kinds of things that have tanked previous, presidents like George W. Bush, who once was a god to the conservative base of the party and left in humiliation.
So what degree is that potential problem on the horizon with the midterm elections?
We'll see. There's all this debate about why we haven't seen in the inflation numbers and in the economy the effects of the tariffs. We could talk about why that is. Will any of that really take shape before the midterms? We don't know. But if it does, it should have an effect.
Is there any likelihood that President Trump might achieve what he sometimes states as his goal of staying on longer?
No, I don't think so. I mean, look, anything can happen. We might not have a democracy in 2028. I think that is still a gleam in the eye of many in the administration. But America has a lot of redundancies, a lot of resiliency. Donald Trump's polling numbers are pretty bad right now. They've been falling since his inauguration, and they don't show much signs of abating. They've leveled off here and there, then they fall some more. If this keeps happening, he's going to have a very bad midterm.
In spite of his first presidency, having its own quirks, people still voted him back in. How do you regard the difference between those two terms?
Well, his first term, he rode the coattails of the Obama-Biden boom, let's be honest. goosed it a bit with his tax cuts, then hit his first really stormy period, and that was COVID, mismanaged it horribly, and lost because of that. There's a great parlor game, what, led the Democrats to lose in 2024. First, they didn't lose by much. It was very close. You can't underestimate the power of the voters not liking Joe Biden's age and the really severe pain that working class people felt with inflation. If you're working class, when you look at the numbers, even though median wages increased more than inflation for 2 of those 4 years, if you're in the lower end of that spectrum, the inflation hurt you much more than the wage gains helped you. And people were miserable. The working class has been suffering for decades in this country. They're barely making it. And unfortunately, the Democrats ran into high inflation and paid a price.
I'm always surprised how little is known about the poverty levels in the USA. Outside, everyone sees it as gold-paved as a country, but COVID didn't help either.
No, COVID was a miserable experience for the vast majority of the country. The more you couldn't work at home and didn't have savings, the tougher it was. There were a lot of programs that cushioned it. Once the programs that cushioned it began to fade, that's when people really suffered. And that also coincides with the 2024 elections.
Paul, what do you see as the positives out of Donald Trump's second term in presidency so far?
Boy, it is really hard, honestly. I think the positives will be in the reaction to the things that he's done. My hope is that the public has been given the government they chose. Nothing that Trump is doing was outside of what he was signaling and overtly saying he was going to do. The majority of the country, or at least the plurality of the country, voted for this. They're getting it good and hard. I do, in the end, believe in the wisdom of the voters, but they have to feel the effects. And if the effects are what I think they're going to be and they're not going to be good, you could have a resurgence in this country of a belief that a well-funded, well-managed government is important, that a well-managed set of alliances is important, and we could find ourselves in a better new era, one that we've not felt, certainly in my professional lifetime, when the two parties were at such loggerheads.
The thing is that even if it was a close election, people still voted Donald Trump in.
Yes.
And those who support him often say, well, what makes him different from a regular politician, some don't see him as a politician, is that he at least does what, as you just indicated, he does what he said he would.
Well, honestly, all presidents do. If you look at the literature on presidential promise keeping, presidents work very hard to pass the legislation and do the executive orders that they said they were going to do on the campaign trail. I think what makes Donald Trump different, a lot makes Donald Trump different, is I think people really do think he speaks his mind. And he honestly says things that you're not supposed to say, and people love that.
Now, you knew a very different Democratic Party, especially your time working with the White House and President Clinton. But of course, there was a lot before that too, in terms of the way the Democratic Party was different. Many commentators wonder if there are any viable figures left in the Democratic Party now to stir up the voters. It seems that it's really missing the kind of charisma it needs to present a real challenge to the Republicans. How do you see that?
Well, there's some very good talent out there in the Democratic Party. I worked for one of the great talents of all time, Bill Clinton. And he was followed by another once-in-a-lifetime talent, Barack Obama. The question is, and it required talent of that level for the Democrats to win. It did not require talent at that level for the Republicans to win. They made it with George W. Bush, who had neither the verbal skills nor the policy understanding of Obama and Clinton or Donald Trump. So the question is there once in a lifetime levels of talent out there? I don't see it, but there's some good people.
Just give me, so I have a perspective on why you feel Bill Clinton and perhaps Barack Obama were talented.
First of all, they had a feel for average Americans because they were. They had come from humble backgrounds. Two, they managed to present themselves as presidents for the whole country, even if half of the country didn't see it that way. But they certainly tried. Three, especially Bill Clinton, was a policy genius and entrepreneur. And a political genius who could move the puzzle pieces of policy ideas around in his mind, tweak them, put them together in a governing vision. And even people who didn't necessarily understand all the policies could feel the power and integrity of what it was, that it was something new, something different, something better. And I think Obama had a little bit of that too. I don't see that. I haven't seen that for a while. And that's what Democrats need to figure out.
One more thought on the Democrats. There was all kinds of reasons why, given by people, analysts, on why Kamala Harris didn't really make it as that people predicted she might. What did you think was wrong? Was it that America was not ready for a woman, perhaps not a woman of color? What was the reason that she didn't really click with you?
Yes and yes. I think that was an uphill battle. I think she ran a great campaign. I can barely fault her. She had a bad hand coming in. It was very last minute. I think she did remarkably well. She is not a policy person. Big ideas, vision, that's not her thing. Not that she's not fluent in it. It's just not her first instinct or first love. And I think she struggled a little bit to present. There is no vision without the right policy background, building blocks. And she had pieces of them, but it didn't develop into. And again, she was hampered by the fact that she was so closely tied to an administration whose leader was so old and was coming off such a tough period.
When do you think America would be ready for a woman president? Hollywood has them all the time now.
Yeah. Yeah. I think we're on the verge. It could happen at any time. I don't think it's unreasonable to, but we might not be there yet.
Especially, a lot of people would say because of Trump having so many supporters visible now, and they wouldn't be the kind that would want a woman president.
Well, those supporters are not going to vote for a Democrat, so that's not.
It could be either side. I mean, Republican.
Yeah, correct. Boy, it's a lot harder to see the Republicans supporting for a woman getting through the Republican primaries than a woman getting through the Democratic primaries. That's for sure.
It's interesting. Comedian Zach Galifianakis did a satirical interview with Barack Obama in which he started by asking, "What's it like to be the last black president?" When do you think America would be ready for another president of ethnic minority, color, whatever it would be?
Oh, I think they're ready now. I don't read race into the choices that Americans make to the extent that some others read that. I think it's there. Even for voters who have racial animus and who are voting based on race, they hate to be called out on it. And they don't want to think of themselves that way. And, it's fighting words in this point in our country to call somebody racist. That wasn't the case when I was growing up. People were open racists. So, it's a big deal. I think Barack Obama shows it's a deal that can be overcome. And I think we're going to see that with a woman, and I think we're going to see that maybe with a Pakistani American.
Okay, let's see. Yes, you're talking now about New York.
Yes, and I'm also talking about Leigh Khan,
okay.
Another very impressive young Pakistani intellectual who ran the Federal Trade Commission and was there when Mamdani won the race.
Let me get you to put on your journalistic hat now, Paul, and ask how you regard the way the current administration treats the media. What's your perspective on that?
Again, never seen anything like it. Openly giving preferences to openly right-wing outlets and openly transactionally trying to limit what mainstream journalists can say and do by, challenging the regulations and other activities that affect their corporations. It's really the kinds of things you see in autocracies like Russia, Turkey, et cetera. We've never seen anything like it in the United States.
Yet now we have social media, which is a little more independent and outside the control of big institutions, the government included to some degree. What impact could that have going down the road?
Well, it may be in some ways outside the direct control of the federal government, but it's also under the thumb of oligarchs, right? And those oligarchs need the federal government. So really, in Trump's view, nothing should be outside his power. And he has been remarkable in utilizing powers that no other president would have used because it's evil, right, and anti-democratic. He's using them. And so, Katie barred the door. We don't know where this ends.
There are regular stories of journalists being targeted for saying something negative about the administration or the president directly himself. What does that say about the state of freedom of speech in the USA now?
Again, other presidents, look, I was in the Clinton administration during the Monica Lewinsky period. Believe me, the colleagues that I worked with and the president himself did not hold the media in high regard, did not think they were being truthful, did not think they were being fair, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Sorry, an aside, were you asked to advise on that, what Bill Clinton should
Fortunately not. Fortunately not. That was all siloed in the legal department, and the rest of us were free to do the business of the people. But never in a million years would the Clinton administration, or really any administration, countenance the vindictiveness, the retribution, the targeting of individual journalists, the targeting of individual news outlets that we're seeing today.
Have you, as a Washington journalist, someone who's been an insider for a long time, have you had any sense of being able to speak freely now, or do you feel you are at risk?
Fortunately, I don't. I have a very small magazine. We don't have any direct funding from either government, or corporations that are being affected by government. We speak our minds, and we are a magazine that is an opinion-driven, investigative magazine. So we can be open with what we think, as I have been with you in this interview. The demands on other mainstream organizations of, presenting the facts and not presenting their own opinions and their own analysis. For those folks who do a remarkable job, my greatest admiration. I don't know how they managed to do it.
I should, by the way, just point out, it's interesting for me to learn that you were an unpaid intern at the Washington Monthly many, many years ago, and then finally end up as editor-in-chief there.
Yeah.
For over 2 decades.
And for that reason, I resisted ever paying our interns until I had a rebellion on my hands from my colleagues, and now we pay them reasonably well.
But when you became editor, I think 2001, editor-in-chief.
Correct.
Yeah? It was a very different time, wasn't it?
Yes. It seemed difficult and dark at the time. We had an administration, George W. Bush, that was breaking new ground in dissembling and and policy amateurishness. And yet we look back on it now and it's kind of golden age of Republican, administrations compared to where we're at today. But all of the underlying forces that we're seeing in full bloom today were moving in this direction back then. And what we didn't know is the degree to which they would become in full bloom.
That's the speed.
And the speed. It hasn't taken very long. I've been doing this for 24 years, and I thought there would be at some point a reverse reaction among the Republican base and Republican lawmakers. And you saw that almost happen in the Bush years, but it was overwhelmed. And the sort of isolationism that Pat Buchanan tapped early, the anti-immigrant passions that Donald Trump tapped, the shift among Republicans toward the non-college educated voter, and the movement of college-educated voters to the Democratic Party that was already beginning to happen in the 90s. Now it's in full fruition. It's almost as if you have two different parties representing two different Americas.
So, Paul, overall, if you were to assess the state of the US media now, what condition is it in?
Well, economically, it is in terrible shape. The capacities of journalistic outlets to raise the money, the profits, the revenues that they need to do their jobs has just been declining, especially at the local level, but even at the national level, for many years, largely as a result of a combination of technology and monopoly, right? You have Google and other, but primarily Google, Facebook somewhat, Amazon somewhat, taking the advertising revenues that used to support journalism and hoarding them through, their monopoly power. And you just, you've seen now Google, the federal courts have determined Google broke the law in monopolizing the ad technology, and we'll see where that leads. But it leaves most journalistic outlets scrambling to raise money, scrambling to find audiences. And it's remarkable to me that we're seeing journalism of the quality we're seeing in such an impoverished environment.
So now, Paul, I'm going to turn to a time when you had a lot of responsibility, a very interesting and important time in your life, of course, when you were a speechwriter for Bill Clinton. And I want to touch on this because it's nice to get the insider perspective. And I wonder, here you are, you're responsible for the words that come out of the president's mouth. What sort of burden, what sort of stress does that put on you as a speechwriter for the president? And, how stressful is that position when you know what they're going to say is what you wrote?
It is a stressful position. It is requires an immense amount of hours, an immense focus. I've never felt that stress that I did in those 2.5 years. Fortunately, you're not doing it alone. You're part of a team. I was one of 6 to 8 speechwriters who divided up the work. We were working with the senior advisors to the president. We were circulating the speeches with those folks, getting input from those folks. So you had a net under you. And of course, President Clinton famously was his own author and would not be afraid to chop your text into pieces and write his own words on the margins. And
but collaboratively, I presume.
Sometimes. Sometimes, he was giving, when I was there, 2 or 3 addresses, speeches, press hits a day. So often he would have the text in front of him a few hours before he had to go in front of the cameras. But it was enough time for him to sit there and fiddle with it. And, he, like many good politicians, can extemporize. There's a famous story about Bill Clinton in his first State of the Union address being fed the wrong version of the speech, recognizing that, and while the correct version was being fed into the teleprompter, not missing a beat because he was able to remember what it was he was supposed to say.
Presumably, as a speechwriter for president, you have to, and it will take time, learn what the strengths and weaknesses are when it comes to, A, the way you phrase things. I mean, I know this, if ever I have to take as a news reader, for example, when I was doing that rather than a show host, I would have to see words often quite last minute. But also the style of writing would be important. So I guess you have to kind of get in the flow with the person you're writing for.
You do. And, with Bill Clinton, he was famously a vernacular speaker. He didn't want to sound like John Kennedy. He didn't want to sound like Abraham Lincoln. He wanted to sound like the Arkansan, speaking to the folks that he grew up with. So our job was to lean a little bit in the other direction, to make him sound a little bit more presidential. And that was the kind of the tension that made his speeches good, because he would add, we never wrote in that vernacular. We wrote presidential addresses, and he would folksy them up to the extent that he thought that was necessary.
Interesting. So you got the folksy perspective in as well.
Yes.
Which probably made him more charming to a lot of people as well.
Absolutely. And he is has one of the finest political ears in the country.
What was the hardest thing about the job, Paul?
Keeping up with the pace. You were writing 2 or 3 of these a week, and sometimes they were large and required multiple revisions. But honestly, I can't complain. It was one of the greatest experiences anyone who makes his or her living with a pen can possibly have. And I felt privileged every day to go into that building and do that work.
And it's a 24/7 job, really, because the president's all over the world.
That's right. That's right. And, we all had, pagers on our belts that we kept by our beds at night. And it didn't happen too often to me that the pager would go off in the middle of the night, but you knew you were on the hook for that. And it was just a remarkable group of people.
In your opinion, who was the best speech giver, if you like, of the presidents, if you ever look back and looked at them?
Obviously Kennedy, obviously Reagan.
What was it about Reagan? Because, again, people often refer back to him.
Reagan was a remarkably good writer. And liberals at the time couldn't imagine it because they thought he was dumb.
Right.
But he understood his own philosophy, and he understood rhetoric. He had very good people working for him. And when we would write speeches for Bill Clinton, one of the things we would do was go back and look at previous presidents' speeches on that subject, be it the economy or education or whatever. And more often than not, we would steal from Ronald Reagan.
And Ronald Reagan was a big joke teller, too.
Fantastic joke teller. And Bill Clinton, I think, has to be in the pantheon of great speech givers. But because of that vernacular tendency of his, when you read the speeches that were given, they don't quite have the same lift. But at the time, they were extremely powerful.
So what you're saying is that if you read them on paper, they don't have the same impact because he delivered the words in such a way that when you actually saw them live, they were different.
He was almost allergic to highfalutin sounding phraseology. Ask not what your country can do for you. That just was not his style. He wanted to talk the way folks talked. And so the ideas were important, the rhetoric was brilliant, the examples were great, but you're not going to chisel them in marble the way you did Abraham Lincoln.
What were the best moments for you during that time?
My favorite moments were being there, seeing him give the State of the Union and waiting for my little couple of paragraphs to show up. I wrote a speech for him that he delivered on the state of democracy in Athens in 1999 that I'm still very proud of. And, my heritage is Greek and I have family there. So I got to write the speech and then watch it right there in Greece with my family. That was pretty special.
Can you recall a favorite phrase that you put in one of your speeches that made it to the international airwaves?
I did have a phrase in that speech that And it was written for the Greek audience. And it was something like, none of us can escape the weight of history, but neither should we feel imprisoned by it. And you know, my colleagues wanted the speech to be how we shouldn't worry about history. And I said, you're speaking to Greeks. Every time they turn the corner in Athens, there's the Parthenon. They cannot escape history, their history. So but they need not be imprisoned by it.
You didn't sneak in the beware of Trojans bearing gifts.
I did get one quote from Demosthenes. I was pleased with that, and Pericles.
You know, it's interesting because the way a president comes across, the words you write included, set the sort of the image of America for people. You know, people watch this and it's the charisma or it's the way the words come across. It is quite a big responsibility that way because you affect how the country, the USA, is seen.
Absolutely. In that speech that I was telling you about that President Clinton gave in Athens in 1999, the key point in the speech was him offering a non-apology apology from U.S. support for the Greek junta that took over Greece from 1967 to 1974, I believe. At that time, the Greeks were very angry at Bill Clinton and very angry at the United States because of our support for the fighting of the Serbs in Bosnia. When he offered those few sentences where he said America failed in its obligation to support democracy in Greece, you could see the polling in Greece shift dramatically in a matter of hours. And ever since that speech, you've seen a decrease in Greek anti-Americanism and greater support for the United States. That's the power of good rhetoric.
That's quite remarkable. And presumably also, when you do have to deal with subtle stuff like this, the difficult stuff, you have to be able to phrase it in such a way that a president can say it without perhaps giving an outright apology, for example.
Right.
Without having to commit themselves to a particular agenda or policy.
Correct. And that, you know, those lines in the speech had nothing to do with me. That was future Secretary of State Tony Blinken and several others in the administration carefully crafted that language so that it could not be said to have been an outright apology, but no Greek could miss the implication. And that is the art of diplomacy.
You know, Paul, it's funny, when I moved to the USA, when I left the BBC and joined CNN in 1993, one of the biggest shocks for me was moving from Britain, which, you know, had an empire, you know, the sun never set on, and coming to America and suddenly seeing the UK through the eyes of the outside world, in particular Americans. And it sounds terrible, but it sort of felt diminished. Britain, I was not living there anymore, no longer felt as important in the world. Now, I know you spent time as bureau chief in Berlin. You were covering the former Yugoslav war and so on. How did that change your perspective on how America was seen?
Well, it was almost the opposite. When I was reporting from Berlin, it was hard to sell stories about Europe to a U.S. audience because, again, this was the 90s. America was at maybe its peak of influence, and it felt, why should we listen at all to the outside world? And there was a certain sense, in Europe of a malaise. They had been unable to handle the war in Bosnia. The U.S. had to come in and more or less orchestrate the NATO involvement, which did in the end bring peace to the region. One, as a foreign correspondent at that point, got an almost, sense of the vast superiority in power and prestige of the United States.
How have things changed in the 30 years since?
Well, you being, much more the globetrotter than I, you are in a better position to tell. I would be curious what you think, but, my sense is that the world still pays minute attention to what happens in the United States. And that there is still tremendous yearning in many parts of the world for the benign leadership that from time to time, at its best, the United States has provided.
You think that'll come around again?
Yes.
Let me ask you as a final thought, Paul, how do you think history will regard this time? You know, especially now since the second Trump presidency and how the world has kind of shifted under it.
Boy, that's such a hard question. None of us know the answer. That's for sure. I know what I want the answer to be, and I think I can make a plausible case that it will be. And that is, it was a time, you know, Winston Churchill famously said, America will do the right thing after exhausting all other possibilities. Yeah. We're in the exhausting all other possibilities phase. Right. We're saying to ourselves, we can live without investing in our alliances. We can degrade our friendships. We can exploit the world and pay no price. We can gut the government, gut it of expertise, gut our universities, and pay no price. I think we're going to pay a price. And I think that might just change opinion for the better.
Well, Paul, let's make sure we come back and talk again about
I'd love to. Let's see if I'm right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Paul Glastris, the editor-in-chief of the Washington Monthly and very much a DC insider, giving us a view through his lens on the US and its current policies. That's it for now. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe and leave a comment, and I'll see you next time.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Geneva, a true gem of Switzerland, Geneva. Full of history, architecture, and sights, Geneva is a worthy place to visit. The amazing European city is best known for Lake Geneva, of course. The jet d'eau water jet should definitely be on top of your list. The jet of water from the lake can go so high and is considered the emblem of the city of Geneva. Go to the pier, get close to the water jet, and you'll feel the powerful pressure of water projected into the air. Geneva Lake is a central focus of the city. It is surrounded by a panoramic view of the mountains with great promenades too. Throughout the year, many boat trips travel to give tourists a view of the city's lakeside. The buildings and, of course, the jet d'eau water jet are terrific sights to see from afar. Next up is the Old Town. As Switzerland's biggest historical city and the home of the Reformation movement, there is so much to be uncovered here. Every corner of Geneva's cobbled streets, you will find Swiss shops and cafes that are worth dropping by. The town square is an active area and was originally a Roman forum. Not to be missed is the St. Peter's Cathedral. You'll find it at the very heart of Old Town. See its architectural beauty and think of how it took over 400 years to build. Now, the cathedral stands to almost 1,000 years old. St. Peter's Cathedral is also known for the archaeological museum you'll find in its basement and the panoramic views you can catch glimpses of from the North Tower. Want more views from the top? Try Mont Saleve. It's a mountain right outside the city where you'll see Geneva in its entirety. For a dose of the green scene in the city, the Parc des Bastions is where you should be. It's a pretty tree-lined park that dates from way back in the 1700s. It was home to the Reformation Wall, which commemorates the main founders of the Protestant faith, including John Calvin. More history? Head over to the Geneva Museums, the cultural and historical place to be. The Musée des Arts d'Extrême-Orient is home to art from Japan and China, and it is renowned internationally. Other notable stops are the Museum of Natural History, the Barbier-Mueller Museum, and the Museum of Art and History. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world...
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Berkeley. Known for its world-class university, liberal politics, and cultural and culinary pursuits, Berkeley City. It is but a mid-sized city in the San Francisco Bay Area in California with much to offer. It has about only 112,000 people, but with a great presence and strong reputation. You'll surely find an eclectic mix of cultures in this free-thinking city. It is home to a variety of yuppies, hippies, students, scientists, and activists. Where to go in the city of Berkeley? First, there's the Berkeley Art Museum, with high-profile exhibits regularly on schedule. It's got its own permanent collection and rotating with participating artists too. For a relaxing day in the city, drop by the Berkeley Marina and Pier. It is home to restaurants, sailing clubs, and the park. You'll see the view of the popular Golden Gate Bridge and San Francisco skyline. Then, there's the Pacific Film Archive, with one of the most extensive film archives in the world. You'll surely learn about directors that hail from different eras and artistic movements. It is also the venue for the annual San Francisco International Film Fest. Another must-visit is the historic People's Park, a landmark of the free speech movement. Then, of course, there's the popular University of California, Berkeley. It has a visitor center for tourists, and you can go around its 178-acre campus. When you want a taste of the best local produce, there's the Farmers Market. It's got prepared foods as well as performers and booths for local organizations too. Along downtown Berkeley, there are also game shops for hobbyists and gamers. There are specialty shops, some to feature their proudly locally made products. You'll find bookstores around here too. For a taste of Berkeley's gourmet food options, head over the streets up north. You'll also find Pakistani and Mexican restaurants here. The fresh food movement has become quite active around Berkeley. You'll find fertile farms and exquisite wineries around the city too. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.